sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
It all comes down to this one final day of action for the group stages of the preseason for the 2026 Ignite EMEA showcase that we have all brought you from last weekend into this one. All of the action, and to join me to break it all down, we have Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day to close out the show this weekend. How are you two feeling about all the competition we've had so far?
Pretty excited. Yeah. I mean, we don't talk about our predictions, but this is what the preseason is all about, to give us an appetizer to what to expect for stage one.
Yeah, we do not want to know where my predictions are at the moment. You know what? They're becoming closer as Fire Strays have decided to start talking to each other and really playing at the level that we expected. But I don't think they're going to be ending in the second that I initially predicted them.
There's a lot of stakes on the line for every single series today, so as we go through the matches, we'll try and confirm placements throughout the day, and at the end of it, we will have a bracket to show you for those playoffs that'll be taking place in about 2 weeks-ish time. So definitely make sure you are tuned in and locked in and loaded for all of the matches today. But we also have, some amazing costumes we'll be talking about in a minute, and also so many good matches. I mean, we have to go through every single team. The only teams that we won't be seeing today, because we saw the last ones of them, unfortunately, was Na'Vi and Pulsar. They will be taking their sweet rest. Pulsar waiting until stage one. Na'Vi, we'll see them and continuing into the playoffs there. I mean, talking a little bit about that, Lemon, while we wait for some more information. How are you feeling that Na'Vi really changed their performances from the Heretics loss on Friday into yesterday?
Ooh, it just made me excited to see how mad they were. I don't know if that's a weird thing to say, but to be chasing teams towards their spawn and to be trying your hearts out, it was not only, I think, to convince everyone watching, but also that they are a top team and that they are no slouches. So I'm excited to see the Na'Vi Heretics rivalry continue in playoffs.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how they do there. But we do have to talk about these lovely costumes that are in-game. Class is in session, and reality is about to be rewritten. At ESU, brilliance takes center stage. Rian Londo dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Denim Ket turns every lecture into a masterclass in bending the impossible. Together, they prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control. Step into the spotlight with the Invisible Woman's Rian Londo, the debater, and Mr. Fantastic's Denim Ket, the Professor costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon. Available now, and you can get them until May 1st, as you see at 2 p.m. UTC, which is 7 p.m. PT on April 30th. In a multiverse of chaos, the sharpest mind decides what is real. And I definitely recommend picking up these costumes. You can match pretty well. But we also got to talk about Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, not just new look for your characters, but new looks for your battlefields as well. So let's head on down to a Big Apple. Lower Manhattan, baby, the city that never sleeps. However, something has just stopped sleeping as well beneath the city because Wilson Fisk has woken it up. Welcome to Lower Manhattan, where iconic streets meet hidden depths, fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building, then descend into secret labs, pulsing with unstable energy right beneath the surface. From street level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements, every corner shifts the balance of power. This isn't just New York. This is what lies underneath it. It's available now in game, and it's got its own quick match queue, so you can play just this map to get to know it ahead of your competition.
Guys, you wouldn't believe this guy's a voice actor too. I'm already sold on Lower Manhattan. I don't know where it is, but it sounds pretty great. And that scan that they do to detect the ultimates and everybody, that's going to be a big game changer in competitive play. But you guys could get free costumes if the esports bundles, if the new Invisible Woman, Mr. Fantastic, you don't got enough credits for that, you could get a free Gambit costume just by hanging out with us or your favorite co-streamers. If you're on Twitch, just hover over the Marvel Rivals icon and you could see all of the co-streamers, including J3 and many others. That can break things down, but here we're bringing the hype. So 1, 2, 3, 6 hours will get you anything from a nameplate, a spray, emotes, and of course, the Will of Galacta Gambit costume. It's giving Cyberpunk, it's giving he's still banned in all my games, but if I do play him, I'ma look good doing it.
That's what we like to see too. And again, shout out to everyone who's been participating, watching the streams, commenting, sharing your thoughts online about how the matches have been going. It's been pretty great. But even then, we do have to talk about our own predictions a little bit here. I mean, I feel like EMEA maybe has stabilized a little bit here leg day in comparison to some of the other regions, especially if anyone's been paying attention to what's been going on in the Americas.
Oh, to be fair, you might be speaking a little bit too soon there, Vod. We still have our top two from Virtus Pro's group going together. We've got Rad versus Virtus Pro. Things might be a little bit... There might be a little bit more shaking to do because Fire Strays, they almost took domination off of Virtus Pro yesterday in quite an impressive series. But yeah, over in North America, things are all over the place. We don't talk about what's happening in Asia right now. Rejects are going to have a lot of introspection to do later on. But I think that maybe we're starting to stratify our tiers here in EMEA, even if they aren't quite as expected. Shout out Heretics, who are punching very high right now.
No, 100%.
And just the fact, we have our two number ones of Group B that are be facing off. So everyone thinking that Virtus Pro will be the number one. I don't know after this one, but I think EP and Navi were pretty solid picks. I was just surprised that Heretics wasn't higher than they were. And I'm with the Crownfall folks. I had Crownfall way higher than where they are right now. We're not going to talk about it, but it's not crown wearing, it's Crownfall. But this is about how they're going to look in stage one. This is the prep work you need to do.
Exactly, yeah. So I love that everyone could participate in predictions again. Once we do get past this group stage, we will have predictions in game again for the playoffs. So definitely make sure you participate with those. Check out the new esports tab in a game to see all the stats as well. You can check out the teams, the rosters, see how well they're doing on your favorite heroes as well. Copy their mouse or controller settings if they use those too. So it's really awesome that NetEase has integrated this into the game in such a spectacular fashion, and you can get the cool emotes and sprays to support your favorite teams that are competing out there. I'm really curious if we'll see like more additions to that down the line as teams compete, make it to the lands in the future from the different stages. So much to look forward to in the future of Marvel Rivals Esports. But we do have to talk a little bit about the matches that'll be going on today. I mean, we were talking about, the ones that decide the tops of the group. We'll focus on those for now. And Lemon, VP versus Rad, Shikigami versus Heretics. I feel like one of these leans closer than the other might.
We quite literally saved the best matches for last, I feel like, because I think Shikigami could definitely punch up to the Heretics. VP and Rad is the match of the day, and we have it sandwiched right in the middle of all our matches. We have 5 matches to go, and after what Fire did yesterday, they're giving us hope that even that's going to be a good series, so every single one of these are going to be bangers coming up.
Yeah, I mean, Technically, we have a chance for like Crownfall in some like weird tiebreaker scenario to make it in potentially, but this is the schedule for how things have been going. We had the group stage, and we also have the playoffs coming up on April 16th. So you do have a little bit of time, but there's the other regions going on in the meantime. China starts next week, so you can tune into that as well, and the last week of group stages for Asia, and then right after the preseason playoffs, we will also have OCE starting up too. So the action never stops. Marvel Rivals never sleeps. There's always something for you to pay attention to. But the thing that the teams are kind of paying attention to here, like day, is this beautiful prize pool. Already we see some of the teams, they get some winnings, even if they don't make it to those playoffs.
Yeah, we might have 2 Canadians on the cast right now, but this is cold hard US dollars, baby. 50 advanced stacks on the line. This is just for the preseason. The prize pools are only going to get higher and higher as we make it deeper into our 2026 Ignite program, but who is going to be competing in the playoff bracket is determined by our team rankings in the groups.
Peps and Alter Esports playing against each other. Winner gets into that 4th seeding spot. Shikigami could potentially shake up the standings too if they get a win over Heretics, with some hijinks there as well.
It's pretty top heavy in this Group A side, and only Team Heretics are flawless so far. But if you look at Group B, both Virtus Pro and Rad are 4-0. VP hasn't even dropped a map, guys. It got close yesterday, so you'll want to go and grab your popcorn, reheat that one, go watch them versus Fire. Not going to spoil it, but Rad also only dropped 1 map, so they're right on VP's tail, and they're going to face off today to decide the #1 seed, which is going to matter in terms of the seeding for playoffs and what strength of opponent you're going to get first.
Yeah, if Rad does get the win over VP, I feel like every team in Group B is just going to be so terrified of what can potentially happen. But as you can see, these are the matchups that we have for today. Fire versus Vision to kick things off. Peps versus Alter Esports afterwards. VP and Rad, Jigami and Heretics, and then Reason and Crownfall to close things out as well. So lots on the line. Every single series, for the most part, matters. Fire versus Vision pretty much determines how intense that last series of the day is going to be as well. Like that.
Yeah, Fire probably need to win this 2-0, to be honest, to have a good chance of making it into playoffs. There is some wild math at work. Shout out to our resident Doctor Strange, who's looked into 14,605 futures and has tried to find all of the ways that anyone can make it into a playoffs, including, I think there's a very, very specific scenario where Crownfall can do it.
I'm coping.
It requires a lot of things that are out of their hands happening in other games. I believe Peps vs. Alter is directly for 4th seed qualification into the playoffs as well, which means that's super important. They're fighting for survival in the preseason, but don't forget, if your favorite team gets knocked out here in preseason, they are still going to be around for stage 1. They're still going to be qualified for that, so you don't have to worry about them disappearing into the ether forever. There's going to be a comeback arc.
And all the standings, even if you don't make it super far into the playoffs or make it into the playoffs at all, matter a ton, because it does determine where you're going to be placed in the groups during the regular season for stage 1. So doing better makes it so you have better odds for a good group. So we'll see how that goes once it all shapes up for that as well. But talking about these teams specifically, we'll focus on Fire Strays for now. As we talked about this yesterday, Lemon, they made VP lose their first point on domination the entire preseason on Celestial Husk, and they look pretty good, but we got to talk a little bit about Binary specifically on that.
Oh my god, his Hulk went crazy. I had to clip that and send it for our top 5 plays of the day. He's been my Venom to watch, but we're seeing a lot of Venom players also kind of throw in some Hulk as a more selfless kind of team fight hero to throw in. Blackso has been ever so incredible on the Doctor Strange or the Groot, and Demon and Sloppo, they have found their way to kick into the fight, especially Sloppo and his style of Star-Lord, the way he's able to go for flanks. There's really good communication on this team, and to make a team like VP sweat, there is real and serious potential here.
I really like what we can see from them. And then, Leg Day, any specific people in your mind that kind of stand out for Fire Strays as well?
I think for Fire, unsung hero here might be Znost, who had let's be real, not a great beginning to the preseason, but really has slipped into the Mantis role very well. Is incredibly accurate on the character and has great timings on their soul resurgences, as well as getting the proper timings on like loading up Sloppo with those both healing and damage boost spores, and also make sure that Sloppo can take those well-timed flanks and feel supported during it, even while being out of line of sight of their strategists.
Great to see exactly how these teams have performed up to this point. And Fire Strays, they have a lot to look forward to in the future as well, especially based on the performance we saw from them. But I'm really curious on exactly what Vision can show here today, because yesterday they unfortunately got swept by Rad Esports, but they did keep it kind of close, even though it was the first time, thanks to our resident Dr. Strange, as you mentioned, from Ryan, giving us the stat that we never saw a Gambit banned or protected in all of Ignite. But they were able to, even with letting the Loki go through and the Mantis and the Groot against Rad, keep it as competitive as possible. And having this be the same kind of team that we saw from the first week going into this one, Jen, I mean, what do they really need to lock in on so that they showcase the performance we saw before?
I'm trying to get my stocks early for a guy like Satum, okay? There is some really nasty Psylocke and Daredevil players, and I think he's right on the cusp of being in that conversation to be at the big kids table when it comes to being a top kind of brawler in that duelist department. And it's so important to be able to follow up with a Hulk, with a Venom, with somebody who's going to be deathballing with you. And Satum, I think, is really starting to cement himself on his team as an impact player.
I'm excited to see how these players perform, to say the least. I mean, both these teams matters so much how well they do in this matchup, depending on where they're going to fall in the standings. I believe from what we've been told, at least for Fire Strays, if they get a 2-0, it doesn't necessarily confirm because it depends on how that last series goes. But for Vision, they should be in. It just depends on the standings themselves afterwards, if they're going to be third or fourth. So pretty much locked in. If they get a map, they'll feel even more confident. But Celestial Husk, both these teams faced losses, but also adversity here, leg day, because they took it the distance to a third map yesterday. Yeah,
like Vision have been up and down. Like, I think that Vision definitely excel when they have access to Gainer's Rogue, which kind of like this over on FlyQuest has been very important. And Gainer's actually played Rogue very well on this map in particular. Celestial Husk is going to be our randomly selected first domination map.
Whew. I can't wait for this one specifically. Like, talking about this map and the potentials for these squads as well. I mean, we talked about some of the roster potentials that we could have seen from Fire Strays. We were saying, you know, maybe we should have had people targeting Damon a little bit here, but seeing in the lobby, they're not actually playing with Damon this time, Levin. They're playing with Destroyed, so they're changing it up a little bit.
Yeah, and they were talking...
Actually, no, they went back. Excuse me.
Oh, okay. No, good. Yeah, because they were telling us in the interview that Demon has been their domination demon, and he's got to prove it here today again.
That they do. Well, we're getting ready for one of our decider matchups of the day. Fire Strays facing off against Vision on Celestial Husk. We'll see if it goes to 3.
All right, let's get stuck in, Lemon. When it comes to bans and protects at the moment, this week has certainly been all about getting rid of that Elsa, which is a bit of a change from last time around, considering that a lot of teams have been getting rid of that Gambit first. But for now, Vision, they might have been listening in to my my Znost propaganda. As it's going to be the Mantis, which has been taken off the field first.
Yeah, and usually it's an Elsa or Gambit that are like we can kind of just skip through the first couple of bans because it's just the same thing every match, but it will be a one-sided Elsa in favor of Fire Strays, so excited to see that. And yesterday, you know, Gainer was right on the cusp of my top 5 plays because Gainer's Rogue went crazy with Rex's Gambit, wondering if that's going to squeak through, and it does. So I'm wondering if a Rogue ban is in consideration here for Fire Strays.
Okay, Loki has to be banned here to make sure you're not dealing with double Royal Flush. I imagine that Vanguard Pool is going to be a priority ban here for Vision Esports, considering they've got that Gambit, and Vanguard Pool is a fantastic assassin for trying to get rid of the Gambit midway through there.
Maybe, you know, there's a laundry list of things to worry about in the pick ban, and maybe Gainer on the Rogue is not too much of a threat, but I think you're going to find out the hard way, but it does get protected, you know, just in case.
Okay, well, I'm hyped to see Gainer on the Rogue. I have to wonder where the Stance Protector is going to go here from Fire Strays. Interesting to see Satam's Daredevil taken away. I think, as you pointed out during our team highlight, that was one of her big threats from Vision coming in previously. The Invis Protect. I guess they don't want to have too many of their strategist options taken away. I think that Fire Strays, like, this might not be the most valuable, but I think it's still a good thing to have guaranteed.
Yeah, it's now you got to think about another melee duelist that would go well with Rogue, because Daredevil, you know, it's peanut butter and jelly. It works so well. You turn the strategist into jelly, because that's what Gainer did. He had a double kill. He's looking like he's playing a fighting game out there. He's really putting on a masterclass. If you want to learn how to play Rogue, look at Gainer. So, yeah, duelist, that would be more of a melee style. You could have the Wolverine Phoenix combo with the to try and have as much of that poke, that hybrid style, someone that can go in. You have the Wolverine Phoenix team up, which is really underrated. But the White Fox has been something that's floated a lot as the new patch with the buffs have hit, and that's a style that a lot of teams are trying to incorporate.
Yeah, White Fox definitely having the way led by players like Fate here in EMEA, and Valentina over on Swamp Gaming in North America. She's been doing a fantastic job showing off not only the buffed White Fox, but also pre-buff White Fox as well.
With the Gambit, it just goes, you know, peanut butter and jelly. Well, look at, of course, Star-Lord, who is going to go Mach 10 over 9,000. That's often a combo you're going to see together, but this is map 1. It's still a best of 3. And we're going to be starting on Celestial Husk, specifically on hand. And this is going to be that central platform that a lot of teams are going to be fighting over. And it's important to coordinate when you're going to be dropping off, because the line of sight can be broken off. But speaking of lines of sight, we're going to see where Blackso is going to take us on this adventure. It's a one-sided Doctor Strange. They want to take a fight and even break up the Vanguards maybe from the strats.
Yeah, put it in with the ways, try and bisect the team straight away. Gainer pulled in, not the ideal customer, but they might be able to overwhelm the damage thus far. So a Spirit Sanctuary teleport coming in from the White Fox elsewhere. That means that Bad is left all alone as the rest of the team disengage. Vision Esport have 5 players ready to try and brawl out on the point, but it's Binary getting final hit after final hit. And that means he's absolutely going to be swimming in XP off the back of those selfies. Gainer might be able to try and play at the top here, but unless someone's going to TP in and keep this one going, this is over.
It's just, look how many strategists are banned against Fire Strays, by the way. Looking like my ranked games, like, you're really forcing some flexibility out here, where usually Seshord is that third strategist that would come in and bring the Ultron. I think that's why they weren't sure who was going to be playing for that, but Binary has already earned himself the Deadpool Banhammer, and this is so wonderfully used maybe to disable a strategist, while Saddam's already putting some pressure down to see if he can get some height. No real ults for Vision to use, but when you have the triple strategist, you can stall out the point for so long.
Oh, that was a huge charm right there. Rex goes in, gets 2 AoE knockback frags. What a maneuver from Rex. We are highlighting this guy's Rocket Raccoon, but it seems like when the Gambit's available, he's more than happy to use the entire kit.
I said, okay, triple strike, you should be able to stall it out, right? And then Vision just run the molder. Wrong. Anyway, next. Now it's Batter's turn on the Banhammer. And again, as soon as someone approaches, they could be that first victim. Fire Stray's already trying to disengage. And of course, you have the piercing heels of Snoss as Batter unleashes.
All right, Van Hammer given over. I believe that's going to be over onto the Invisible Woman. Teller moving forward with a charged greatsword here, courtesy of the Gambit team. Just getting up close and personal. Barrel stuffing onto Slopper if only there was a barrel to be seen. And Demon can't hide away. Perfect aggression here from Vision.
Like that initiative from Vision. And now you're going to have a tantrum here very soon. Saddam's not going to have the Royal Flush to pair through. And against the Invisible Boundary, maybe if he could get that Invisible Woman as a target first, it would be ideal.
Oh, a little bit of a parade here. The White Fox unleashes the Kumiho, and that's going to actually force out a trade of the Invisible Boundary. Slows down everyone and makes it incredibly easy for Binary to build up towards their Banhammer once again. Where's it going to end up? I think it might be onto a Magneto. A big body block. Demons there with the finish. The rest of Fire Strays will move on forward to try and take control of the point. For now, it's been a little bit quiet for Sloppo here on the Elsa Bloodstone, but finally awakening and finding Batter.
Yeah, just the Kumiho form makes you want to go aggressive, but you still have to tame the beast, and Fire Strays put Vision on a leash, and we didn't even get to see Saddam find an opportunity for the Galactic Legend. Now, we'll be able to do so, but attacking with that Galactic Legend's a little tricky. That's why Vision are trying to find an alternate path, find an angle behind Fire Strays to access some of these strats. And here it goes.
Oh, exactly right, Lemon. Opening up this path could be everything. Nice right-click dodge on the incoming stun from Blackso. Means that everyone avoids having their soul separated from their body and keep fighting on forward. Blackso was overextended for that one. The rest of the team had to hold on back because of the opening Satan made with the Galactic Legend. Gainer heading up towards the back line. Close is already down. Demon unlikely to be able to win the 1-versus-1 here against the Star-Lord, especially with a pair of Stellar Shifts already used. Blackso opens up the portal. Wrapping around the back, Gainer's been taken down. Seems that was down to the Apex Predator. The Glartrox taking away the Errant Mutant. Estella's not the ideal here for Blackso to try and grab, but a perfectly timed Metallic Bubble on themselves avoids the grab from the Wolverine.
And Saddam, interestingly, is the Star-Lord player here, typically the duelist master. So he's still able to win his 1v1 against the Ultron, and really that's the baseline you need to hit. But 99% Gainer's going to make sure that Vision can find a path in and on the Elsa. That's big.
Oh, again, it's just built different with with this team up, man. Everyone's just going to try and flee away, but Demon taken down to the ground by the Rogue stun. Seems like there's going to be enough power to get them out. You to that Jeff bubble.
Now this is going to go down to a 99-99 fight for our first round. It doesn't get any better than this. The Royal Flush, Fire Strays, got to make sure that they not only keep the objective, they find a way to block against it. Blackstone's going to have another chance at this Eye of Agamotto. It got canceled last time, and there's a lot of quick ways to get rid of that ultimate, mainly that charm from the White Fox. QB was big with it before. Here comes the Royal Flush.
Oh, Blackstone would love to move in behind them here with the Eye of Agamotto, but for now the damage from Gainer is going to be a lot to try and deal with. The range of Ultron just gets destroyed by Gainer. Demon didn't even know what hit him right there, but when you let Gainer have his best hero, things are going to get very bad very quickly. The Suck ready to go, pulling in multiple players. A quick knockup though, I think broke the line of sight. Great play there from Fire to try and peel for themselves, and Satam is given very few targets as they're all inside the invisible boundary. Can you lay it down on Sloppo? Yes, you can. Teller gets a critical frag to try and turn this one around. Still a passive available for Demon. Down to only extended HP. Rex is chased down by Blackso in the middle of all of this, and Teller's still brawling out on the other side. Up close and personal with Rogue is not where you want to be if you're the good doctor. You're going to need more than an apple a day to keep the Gainer away. And whilst Nos will find themselves alone, there's no help for them. Vision Esports take the first sub-map.
It took everybody having to invest all their ultimates at the end to secure this one. That was a nail biter. And then you had Saddam use the Galactic Legend. A beautiful invisible boundary from Closer pretty much nullified that. QB, on the other hand, pops a Kumiho form and is unformed pretty much immediately. It's been a rock, paper, scissors match, and even a new tool from Vision coming out. Teller subbing in for Zerx, who's usually been their Star-Lord player. So this is a change, but a very appreciated one from Vision, considering they took that first round. It's a different look, and with Gainer having such a commanding frontline presence, he has so much pressure on these strategists, and you could tell by the numbers. He's second most amount of damage right behind Saddam, and Gainer has been the Vanguard to watch.
I understand now the Invis Protect from Fire Strays. I remembered yesterday that it actually took Blackso's most dangerous Doctor Strange off the table to not have that team up with the Invisible Woman. So if you're looking down the barrel of 4 strategist bands, you might as well keep that team up available. It's going to be an early strike if it's a split team, though.
This was Fire Strays' special last time. Blacksail is on the Captain America here on the Vault. You can play the Ring Around the Rosy. So this first fight is so important because, again, you could stall this out forever. And Rex with a pick.
Oh, Sloppo's just having so much trouble surviving at the moment. And that teleport might be a touch of a unwelcome addition. I think that the Battle Recall Beacon did bring Sloppo back into the midst of all of this. Banner going up close and personal. Close has got no way to try and avoid this one. Snosh just on the run, but that means most of the heals for the remainder of the team is currently otherwise described. Rex goes down in the back. QB exactly the same. And it seems like Sloppo is finally starting to take the initiative alongside Blackso being on a more movement-based Vanguard, able to access that backline a touch more easily. Binary's got nowhere to go. Banner guns them down with the Dual Desert Eagles, but Damon's got his own access to the backline now. Finds Teller falling low. There's still a little bit of shield remaining and healing there as well. So Vision, even with the remainder of their team, are able to cap.
Yeah, Vision having this triple Vanguard, there's these large health pools to get through and only a Gambit and a White Fox to do so. So there's only so much that Vision can handle. But they were able to survive a huge wave of ultimate. Think about the Apex Predator from Sloppo, who had to come back into the fight late. You had the revive from the Rocket Raccoon used early. And speaking of early ults, let's look.
Royal Flush coming through. Closer going to be the primary target. Bayou Bash through them all. And my goodness, Rex is just dumping every card into this one. It's now or never for Vision Esport, it would seem. And it's a very quick fight in their favor.
That's why that one-sided gambit is going to make a huge difference. Vision making sure in the pick bans that they are not... Fire Strays don't have a lot of good choices in terms of utility, because Nas, that's stuck on this Jeff, who usually plays so much invis, I mean, hasn't been able to throw people off the map with its Jeff, and, you know, the puddle is all you could really think about, which is not going to be a game changer. And Teller's on the Strange instead of the Mag, looking for that big win condition of an Eye of Agamotto as he gets in position, especially when you have a high ground advantage. You can try and easily collapse onto Fire Strays who need to fight for this upper hand.
Closer playing in the cave here, trying to limit vertical access to himself. However, everyone's going to have to get back into the cave now to try and break the line of sight here from Satam. It will put them all in one space, though, which could be a big opportunity for Teller with that ultimate. On the other side, though, Demon's going to try and make their own opportunities, their own openings. Wraps around the back, wants Rex incredibly badly, but look at all the healing that's coming through from the Kumiho Unleashed. A quick split up, though. QB went the wrong way, or Rex just didn't stick with them. Demon's going to have to wrap around the back, trying to find an angle onto this White Fox. Has to worry about the Clawed form, though, a Spirit Sanctuary to escape the attentions of Demon for now. And it seems like Fire Strays finally have their target focus on lock. It's going to need a touch of healing as Satam tries to flee away. But Fire Strays will eventually flip, not before getting all the way up to 95% though.
Yeah, that's severing around to Rosie. We talked about it. It's very hard to take a clean team fight. I like Demon's redirection towards the Banhammer that came out, and that's what's important. But you also lacked enough focus into QB's White Fox Kumiho form, because remember, you can't heal the White Fox in that form. So she did output, like you pointed out, a lot of heals, getting them up to 96% with all that sustain. Still looking at Teller to find an angle around, but Fire Strays have been dancing around and counter positioning away from this Dr. Strange and Closer. All eyes are on them on how they can push this Strange away.
Brand new Royal Flush, ready to go. Can Rex get all 5 in their LOS, though? At the moment, the team is a little bit split up. And as you try and roll in, Sloppo's going to be coming through with the Apex Predator. Down goes Satam. Taylor as well. Good news is for Vision Esport, at least that Rex did not invest into that fight. It was pretty much a dry one, playing for the economy.
So the Apex Predator into his own invisible boundary slow, like that was annihilation. Fire Strays, what else you got in the arsenal? It's the Galactic Legend coming up with no invisible boundary, but a very visible shield, and a lot of ways on this map to find cover and shelter from the storm. And we're gonna need to see a storm, a firestorm from Fire Strays if they want to...
With the Freedom Charger heading back onto their own team, trying to give as much overhelp as possible. Here comes the puddle left behind by the Jeff, but will it turn into a lake of tears is the question. Doesn't need anyone over here. Quick self-stone. Cube is getting on top of them with the White Fox. Just fleeing away for now. It seems like Fire Strays, their defensive play has been rewarded. Demon wraps around the back, knowing that this could be the final fight. Out comes the Banhammer. It will punish you when you miss, but Demon just takes the damage raw from the Golden Desert Eagles. A 2 versus 1 on the point. The rest of Vision needs to try and make their way towards the objective now. The mission area going to fall away. Overtime in session. Teller's gone down. Can start doing the teleportation the second that they come back, but there's still going to be a couple of seconds before that one's available. Game is actually swapped over now onto the Doctor Strange instead. A little bit of a do-si-do on that. This is going to be 2 Vanguards returning to the point. A quick exit from the Kumiho Unleashed. Great play from QB, and then over onto the Jeff. The APM from Vision right now is crazy, but it's going to be Sloppo with the Apex Predator that could decide all of this. When is Sloppo going to be forced to use it is the question. For now, Vision Esports just have so much presence on the point. They want Rex really badly in the back. Satam falling low as well. Demon wants their counterpart inside of all of this. Is going to be the Apex Predator. 3 grabs, 3 frags. Unbelievable from Sloppo. It's anything from but sloppy. It's beautiful play.
Wow, Vision, they never gave up, they never surrendered, but they kneeled at the end. Of course, when they only had a Star-Lord and a White Fox left. You had Kumiho form, and you had the Galactic Legend, a portal that came in time for Vision to extend the fight, which gave them the hope that they could win it in 2. So Vision invested everything, but it's Fire Strays that surrounded their prey and tore them apart. Of course, that storm came for Fire Strays. Vision needed a Umbrella, and with this new substitute in, and even some changes from the Fire Stray side. Snost and Closer are exchanging roles. Both, of course, the other Closer usually plays the Jeff. Snost does the invisible woman. But Sloppo, I think, had more of an impact towards the later of the round with big Apex Predators to claim fights in an economical way. But it's the final round for the first map, and you don't see any Doctor Strange portals.
No Strange portals this time. I think for me, the big change here is Demon heading over onto a second duelist. Like, moving away from that triple strategist when you're going up against so much meat in the form of 3 duelists really seems to have given Fire Strays the damage that they need for finishing power to make something happen.
I thought a car was reversing. It's
Yeah,
just
me
Deadpool. But anyway. I looked behind me and everything, but Blackso has to look in front, and wow, already a commanding position for Fire Strays, but they are controlling the perimeter. Vision are stuck on an island. They want to cap the point first.
Yeah, Vision definitely going to try and sit in place. What a Vibranium Energy sword. He is definitely carving through Vision right now. 2 strategists full. Most of the healing is gone. The rest of Vision, all they can do is really just sit in place and wait to fall in their own right. For Fire Strays, this is going to be a first cap.
And that is the risk of playing on the point for the cap first. Fire Strays, I love that positioning better. Blackso was able to identify where those strategists were sitting and run them over, because Captain America is so untouchable when he gets the ball rolling. Fire Strays identified those squishy targets and were able to win the war at the end. But now you're going to have more of those piercing heals with QB swapping to the Jeff, maybe helping out with some speed if you want to try and escape away from a Captain America in your backline.
Interdimensional toy box going to be available, but look at Fire Stray's ult bank, man. They have 5 and they're almost going to have 6 as they head in here. Vision Esport, they might want to take a dry fight here, just play for the economy.
And just play for stall. Play on the point as much as you can. I'm surprised Vision aren't trying to pressure that back. Fire Strays can always have Blackso be able to anchor. Do you see the combination, though, of the Royal Flush Galactic Legend? It's usually been staggered.
All right, Binary with the Banhammer to begin with here, likely onto a back. Gainer going to be buffed up here for Raging Royal Legend, taking to the skies. The damage is almost unbearable, but you know what can sustain that? Just the cave in the middle. The physical cover's good. Binary can't be saved. The invisible boundary is a great counter-strike now, and you don't know where Damon's coming from. There's violence, there's vision, and what there is pain to be having. On the point, it's Gainer rolling forward, moving in. Oh, the cleave is great. Closes down already, trying to avoid the Jeff. Closer can't really get anything, and neither can Znost. Self-stun after that, even with the healing puzzle on the floor. A great turnaround here from Vision Esport, but it's taken everything that they had.
Literally, Vision used every single ultimate, and they only took it back at 82%. So now I'm convinced if they can use the Galactic Legend and the Royal Flush at the same time, they will, but they will not wait an extra second for the other person. Even that level of firepower wasn't enough to overwhelm Fire Strays. They found cover. There was beautiful shields, too, from Teller to stop any counteraction from Fire Strays. Getting through this cave entry can be a little tricky, but the damage is good from Fire Strays to pressure back.
Stats, I'm worried about the angle from Damon here. Wants to try and mark it, but you do have Binary in the back trying to get this real annoyance on point right now. Drags 4 players back, and this has really messed with Vision Esports' spread here. Fire might find them in a secluded location, but all 12 ultimates were used in the previous fight. So for now, it's just all about that neutral play. Blackstone wants to move it on towards the back. It would be ideal to try and get Rex to there for target focus to try and make it work. And Blackstone's waiting for the next Vibranium Energy Sword. Takes to the skies around the back. A Banhammer's already been given out, but his Binary is really trying to make this distance happen. Gainer gets in the way. A good stun onto the Deadpool to try and stop things in their tracks, and Rex is just given over the Raging Royal Flush. The ultimate replay here for Vision Esports to get back into the game.
And QB, the ultimate time waster, but in the best of ways. This swap to Jeff has really ruined Black, so he hasn't been able to get easy and quick picks on the strat line. QB is so elusive and is untouchable, so Vision can really rely on that, and maybe this upcoming puddle, it's Jeff to claim Fire Strays while they're grouped up, or namely, to keep Vision anchored in their position.
Satan dips in for just a second. A few percent away from that ultimate. You can see that Blackso has already forced out a couple of cards here from Rex on the other side. And now Demon wants to chase. Can you find him in the cave is the question. Teller needs to get the meter around, but it's not going to be available just in time. Great shield play right there. And Blackso with the dodge as well. That's going to mean a stun onto the Jeff. QB not so evasive this time, and the Freedom Charge will drag forth the remainder of Fire Strays onto a point. Vision Esport could have won it here and there, but now it's going to come down to one last battle.
And Black, so I loved his approach. Okay, if I can't harm the backline, I'm gonna harm everyone else. Played it front to back. Here's a portal play from Vision. Need to see Saddam get involved in this equation quickly. He's the Galactic Legend user here.
Gainer with the Heartbreaker, close to spot up the invisible boundary. What's going to deal with Satam's ultimate in the second stage of fight is the question. It comes through already, but will Teller and Rex fall before anything can really be done? 3 players have fallen already. QB's doing their best to flee away. Run, Sharky, run, as Gainer makes their way in towards the back line, but all alone with no heals. It is not tenable. Vision Esport are not on the point, and Fire Strays turn it around with a reverse sweep.
Oh, a big punch up for Fire Strays after having, what, half the strategist pool banned against them. They leaned on Blackso, the Captain America, the captain of this team, to run down and to have the chase begin. Binary, your MVP on that one, playing more of the Deadpool today than the Hulk that we've previously seen on the Celestial Husk against... well, I forgot who they faced yesterday, but he was a difference maker. And paired with Blackstone, the Captain America, they were able to follow through. And 27k, like almost doing Elsa amounts of damage on the Deadpool of the Vanguard variety is insane.
Yeah, going up against triple Vanguards, you are hitting a lot of shots, and that means getting XP incredibly early. And when you get into those second rounds and you have a fully upgraded Deadpool, things start to get a little bit more difficult to deal with, especially when you have Demon swapping from the Ultron onto the Star-Lord as well, which really cranks up that damage output. It felt like Fire Strays, they had trouble adapting to the triple Vanguard in the first point. And once Vision, kind of found their flow moving together, it was very difficult to take them down because they had so much AoE healing.
And Vision already kind of lost the final round when they gave up 82-something% to Fire Strays. And that's the drawback of running a triple Vanguard. You're not going to, well, unless your name is Binary, do as much damage as a duelist. And Batter tried to keep up, but this is... kind of got outgunned and outmatched, and Vision were, even with the Galactic Legend and the Royal Flush, it's a one-sided gambit for Vision, that still wasn't enough to overwhelm Fire Strays. And yes, you can applaud the Znost and Closer's strat plays, even just being 2 strats to handle all of that damage is really impressive, but Fire Strays just really had a good understanding of that map to know where to hide, where to escape, and when to re-enter and retake into the fight. So macro-wise, I was very impressed with how Fire Strays approached Celestial Husk, and especially that final round.
Yeah, I think Fire Strays also had a very smart ban to get rid of Daredevil in particular on this map. Because with Satam in, can you imagine if you have 3 Vanguards running at you and there's a Daredevil in there as well? Like, the Deathball play would be very difficult to try and counteract. But by forcing Satam onto a more poke or flank heavy duelist like the Star-Lord who wants to try and take those off angles, you are able to partition those fights a lot more effectively. You can try and isolate some of the Vanguards. Credit to Binary as well. I think in that final fight, we did see a magical unicorn shield go down to block off some of the healing. I think from the Magneto that was Teller, in order to try and flip that point. When you're backing off into both a Jeff and a Gambit at that close range, there's a lot of healing that's going to be going your way, but the block off from Binary was so perfect. Great partitioning of the enemy team. And
for Teller to substitute in and do as well as he did, because he's usually a Vanguard player, so just based on the players you knew Vision were going to be running this triple Vanguard, Teller drops 20,000 damage, the second most amount on his team, whether it's running the Strange, going for portal plays off the rip, or being on the Magneto and really defending his team while they were running away from the rush. And but you miss out on Zergs, who's usually the Star-Lord, or at least a secondary duelist, and Vision missing out on that damage is what really mattered.
Yeah, we're going to be rushing into a map number 2 right after Vision pick where we're going, so we'll see where we are after this break.
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Welcome back, everyone. That was a heater of a matchup, and it even woke my cat up at this point as well. So hello.
Everybody
but
else.
one thing we do have to talk about was how every single point went down to the wire, overtime or a nothing or a bust between these teams. I mean, that couldn't have been any closer, Lemon.
Absolutely. Every round 99, like, leg days hyperventilating, trying to keep up. I'm parsing all the dimensions of all these different fights going on, and it was just rock, paper, scissors so much, but Vision bringing out the triple Vanguard, that's such a unique look. It's just, it came down also to who won the first fight, and Fire Strays in that final round getting that initial 80% is a pretty big buffer to win the rest of it.
Oh man, I just like one thing I want to talk about here as well, Leg Day, in terms of like why it might have been so close is because Vision were smart. They did their homework. They made sure to target ban every single time. We saw them focus on the Mantis first, and no one really did that. They gave them the Elsa, and we kind of heard some insight from the America side of things like, hey, sometimes we give them a hero that's always banned because they're not practiced on it. We kind of saw Slapo take some time to get ready on the Elsa because usually it's been banned most recently.
Yeah, I mean, like, Elsa ban has definitely been the meta in the second week where Fire Strays have been looking better, and when Fire Strays got Elsa before, it was during their we don't talk about this phase, you know? Which was not a good look for them. So I think the Vision, like, they were on the right track there, especially with triple Vanguard as well, knowing that Elsa will do a lot of damage to those Vanguards with a percentage health damage, but not necessarily be able to find the KOs super easily. They knew that that would feed their Gambit ults very effectively, which is why they only had to run 2 strategists, and they can still play for that Raging Royal Legend combo. But I think Fire Strays, they made some great changes midway through going into map number 2, including putting Demon on the Satan marker, essentially. Just keep my Star-Lord on their Star-Lord.
That's the thing to notice here as well. I mean, you talked about it, Lemon, towards the end of it, is that we saw a bit of a different roster from Team Vision. They focused more on the triple Vanguard, maybe to make it a little bit easier for the Gambit to build up that ult charge. We even saw in previous series from other teams that was a struggle based on the 20% ult charge nerf, so maybe that's how they tried to counteract it here. But going into this next one specifically, you think we'll see kind of a similar style? It looks like they're sticking with the same roster for the most part, and hopefully we do not see Shin Shibuya again for their sakes.
At least pick the defense. I'm on my hands and knees begging, okay? Because that is going to be the stronger side, and that'll be the lesson. But also, are we going to keep allowing Rex and Gainer to have the Gambit Rogue? That is still very strong, and a whole reason Vision were able to force this to go the distance. And Saddam is doing his best Zerx impression, I think, slotting in those shoes pretty well. And hope Zerx is well too. I don't know why, like, what the roster situation is. I don't have the gossip, But I love what Blax was able to do on that Captain America, just forcing QB to all these different swaps. And it's just like this cat and mouse game, but the cat's got a big old shield.
Well, it looks like for now I'm not getting baited this time. So Sestroid isn't playing. It's Damon still in the roster this go around leg day. According to the lobby, they're saying they're ready, so they're going in with Damon again. I mean, this is the first time we've actually seen Damon outside of domination. What can we expect from them, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think it makes sense given that you're seeing that Teller stays in on the other side, right? Like, you're going to want to try and bring in the Demon if you're expecting to go up against possibly a triple Vanguard, because Demon's second most played hero, I'd say, is probably Wolverine, which deals with Vanguards very well.
This, just to quickly point out, Yggdrasil's path was chosen by Fire Strays against Reason, and it was so rough. They got full held on their attack. Reason locked in a 3.5-minute time bank on their attack. So, of course, that was with a week's difference or so, or there's a lot of time that Fire Strays have done, and they've put in a lot of work to change up their approach. So this is going to be an interesting pick.
I kind of like this, actually. It changes the flow of things. It goes from, you know, a convergence that wasn't working so well for Vision, and they'll have to still win on a convergence afterwards. So maybe they aren't feeling as confident on that mode. Back to a convoy map instead. And as you mentioned, Lemon, like, we didn't really see a good performance, unfortunately, from the side of Fire Strays last time they played on this against Reason. So this could be the win condition for Vision, because they know, hey, we're likely to make it through either way, but if we can disrupt the momentum of Fire Strays. They've done their homework, but we'll see if they can ace the test here on Yggdrasil Path. It's Fire Strays looking for a sweep to secure their playoff hopes, or Vision looking to stay alive as that third seed. We'll go into it with Leg Day and Lemon. Take it away.
If this goes to a 3, Lemon, there's a very real chance that Fire Strays choose to take Vision Esport to Shibuya, which I think would be rather amusing. Once again, Vision Esport looking down the barrel of that Mantis ban again, definitely seeing that, you know, if we can constrain Znost, it might be ideal.
And what would be their first protect? I think it was around the Gambit for Rex
Possibly
last time. And
yeah.
oh, one-sided Mantis.
I mean, makes sense. Like, if you don't have Xerxin, who's your Elsa player, then you don't want to, like, faint towards the protect on Elsa, because Fire Strays know exactly who you have in right now. So they're not so worried about first banning that Elsa. It is going to go away just so that it's not an option, I imagine. But, like, Fire Strays, you can tell from the time they're taking, they're wondering, like, do we need to ban Elsa? Like, do they have the Elsa player?
Yeah, like, it's kind of feels like automatic. The same way I'll go into my ranked games and I go to the bathroom because I trust my whole team will also ban Elsa. Like, we're all on the same page about this, but it's a one-sided Elsa for Fire Strays. Slappo, there were so many people to highlight, but he dropped 30,000 damage and felt like kind of flying under the radar. And I think Yggdrasil's path is going to be even stronger for Elsa, because it's not going to be an absolute maze to get this Apex Predator around. He only goes straight, and there's a lot of straight paths on Yggdrasil's path.
Okay, so Vision Esport might go for Invis ban here. This one makes a lot of sense. You're trying to constrain Blackso away from that Doctor Strange by getting rid of the team-up, because not only does the team-up have a pull-in effect to it, but it also stops Doctor Strange from getting anti-healed when he reaches 100 energy, which can be a very critical part in a fight. White Fox potentially protected here from Fire Strays, which would be interesting. I would love to see some attention to the Vanguard Deadpool for both these teams, given that both Badder and Binary had excellent performances on the previous map.
You gotta save one strategist, because if Vision had more bans, they would get rid of all of them, and you would have no healing at all. But I gotta say, a White Fox Protect, that's gotta be like a first, or maybe a second in EMEA. Like, that is a very rare sight to see. But they need to have some reliance on some kind of strategist to keep their Vanguard line up. And look, more strategists are off the table, and the Vanguard Deadpool kept possibly for Batter here for Vision.
Yeah, likely a great target onto Sloppo as well, just to try and constrain that Elsa a touch with the Banhammer. Probably going to make it even Stevens for the Invisible Woman ban. To be honest, you don't want to have to deal with too many of those pulls if you don't have any of your own. She's just a very well-kitted character, lots of agency. So that's going to be taken away from both teams. Rex is not going to be able to stay on that one for long. Znost does have access to the Loki, though, which could be interesting. We might see the Cloaky. It's a bit rare. It would be a first in the preseason. But Cloak and Dagger is not in the worst position right now, to be honest, for change to allow them to have like two two Terra Cape charges or two like healing wall charges, depending on what you want to play, does mean it's a very versatile character.
It's been a while since I've seen Znost on the Loki, and kind of what we brought up earlier. Sometimes when you face the same bands over and over, how much real script time do you have? Well, actually, only script time, and who knows how those go. But Fire Strays are going to be out once again. Blackso on that signature group. This first fight on the choke point is going to be very strong for him because those walls, those Thornlash walls, are going to be on the sides where you're not really paying attention. So it's a lot of free damage for the defense, while Binary will try to soak up as much damage as possible on the front lines. Demon and Sloppo can get on that first platform to get some sight lines onto the strategist, while Vision seem locked in on this composition, and Saddam's on the Daredevil.
Yeah, that one made it through the ban phase this time, and it is going to be damage boosted by Teller. So this is where Satam gets the chance to go fully devil mode.
I want to see that devil out. And Vision not only have walls, but they have floors courtesy of Blackso. But Blackso is also going to be a good ult giver because he is an ult battery if you keep shooting at him. Triple strat though for Vision, because they want to set Batter up in a position to have Satam follow through, but you also don't want to get isolated by these group walls. Here's the engage.
Heading towards the back, might have to deal with the regeneration domain, perfectly used there to try and save Damon from the incoming damage. But look, Fire Strays are all constrained in this back area. Snox's going to have to try and pocket them through as they move forward once again. And Sloppo needs a little bit of attention for healing as well. In towards the back, Batter's got 3 players grabbed by the corrosive tendrils, slowing them down. Can Snox get away? Perfectly timed on the bubble, but when you come close together, that's when Satam can start to cleave through all of you, and the Righteous Cross will take Elsa Bloodstone to prison for a little bit longer.
A good initiative on the engage, but it's the maintenance that is very difficult to do with a Venom comp, and that's why a lot of teams prefer the Hulk to be able to have more staying power, but Fire Strays are staying on this defense.
Eternal Bond here used by Closer. That was built up incredibly quickly. Unbelievable vulnerability. The Terra Cape afflicts 4 people at once, and when you're taking 28% more damage, the healing just cannot keep up.
And that's why they call him the Closer, baby. And to get aggressive in your face, not even on the flank for the Cloak and Dagger, but that Terror Cape, that vulnerability is something Vision have to keep an eye on, especially when you run the triple strats. Everyone has to pay attention, and I'm paying attention to Saddam.
Oh, damage boosted Daredevil is actually a crime. I don't care, it's a crime. That's so many players inside. Can they get through the Soul Resurgence? Rex has already gone down, so down to 2 strategists now, and it has to get super aggressive. But Clokey getting maximum value, a second Eternal Bond. You better believe there's more Terror Capes in the chamber as well. Firing them back, but it is a good disengage here from Vision. They only use 2 ultimates to try and make that one work.
And the Cloak and Dagger is so much scarier when you have the 2 Terra Capes now, but the Devil's out for Saddam. He wants to end it once and for all.
Devil's out and the strategist ultimates are gone. There's nothing to save Damon and Sloppo. They just have to take to the skies, try and avoid this one. Satam just being as evasive as they can do, but there's no other real targets for Damon to try and bring down. Black Sir finds himself with very little help, so Teller's easily able to run them down with the Mantis, and now control of the cart is very much in favor of Vision.
Yeah, Blackstone, you're a very submissive and birdable tree, okay? I cannot see you frontline like Captain America. Vision, though, they're trampling, and here's a portal from Fire Strays.
Oh, the timing's good, and the Thor is out just to try and get through there as quickly as possible. It's a good fight against Satam for the Thor, but honestly, it's a little bit of desperation. Sloppo just does their best to hide behind the cart, keep this one contested, but that also means that it's going to be very hard for the healers and the strategists to try and get any LOS onto them. Emerging from the portal, a quick Dark Maelstrom burns away Rex, and now Gain is going to get involved with the dual katanas. Easy headshots onto Znost, removing the god of trickery for all of the crimes that he's committed against Asgard thus far. Blackso's nowhere to be seen, and Damon stands with no friends.
Ugh. Pretty impressive defense, though, for Fire Strays. You forced, what, 3 or 4 in pretty extended fights out of that. And even Sloppo to have to change to a Doctor Strange, resetting that ult charge. And now they're back to their standard. Blackso is going to keep on the Thor, use the ultimate. We'll see if the swap comes through. This is a bit of a different look from him. And you're the Thor player. You know his weaknesses and strengths. And the Brawl is where he can shine. But you lean on Binary to give those bubbles.
And being chased down is definitely a weakness.
Yeah.
Satam is just so fast. When you run out of that Thor force, you really are a sitting duck. Satam now just easily able to just wail on Binary, to be honest. Free ult charge, Devil's ready to be released. Damage boost has been given over as well.
A lot of changes out of Fire Strays. Now the back corner is going to be held. Vision, Soul Resurgence. They're going to put pedal to the metal, and Gainer's leading.
Oh. Closer can't get the ult out in time either. That means Nost can't copy. So Nost is going to have to get a line of sight here onto a Mantis, try and get another Soul Resurgence, but at least you can see that Sloppo has lost the Apex Predator thus far. Vision Esports have plenty of space to try and work with, but QB's going to make this a little bit of a tighter area thanks to access to that. It's Jeff. Just plays for their own life in the back line, coming up close and personal to Rex. This could be a huge feast of the Abyss. The timing's good. The corrosion is better. Nost has nowhere to go. And while it might be a little bit of health shaved off the top from a Venom from Demon, the damage has been done thus far to the ult bank of Fire Strays. They have basically nothing.
Yeah, fantastic combo and tech from Batter. Pull out the right click, the ult. Seconds later, gets that execution onto Znos, as you pointed out, and Vision needed to maintain momentum at that point. This is such a dreadful corner for the attackers to push, especially when the cart moves forward. It's tough to squeeze through the sides as well, and Gainer is going to take initiative.
All right, Devil ready to be unleashed. Can't move too far forward. Binary's just sitting here imperiously with the Meteor Ram. Gets a lot of damage there onto Batter, and Sloppo's there with the finish as well. And it seems like it's been great zoning. Satam got nothing off the back of that ultimate. And now they're going to try and close in on the Daredevil. Make sure that he cannot stay alive in the backline for too long.
Looking forward to this Apex Predator. If you guys like bowling, you're gonna love playing Elsa on this map, and Vision just need to make sure they keep their strategists around the corner, but Rex wants to get involved.
Oh, instantly stunned and instantly bird. Nowhere for the Kumiho Unleashed to go, but Gainer with all those Eagles to do plenty of damage here as well. Out goes the Banhammer. Sloppo, they're just gonna lose the Apex Predator straight away, falling in their own right. Kubi making sure that there's no fair 1v1s on Asgard today, and Byri's gonna be staggered out in their own right. Fire Strays lose control of second.
And Slappo's been hit or miss with these Apex Predators. It should be a win fight button, but despite Vision being in his path, I didn't see the Apex Predator really claim any good meals. But the Fire Strays defense takes off so much time, but now I start to worry if Vision can actually complete the map, because Saddam's been isolated.
Now, Blackso finally found the 1v1 he wanted when he swapped over to his Thor, and now once again, just going to be a little bit of a pain on the cart. A pain in my mission area, you know. Gain is well out of sorts over here, easily taken down by the Terror Cape from Closer, and Blackso's finally started finding the engagement that he wanted. You don't want to be in these like 3v1s as Thor, you just want to find a 1v1 in a dark alley.
And Blackso gets his revenge, but I like if he could try to get on his subtle flank against Vision. He could actually push Vision into Fire Strays' own team, so that could be a nice neutral win condition, but there's a ton of ults as Fire Strays are ready to unleash.
Disengagement here from Blackso, getting the bubble from a Cloak and Dagger as well as the Magneto. It's a lot of resources to try and keep your front line alive. Heading in towards the back. Already it's going to be the Eternal Bond used here by Closer, but you can't go too far forward here if you're Fire Strays. You don't really have the AoE, so Vision Esport back off. They're going to re-engage now with QB's ultimate, who might just play for survivability in the back after buying all that space.
Not an easy ult to get off for the It's Jeff when there's still a Magneto up ready to defend, but Vision, they have him where they want him.
God of Thunder drives them back. Znost claims the space once again via the Eternal Bond. Could be pulled out of it for now. Oh no, Znost overplays their hand. Goes into a 1 versus 6 scenario. What great target focus from Vision Esport. And now Fire Strays, they're in a position where they don't quite have as much healing as they thought they did. That's going to be a Kumiho Unleashed from Damon. Oh my goodness, the Apex Predator. Sloppo's off the charts, bro.
Out of a hibernation and on to the feed. Fire Strays with a huge ultimate at the end from Sloppo to end it once and for all, despite how well that fight kicked off for Vision. You had the Feast of the Abyss from the Venom that produced an anti-heal onto almost the entirety of Fire Strays while they were trying to use their strat ults, but Vision couldn't capitalize. Getting around that corner at the initial part of Point C is so defender-sided, and Fire Strays, just like Celestial Husk, they know when to back away, to disengage, and to counteract. And Sloppo, despite the Apex Predators being hit or miss, they hit Vision right in the face. But Vision also got pretty far on that push.
Let me cook here. The double beastie combo goes a little bit crazy. The Kumiho Unleashed with the Apex Predator. So I think that with the 900 HP health bar that the Kumiho Unleashed gets and how big it is, There's a world where maybe we saw Demon actually body blocking for the Glatrox on its way in, 'cause it's only got a small health pool. And then when it comes back as well, you're all getting trampled by the angry Kumiho Parade, and each of those stomps gives even more HP over to the Kumiho Unleashed, because that's the only way that you get for self-sustain during that. I think that that might be part of the reason why Sloppo's ult was so successful.
4, 3, 2.
Now Fire Strays have to match the pace if they want to take this series into, but Vision, this was their choice of map. And man, did they look so much better, because they got full health last time, and they went the distance with this triple strat. They just have to make sure they support Saddam, who's taking a more distanced approach with the Phoenix instead of the Daredevil this time.
These Terror Capes are getting some value, though. A single Terror Cape does claim most of the high ground here. A safe space for Demon to try and operate from. And you can see that Vision Esports are playing quite a far back position, just continuing to poke out and wait for ults.
Getting a lot of free progress, as this is going to come down to one fight for the cap. Despite maybe a portal that could come out, but got the Banhammer out.
Yeah, Banhammer opener here from Gainer, but just bringing up the crystals for regeneration of main is enough to try and rebuff this assault. Now Vision Esports, they have to bend backwards, try and force them over extensions. Snot's getting continuously peppered by Gainer, but it's easy to heal through when you've got this cloaky backline. It's just so much raw healing. A couple of dinks from Damon, though, start to open it up. Another Vanguard in the way. The Terror Cape, once again, is going to get the final blow. Closer has been on point with these. There's nowhere for Banner to go, by the way. Walled up behind them. Both of their strategists have been zoned out on the other side. Fire Strays are moving through this one remarkably quickly.
And the staggers mean that Fire Strays, when it rains, it pours, and they could cause a hemorrhage on the Vision side if they do not escape, which I think they were able to. Binary got slept by Teller, so that's how you're able to calm them down. But having just a Deadpool and a Magneto as your two Vanguards, they're so worried about getting walled off from Blackstone's Groot that they just kept giving up space and space and space and had no real way of fighting back into this. Fire Strays controlled the entire chaos, and they have a pretty big time bank advantage going in with a Strangling Prison on the menu.
Your Strangling Prison, what do you have to follow up with it? Likely going to be your Phoenix. The Ensong Inferno could be a great combination for this one. However, there's a world where Gainer can body block this one while being CC immune if that Ironwood wall is up. Oh, what an eat! Great play here from Badder. Is going to be able to make sure there's no follow-up on that Ensong Inferno as well, while Sassam is going to be traded out on the other side. Thus far, it's gone okay for Vision Esports. Losing Gainer might well turn this one around, though. But Kumiho Unleashed for Terror Cape. 28% more damage. 900 HP doesn't last for too long. Badder needs to make it work here. And coming up with the Iron Volleys, it's all about the mechanics. Badder is just that guy for this fight. Eating up the Strangling Prison was the first ingredient that was needed, and I was just adding the je ne sais quoi, a little bit of a nice rye gravy on the back of it. Satam just going to chase out that Venom, not allowing too much in the way of survival. But look at that, a quick force, and they don't even know where the Venom is. Oh, Satam, not like this.
The floor had it coming, okay? But I also want to point out, Binary had almost, what, a 5-man toss-up on his dive, so he just set up the fight beautifully for Fire Strays to hit a home run. Vision also had a Strangling Prison, but Gainer swapped to Portal, didn't need it, so you kind of sacrificed the Strangling Prison, but he's already earned another one. But Fire Strays, they're the ones who look confident right now.
Oh, look at Blackstone's ult generation as well, by the way. 20%. Bro did not get the memo. Almost got yet another one. Oh, the Apex Predator. It's already got 3, and they've got nowhere to go but into the jaws of the Glatrox, and Bro do be chewing his sticks today.
I'm already writing that down. Top 5 plays of the day from Sluppo. Pick an Apex Predator. He's been feasting. A little bit of a backhand to Teller. Teller, I say hi. But Vision, now we're coming out of spawn. Fire Strays could catch him.
I mean, it's a... Oh, wait. Hold up. Counter ultimate here. For regeneration domains, they've got great coverage, though. Perfectly played by Snos. There's a reason that this guy was lauded as a low-key player, and you cannot allow it to make it through the bans, or Snos is just going to dominate. Oh, they used the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. I mean, I guess there's not really any space to try and work with. There's no regeneration domain for now, so Snos just has to hide away from a meteor end, but Badder can't really get any value off of it. The rest of Vision, he's wanting to move up towards Car.
And Znas has a firing squad, and he has an ult, and Vision are trying to fight back, but they're not on the same page. With 4 minutes to spare, Fire Strays lock in Yggdrasil's path and take the series.
Unbelievable stuff there from Fire Strays. I mean, like, Blackso just was so confident in his strategist that entire time. You've got so much healing with a Cloak and Dagger and a Loki. Bro is just donk walking down main, you know? He's just group walking it down, and there's no one who can really stop him. The damage simply wasn't there. And it feels like Fire Strays were just rolling through that with everything they could want. They had the Groot, they had the Loki, they had the Elsa as well. And once again, Sloppo dropping a fat 31k damage with 13 final hits. This guy, it may have been a little bit of a slow start, but warmed up, he's crazy.
And from a fast start to a slower one for Vision, they were just always running away and then picking the wrong times to go, we should react, guys. And then it'd be one guy trying to react and trying to frontline. They gave up so much space on their defense, just so worried about the threat of Blackso at all times. An absolute group canyon, I gotta say, with Blackso's initiative on these strangling prisons, constantly walling off the vanguards, binary with the dives that would hit at least 4 or 5 every single time. Fire Strays were so cohesive on all fronts to make the vanguards from Vision nervous and to take that last map so convincingly.
All right, let's drop into our replays and bring back Vodable to see what he thought about this. We finally saw the Thor.
Yes,
Vodable.
we did.
Happy me.
I mean, I respect the change-ups that we saw from Fire Strays, but I think the biggest difference is Elsa was banned for a reason. We saw it banned every single time yesterday, and yes, maybe they might not have been as comfortable at the start of the last map, but now that you gave it to them 2 in a row, they're going to lock in because it's like riding a bicycle. It's just you're going to be riding Glottrox instead. And that's what we saw with the Apex Predator ultimates time and time again from Sloppo, but the entire team really showed out. The one thing I want to focus on here, Lemon, as we wait for an interview here as well, is that we saw Damon in instead of Destroyed, and I feel like them focusing so much on the hit scan with the Phoenix also made a huge difference here.
Yeah, just realizing with the triple strategist, you can have all the healing in the world, but sometimes there's some with enough focus and enough combos, especially even with the Venom, the ult, and the tech that you can do. It doesn't matter how many strategies you have out there, you could just fall that easily. So I like we're seeing more of the 2-2-2 out of Fire Strays, because Demon, the mechanics, he gets to really shine on the Phoenix instead of the Ultron or anything else that we would see out of him. And to swap up from having like Daredevils, and then once you know you're on defense or you know you're going to be playing more of a distant game, you bring out the Phoenix, and it forced Vision to not be able to hold on to any space because of all this distant damage coming out.
So much to think about now, because this throws the entire group into disarray in terms of like qualifications. So we'll have the experts in the background give us more confirmation as we go along with the day. But I think this means that last series even matters so much more so. So Fire Strays leg day did everything they needed to set themselves up for qualifying for playoffs. And talk to me a little bit about like the main differences we've seen from week 1 Fire Strays to week 2 now.
I think that talking to each other was a great start, but also like Znost was became the Alpha Mantis, you know, in Fire Stray's previous fights. Like Znost became the Alpha Mantis to a point where Mantis is getting first banned. And like, if you're in a position where you have someone who's so good at a hero that it demands an instant ban, like, it is a very valuable asset for a team to have. Like, VP used to have this with Sparker's Psylocke back when Psylocke was in her prime. Like, they got to have access to, like, Luna Loki back when that was meta, because just Sparker needed to be banned all the time. And if Fire Strays are in this position where, like, you need to ban Mantis against them, and, like, if you don't ban it first, she's going to get first protected, then I think that just Nos being able to stand on business, just T-pose on them, has been a huge change for Fire Strays.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, Xenos looked really great. I did like the flexibility of this roster, too, from Fire Strays. But speaking of Xenos, we do have the interview ready with them to congratulate them on their victory, but also question some of the ban decisions from the other teams. Xenos, they took you off of your main. They target banned you every time with the Mantis. How did you feel just playing off of that comfort zone that you established yesterday and still able to pull off the 2-0 victory?
Hello, Falcon. First of all, I feel honored, I have to say, obviously, because that is a very great feeling to be target banned. And I think our roster is very flexible, so it's fine to have that. And then I just have to have Sloppo on Elsa, and he can just take over the whole lobby. I'm very fine with that.
what's the overall game plan when you guys end up playing Cloak and Dagger and Loki, which is one of the rarer backlines we've had so far? Is that just a product of everything being banned, or is this very pre-planned?
It was mostly a product of everything being banned, and at the same time, the way the draft went enabled Groot a lot, and we wanted to help Groot do the best he can, as Blaxa is an amazing Groot, and we're basically playing to our strengths.
Yeah, and I mean, map 1 was very strong, but it went the distance. That was a doozy to watch. How were you guys able to approach the triple Vanguard, which is more of a rare line these days from the other side?
We kind of expected them to play triple Vanguard when we saw what players were playing, as they were missing Zergs, I believe. But we did not expect the Mantis ban to be fair, so the first point was a bit rough for us. We took some time to get used to it, and I think then we found the groove. And next map we banned out Gambit to make the triple tank way weaker.
Love to hear it. My final question for you here specifically, and I know it's kind of on everyone's minds. We feel like we saw kind of two different teams from week 1 into week 2. What were the adjustments that you and the roster made to make sure you could lock in towards the latter half of the group stages?
So in the first week, we didn't really have an identity or like a game plan on what we wanted to do. We weren't too sure about how to play this patch yet, and it was a rough awakening for us to lose those 2 maps in the first week, and then we did our best, took a lot of practice, and this week we found what we liked, and I think we have a good chance now. And also, since you said the last version, I'd like to say one more thing. I would want to thank the guys of Shikigami and Saint Amoto and Dwarf, 2 players who helped us in the last minute warm-up game. Thank you very much, they're amazing guys.
Definitely a shout out to the Shikigami crew. Well, thank you, Zanost, for joining us on the broadcast. Congratulations on your win, and we'll inform you towards the end of the day what your fate will be for playoffs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Oh, Snost is lovely, shouting out the emergency warm-up, and you know, good job to the Shikigami guys. Stand up, fellas, coming in for an emergency warm-up. I know that sometimes we'll want cancels, and that's a blacklist, bro.
I was gonna say, if this was North America, Shikigami would be like signing up for the scrim and then ditching it last second. It's like EMEA is so wholesome,
Trading the code.
It's great to see. And if you guys want the opposite of that, NA was absolute comedy yesterday. But yeah, shout out to the Shikigami boys, and they're gonna be playing later today as well.
Yeah, a lot of interesting matchups on the line. Great to see the camaraderie across the scene for EMEA, but it's going to get a little bit spicier once we get to the playoffs and it goes down to the wire for that $50,000 prize pool. But we do have more matches on the docket here. Again, looking ahead, we have Peps versus Alter Esports, VP versus Rad, Shiki versus Heretics, Reason versus Crownfall, and that one even matters so much more so because that will determine the fate of both teams you just watched. So we'll get more details on that as the day goes along and present you with the bracket at the end of it. But we're going to be headed to a quick break. We'll be back with a decider matchup for the last spot in groups in Group A after this.
Yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate.
Fantastic!
Welcome back, everyone. We had a very intense series between Fire Strays and Vision, still awaiting results on exactly how they make it into the playoffs, but we'll keep you updated as we get those updates. Still, we have one decider series. It's pretty quick and dry. It's Team Peps versus Alter Esports. Win and you're in, lose and you're out at 5th place in Group A. And just kind of mentioning this specific matchup here, Lemon, we unfortunately didn't see the best performance from Peps yesterday. They got their first win on Friday and then immediately, I guess, went back to the drawing board, and Shikigami showed how good of a team they really were.
Yeah, they're very much embodying Drake with the started from the bottom, now we're here. And at least it's with a win, okay? You gotta start from somewhere, and Pep showed us that they can win. And so especially someone like Pink, who has stepped up in the biggest of ways, because I always look at Six as this mechanical god. As long as you make space and time for Six, he will deliver on these big team fight wins, whether it's the Phoenix or whatever. But Pink has been that setup guy as the Daredevil, but also the Wolverine. Like, he quite literally is like, here you go, Six, headshot this guy. And I love that team play out of Peps.
I really hope we get to see that synergy from them as well, because Leg Day, talking a bit about the mishaps that we saw, it's kind of like the elephant in the room, right, from yesterday. They didn't get a single elimination at the start, and it felt like Frankie Boxing maybe wasn't feeling as comfortable on the Vanguard pool compared to the Angela that we typically see them in.
Yeah, Frankie definitely is an incredible Angela, but maybe the pool is starting to become a little bit more, stretched and stressed thus far. I think that Peps might be a team that needs a touch more time just to get it together with each other, but admittedly that might just be down to caliber of opponent, right? Like Shikigami, I think, is stronger than a lot of people gave them credit for. On the other side here for Alter Esports, we've got plenty to take a look at.
I mean, I'm just going to throw this right back at you, Leg Day. Do we see the Thor, or is the Hulk coming out?
Oh, I would love to see both, actually. Like, easy Leg Day glaze every day if you're playing Hulk or Thor. I think that Thor actually is a great tool for constraining a Hulk player, but Team Captain just got so much done yesterday. I think firing, like, kind of above the power level on the Hulk multiple times, and if we do go back to a similar domination map, if we go back to Billions T'Challa again, I would love to see Cap pick up the Hulk.
Oh man, that'd be amazing if we see that happen. But also talking about the strat line here, Jen, we saw a lot out of like kind of a triple strategist lineup for Alter Esports, Exo, Invis, Monarch, Mantis, Hatro, White Fox, mainly on the White Fox yesterday. Do we see kind of a similar story from them, or do you think we kind of mix it up here?
Yeah, the triple strat, it just depends what is able to go through. And even when Alter have had 4 strats banned against them, they will find a will and a way to run 3 still. I'm still surprised there's those left. I got to shout out someone like Exo, who there was whispers that Luna wasn't very strong anymore. And of course, White Fox, is the team up there, is helping a lot of things. But these freezes on Luna makes Exo such a good anti-dive strategist. And Monarch, who's been able to play all 3 roles, usually the Mantis, but can also play the Vanguard and be that secondary duelist on the team. And then Hatro's been playing whatever the team needs. Need me to hop on Mantis, need me to be on Jeff, the Ultron. Like, this is a very flexible strat line.
I'm really curious on like what the focus is going to be in terms of that bans again here, Leg Day, especially because, they have the 3 strategist players, some flex as well from Monarch specifically, but we saw in the last series, it quite didn't work out well to just focus on banning the strats. You still have to follow the standard protocol of banning either Elsa and Gambit. And I wonder if either of these teams were looking at that and realized, oh, maybe we got to change our plans a little bit going into this one.
Yeah, we have seen like this internal shift in EMEA towards like the Ultron Mantis, and maybe people are forgetting why Ultron Mantis became popular, with the ban priority being so heavily towards Gambit and Elsa. Like, in some cases, these things just happen because it's necessity is the mother of invention, right? Billions T'Challa does seem to be our first map, which means that I am praying on my knees for Team Captain to go back on the Hulk.
That'd be amazing if we do see that happen, especially how good they looked on it, specifically chasing the other team down. But one thing I do want to mention here is that the issues we did see from Alter Esports against teams such as Heretics, target acquisition, yes, but also the point priority here, Lemon. That was the elephant in the room for them specifically. They left the point, they got distracted. I mean, we even heard from Tanuki saying, some teams who might not be as experienced just get scatterbrained and don't know exactly where to focus. Do we think we see an adaptation already from yesterday into today where they focus a little bit more on the objective play?
I think the composition that they ended up on, and by the way, Leg Day is a Thor traitor. Okay, I want to see Team Captain back on that, but I understand. We care about winning, and Thor is not always part of that. But I think it's been purely a coordination thing, as we'll see how it works out on Domination.
That's true. Map number 1. Both these teams went the distance but didn't take a win. This time they're changing their fate. They got to get the victory to make it to group stage or for the playoffs. We'll see how it goes.
I love it when it's a clear-cut victory condition, Lemon. Win the series and you're into playoffs.
Keep it simple for us, okay? We're not very good at math.
High IQ individuals.
Well, it doesn't take a high IQ to ban 2 Elsas, so what else is next?
All right. Zooming in onto the Mantis, seems like Alter Esports aren't as bothered about the Gambit, but Team Peps, they're more than happy to try and take the Gambit, I imagine, but at least taking it away first. And you know what? Never mind. Mantis for Mantis. This is going to be all about juicing up our avatar, our one duelist. Everyone is just going to focus in. Maybe it's going to be a Whoops versus Pink kind of matchup here. I wouldn't mind seeing Pink back on that Daredevil.
Yeah, Burning T'Challa is very, very open, so as a group player, probably not going to have too much of a fun time. I'm looking at you, I am okay, you're going to have to find something else. But also, you need a strong poke phase, because when you have a very open map, you want to keep your distance, so this is where 6, I think, can really come alive for Team Peps, and he's been great on the Phoenix, but what else is going to be on the menu? Kind of a very, very similar bands, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of focus in on the Gambit Loki, getting rid of the Elsa. The first protect here will be telling, though, from Team Peps. Do they want to maybe keep the Vanguard Deadpool? Do they want to keep the Invis? We even see White Fox protect here today. I wouldn't mind seeing a Daredevil either. Okay, Vanguard Deadpool's where they're going to focus in for this one, just making sure that's available for IMLK as that pivot off of Groot.
And no Jeff to accompany that Venom, but Whoops and this Alter Esports team rarely have Elsa banned against them. People don't see Whoops as a threat, and he's been able to kind of disrespect other teams as he's been able to flex to other duelists. But the final lock-in here for Alter is they hope to have that Vanguard Deadpool part of their equation.
Surprised we haven't seen Ultron come up yet. It seems like there was the micro meta for about 2 days here in EMEA where Ultron and Mantis together for that double damage boost was where a lot of teams were finding success. Invis Woman going to be taken off the board, but this does mean there's the capacity for Alter Esports to play a double team up Jeff if they would like, but with Team Captain currently hovering over Captain America, that doesn't seem to be on the cards.
And the Invisible Woman, or the Invisible Boundary, is so good at really excluding the ranged duelists like Phoenix from being part of the fight, and then you're forced to play more forward, and even the vulnerable strategists have to step forward to at least try to ideally have vision on the people that they're healing. So I'm wondering how much that lack of Invisible Woman is going to keep things nice and open, and mainly that you can see everybody that you're trying to shoot and heal.
Well, Ultron may not have appeared in the ban phase, but certainly is appearing in the game itself. Drones are going to be placed onto the avatars, you know. Pink versus Whoops. You've got to set these guys up to go up against each other with maximum support behind them.
6 going to be on the Ultron. All eggs in the pink basket, so to say. And Team Peps will be on Stellar Spaceport, and this is a very open map where there is very much a lack of cover. So it's going to be important to dance around a shield, but I'm thinking Frankie Boxing wants to Frankie Portal somewhere between Alter Esports.
Yeah, this will give them an advantage in tempo for the first fight, which is very important considering they're going to be low on it when going up against that Captain America. Rolling out first. Seems like the speed is good right now. The Exo just doesn't stop and turn, just continues skating on by. And now Alter Esports, they are going to be playing a flipped map with Team Peps wrapping around behind them. And this is a major resource that's going to be gone. Team Captain's already starting to work that off angle and develop some space for a flank.
Yeah, waiting for these walls to come up around the point, because that's going to be the main time you actually want to play out in the open like this. You're going to have some protection, some anchoring from Peps, and Alter Esports, okay, they are going to contest at the last second. Thank goodness for Z-Cube, as Team Captain is probably going to find some pathing behind the strategist.
Great accuracy from IMLK. Already has access to the banhammer, but who do you want to put it on? Get a quick upgrade onto it for now. This is going to be IMLK, who maybe strikes first. No, it's Z-Cube on the other side. Don't know if anyone's really going to be a victim of that one. A quick exit from the underground as both of our strategist lines do find themselves in these comfortable little cubbies. And Team Captain going to have to get back to the healing, but it's not going to be Hatro's healing. Pink's already managed to find that opening pick you were talking about. A double dark. Maelstrom, Whoops, and Z-Cube both down. Alter Esports, they've just been out-damaged by Team Peps.
And Team Captain's doing good pressure for Alter, but he's the only one doing it. He can't do it all himself. I know he's the captain and he's Captain America, but he needs an American team question mark around him. And maybe a Daredevil substitution would be nice, but Whoops needs to try and match the range DPS that Pink has been able to put out. You already notice it in the ult charge. 30% ahead is Pink with the End Song Inferno.
Camp going into the backline does mean that the Z-Cube doesn't have quite as much support in the front line, and so much of this damage can be pelted into him. It feels like right now Alter Esports Vanguards are having trouble really taking their space when Frankie Boxing just brings up that shield behind him and cuts off all the healing.
This is why cohesion is so important on domination. You can't start your flanking pathing when the enemy has nobody else to look at. So Team Captain needs to sandwich this and find pathing while his team are actually pushing up. But a lot of good ultimates here. Soul Resurgence, just to get them out of this door would be ideal for Alter Esports. And oh, what a clap!
Okay, and also with the changes to Luna, that is going to reduce the healing of the Ice Arts as well. In comes the Eye of Agamotto, easily shielded out there by Team Captain because souls aren't separated from bodies. There's no final hit to be found off the back of Pink's End Song Inferno. Pink now falling low in their own right. Monarch getting a little bit busy with it as the Soul Resurgence is drawn out from the side of Team Caps. Protoss brings the team forward with that additional movement speed before backing off into a safer position to make sure Pink's in this area just keeps sniping on down. A Mag Cannon goes awry, but Z-Cube still has the accuracy. A swap over onto a Magneto to make sure that there is going to be that front line that was lacking previously. It's difficult to take out 6 while they're up here sniping, but Frankie Boxing can't angle the shield in the right direction. Whoops' off angle is absolutely brutal to behold, and while it will be 92 or maybe even a touch more percent, this is a flip for Alter.
Alter used so many ultimates just to finally get back into the stellar spaceport, but I fear the ship has left the station. 93% is no joke. Nobody is laughing from the Alter Esports side, and the Meteor M, it needs a lot of damage to go in to actually pack a punch, so Team Pep just need a convincing fight win to have a convincing round 1 finish.
Team Captain rocking the wolf cap skin. Big fan of this one. Just continuously presenting this threat. Maybe going to try and isolate the Mantis. Jumping away. Nice dodge on the sedation. Perfectly played from the Captain so far. But will there be enough reinforcement for him here? Has already got the bubble. The healing can't come through. A touch greedy there from Team Captain and a nice Mag Cannon as well. Great management from the Magneto to keep him in the danger zone. Baby Bat's in danger. Can they get away? They want Protoss instead. You know what? If you're going to become invisible, I'll just take out your friend instead. Great play from Whoops, and wants even more. 6 is going to be exposed, gives himself a little bit of overhealth thanks to the imperative patch, and IMLK is now here to alleviate the pressure. It's still a lot of pressure on the point, so it needs to come on here and keep this one contested. You can't allow for Team Peps to cap this one for free, and so it's an exchange of strategist ultimates to make it happen.
This has been becoming an arena thanks to that Invisible Woman ult, which may affect why Team Captain isn't getting as much range shields as he would like now that that's banned. End Song Inferno to end this once and for all.
Oh, he's getting a little bit silly with it up there, but actually gets him with the aura off for Deadpool in your area. A rare frag feed to see, but IMLK is making sure that even the respawns are having a bad time returning to this point. Team Peps are now in control. 6 hovers above it all. Out comes the fate of both worlds. That's going to be a bunch of healing. Unsustainable, maybe, for Team Peps, but Protoss disagrees. Rolling forward with their own Soul Resurgence. The extra movement speed means the Magneto in particular can get a lot more dangerous. And here comes the Rage of Ultron. Nothing to heal up Team Captain. A bunch of that healing is actually absorbed by Frankie Boxing, trying to place the other Magneto into an untenable position. Can bring up the shield behind them, try and block off some of the heals. Look at the angle here from IMLK. Frankie Boxing is doing a great job of protecting the entries, and there are the shields. There's nothing for Z-Cube. Even the body blocks on the healing as well mean there's nothing to sustain that Vanguard.
Speaking of Vanguards, it feels like Alter Esports just never had the cooldowns to maintain the space, especially in a desperation scenario where you quite literally have to make a 0 to 100 comeback. Not having that Invisible Woman, just to follow through on what I was saying, you can't really just throw that distant shield to your Captain America who is in desperate need of some TLC. It's very hard to access Team Captain. I like that he eventually went to the Deadpool, but then you're kind of starting from scratch. You have to level up, and you're then just getting gapped by IMLK, who was there from the start, and looking at the difference of damage. Okay, Pink and Whoops are actually pretty competitive amongst each other. It's maybe the difference of final hits. And then you look at the Mantis as the Mantisize, I don't know, but plural. Mantises, that's the one. We'll iterate on that. As the secondary point of damage, and even Proto and Monarch are very close together, so I'm thinking it's about coordination from Team Peps, and you had Alter on the back foot with swaps. We're now on Warrior Falls. You're going to have, again, another ranged poke phase at the central point, but who will rotate to the point first? Team Peps already want to take it to the falls.
For now, Hatra is playing this very trepidatiously. Doesn't want to expose themselves too early, knowing that they have been a primary target in the times past. But I am okay. Just ready to stand on business on the point for now. Whoop's going to develop this angle. Pink actually has the high ground right now, which might be a bit of a difference maker. And already damage boost has been given over by the Ultron onto Pink over there. ZQ has to be careful as the shield is brought up behind them to try and cut off some of that healing. And in comes the Ensong Inferno. Pink ready to strike already. There is no damage boost on it for now, so Exo's not going to be taken down in one shot. But as they back off, it means that ZQ can't stand on the space. Exo's going to stand on business for themselves, though. Out comes the Banhammer right on top of the Ultron. But it seems that inside of the invisible boundary, they don't really have to worry about the damage. A first cap here for Team Peps. This is going to be a re-engage with the Ensong Inferno. They want Protoss real bad, and the extra explosion from the Spark is enough to one-tap the Mantis.
Now, Alter need to just fire on all cylinders. They can't afford to let Team Peps get another 99% start. They've already given up the cap first, and it needs to be a clean sweep. And now that Frankie's missing, Alter don't have any safe space to be on.
Okay, let's check in on the ults here. It's going to be ZQ with access to the Meter M. The portal's opened, but I think this one's already
No one's home?
Yeah. You know what? Never mind.
Wow.
I knocked, but you're in the shower.
Yeah, and the fact that you have a one-sided Invisible Woman, I can't stress enough that Baby Bat can put up the shield on their own backline to prevent damage and a lot of pressure onto people like Proto and Six. So Ultra having to invest a lot more, and Frankie, he's boxed all right.
Oh man, to be able to go down to that poke early is that's a little bit of a tilter, I'm not gonna lie. When you're a Vanguard, like, what is everyone looking at but not me? Six buys the space with the Rage of Ultron, of course, exchanging out with Hatra. Frankie Boxing getting aggressive, starts to eat up the heals. Are they gonna just try and exchange this one? Oh, I'm simply better, says Frankie. A little bit of a Meteor M div, perhaps, as ZQ just cannot get any sustain as all of the heals are eaten on up. Whoop's now caught in a bad position, but overextending to try and heal for them might be a fatal flaw here. Alter Esports lose control of the point. Monarch needs to try and escape. There's no way for Hatchro to go, and Frankie Boxing's having himself a time on the mag.
And it's, yeah, Alter, it was a late fate of both. Oh, the sleep stagger. Oh, no. Oh, no, not like this. The Monarch back to the cocoon and back to the spawn room. Precious seconds. Team Peps now in the lead as a result. And again, I feel like the Vanguards from Frankie and IMLK have stepped up to the occasion. But Whoops trying to do his best to get Team Peps low and on the back foot. But the healing has just been next level from Team Peps. Alter need a pick in their favor. And if, you know, the ults go awry, you need to salvage. Baby Bat is accessible here.
Oh, Protoss already gone down, but in this tight area, that's where the Ensong Inferno could do a bunch of damage, and Whoops found that out the hard way. Now everyone else has to try and make it work off the back of a Soul Resurgence. Perhaps an isolation here onto Pink. That one could be an easy pickup for the remainder of Alter Esport, and with Team Peps potentially overextending themselves, not able to use either of their strategist ultimates, they're going to lose control of the point.
Yeah, Team Peps getting a little too greedy, a little too confident. It's kind of an awkward corner, right? Because then your strategists still need to keep some kind of line of sight, and an Invisible Woman doesn't have infinite healing range, so needs to be as close as they can. Alter Esports identified that weakness, that mistake, and punished that error. Now Alter Esports need to defend like their lives depend on it, because also depends when that portal is on cooldown. Alter Esports used it, and speaking of, we got We got the band hammer.
Oh, Whoops has already got one, and 6 fell down as well. Every single strategist from Peps just disintegrates in the Alpha Strike. They did end up using the Soul Resurgence, but still have that invisible boundary for later, and there's not much to really penetrate through it apart from ZQ.
Alter Esports back on their own 2 feet, taking the early fights and the initiative that catches Team Peps off guard. This is going to be the fight to rule them all, to see if we're going into round 3 or not.
Round 3 on the horizon. The Rage of Ultron popped a little bit prematurely. Easy to dodge here from Peps. That's going to be an almost entirely wasted ultimate. Apart from the damage on IMLK, they are able to save him in time. The invisible boundary was a touch too greedy there from Baby, but she could not rescue the Vanguard. Up to the sky goes the Meteor M. It doesn't seem to have done too much, as Frankie Boxing has exchanged his own as well. And now Team Peps, with only a singular Vanguard, are going to have to put all of their healing into Frankie Boxing. Pink needs to find an angle, find an opening somehow. Hutro falling low might be the answer here, and Whoops has an almost inattackable position. He's so well defended up on the high ground. A big push onto Z-Cube, slowly magnetically levitates back down to terra firma, and IMLK has finally returned. Can't afford to fall again, as Whoops building up towards that end song Inferno. There are so many sparks. Frankie Boxing's down. IMLK can't get on in time. We're going to round number 3.
Frankie on an island had the attention of the whole squad. How did he not fall earlier than that? Man, Team Peps were so close to making this in 2, but Alter Esports, they got back on the wagon and they kept sailing. So I love to see that. We now go to the final point, the Imperial Institute of Science. This is as open as it gets. Of course, you have that hole right in the middle as a stall tactic. There is some perimeter play you could do, some small platforms for high grounds. Expect those phoenixes to be up there. I'm not going to try. But the ult advantage for Alter Esports is what I'm looking at, that Soul Resurgence. Alter have lost the first fight every point thus far, and having to play from such a deficit, to play a retake against triple strategist has proven to be such a challenge. I need Alter Esports to come out strong.
Frankie Boxing. It's time for some more shenanigans. And with this team up as well, it can be very easy to pull people well out of position the second you get a fully... Oh, they're going through a doorway. This is the ideal split. Yep, when you go through a narrow doorway, it's just entirely cut off. You can see that the answer here is going to be the Soul Resurgence, but Exo can't even get line of sight. They get rid of Monarch as well. Midway through the ultimate. Oh, Alter Esports, they finally had an ult advantage.
Well, some people can't. Actually, nobody could get through the portal. It's a you have to be this high to get through the portal.
Still?
Oh, that's a blunder from Frankie. No one could get through the portal. It was too tall.
It's just a little bit too difficult. Okay, and now we've got some respawns coming through as well. It's going to get very aggressive here. I believe it's Team Captain actually uses a final exam. A rarity for a Vanguard Deadpool, but wanted for sustainability. Moving in towards the Ultra. They want to blow him up, but instead they'll grab Monarch on the other side. That means Exo has to go all cylinders firing. On the dance floor, ready to boogie. But our Team Pep's going to be a tango partner here. Is it going to be Frankie Boxing finishing all of this? A great big dark power is unleashed from the bowels of Frankie. Happens to me sometimes after I eat a curry. This is going to go down as well. I instantly regret that one, and Team Peps, they're not regretting their investment.
I think Frankie regrets that portal at least, as I try to give myself dementia from what you just said. But hey, that was a pretty big Eye of Agamotto right in the middle of Alter Esports as that Fate of Both Worlds expired. Now expect Alter Esports to fire on all cylinders, namely after with that Rage of Ultron. And what a quick retake for Team Peps. I mean, Alter needed to extend that much longer than they did.
Frankie Boxing standing on business with a shield of a Seraphim. Wants to get into a more aggressive position, I imagine. Look at C-Tube here with the extra damage. It could be everything. Gonna block out a bunch of the... Oh, that's a very charged Meteor M in towards the back line. I think it must have been shielded there by Baby Vamp. There's no way that didn't do enough damage when it was eating up so much Rage of Ultron healing. C-Cube was slowed, shielded off. Frankie Boxing. The ebb and flow of this guy is absolutely unmatched right now.
Yeah, nuclear bomb versus coughing baby moment from courtesy of Frankie Boxing. He's been charged up and bursting down Alter Esports. There's gotta be more punish into a Doctor Strange living in your minds rent-free and also within 6 people feeling rent-free. And now Pink has the end song Inferno, maybe looking for an angle as Frankie Boxing is gonna try and deny this platform, maybe give it to Pink, but he's not gonna want to test those limits.
All right, already 6, just gonna stop firing. skill issue is definitely not going to be that much of an issue here, as the ban habit doesn't get too much in the way of value. And Team Peps, like, they have been getting so much value off of this Doctor Strange, and it seems like it's kind of ascendant in EMEA overall. We saw Black So over on Fire Strays able to make use of his team up as well. Is Doctor Strange back?
Yeah. And we're back on camera as a player has called for a pause, in case you're wondering. You're not missing any of the action, but 72% in favor of Peps versus the 35-point in control for Peps. So that's what we're going to be jumping right back into the middle of action here in a second. And that big win condition we talked about of the End Song Inferno from Pink just got picked off as this pause got called. So I believe it'll be a 6v5 for Alter Esports once we do resume. So it's important to retake as soon as possible, because I don't think Alter can pull off another 0 to 100.
It would be unlikely. Like, the probability's not in their favor. Frankie Box almost has an Eye of Agamotto as well coming into this next fight, and there's no strategist ultimate to try and counter it, so it'd have to be dealt with either via a CC midway through the cast, a well-timed shield from Z-Cube or Team Captain, which is unlikely from Team Captain because obviously the Magical Unicorn shield is entirely ground-born, usually going to be coming from the sky with the Eye of Agamotto, or a stun. And there are a couple of options for that. We've got the Absolute Zero from Exo, we've got the right click from the Phoenix of Whoops, and of course the mid-air sedation from Monarch. It's difficult to hit, but hey, if anyone can, Monarch has been very impressive so far.
And we're ready to get back into the game as IMLK asks, what are you aiming at? We're about to find out, because you just popped the Banhammer, I believe. So let's see who will take map number 1.
All right, 6 minutes to survive this one so far. Patro under siege here from IMLK, who overextends just a touch and finds out that those strategists actually have hands. Damn, I don't want to fight those strategists again. Big space claim here coming through. See that Frankie Boxing's already used their Cloak of Levitation, so they're a little bit lower on options when it comes to what they're going to do with their Eye of Agamotto. Just going to wait for that one to come off cooldown as Whoops wraps around the backhand side. Frankie Boxing falling low. A nice shot there as well. Alter Esports, they are going to be able to flip this, but Team Peps didn't invest that much.
And Alter have to flip their chances in this map because it's looking grim. It's going to take perfection out of them, and whoops for an end song to end all songs, I guess. And a soul resurgence. I want to see confidence. I want to see a Alter really pack a punch as Frankie looks to get in position. He won't be able to use that top platform to maybe hop into the action with an Eye of Agamotto, as Alter now have to spot Team Peps taking an alternative path towards the right side and controlling the choke so well, I should say, from Alter.
And when you're grouped up going through these chokes as well, you're catching so much damage from the spark build of the Phoenixes. That's why you generally are going to see the spread get a little bit wider here as the wrap from the back. We've been found on the way through. Protoss just going to stop firing as the Banhammer hits yet again. In comes the strike onto Protoss, but Pink is being a little bit more judicious with their own. Still, there's enough healing to try and deal with this one. No one falls from a pair of End Song Inferni. You can see that Alter Esports have actually given up a huge amount of space here. Their team is so split up. It needs to be huge from Z-Cube, but it's just into the shield. Frankie Boxing continues to be just that guy, and while there is going to be a fate of both worlds to try and drive the rest of the team forward, they're low on damage, really. Hatro inside of the Unicorn shield couldn't receive healing from the Luna at 98%. It has to be a team captain TP back.
See if the portal gets there on time. Overtime about to go away. Alter do emerge, and with Jeff to try and be as elusive as possible. They have IMLK isolated. Frankie's in trouble too.
Whoops has come out on the Daredevil as well. Just a last chance saloon for Jeff. The Land Shark is everything. Alter Esports, they've sent the kitchen sink after this one, but a triple stack back here is very difficult to try and penetrate into if you are the Daredevil. A quick flip. Oh no, Team Peps, their objective discipline once again has failed them. And while Whoops may well find himself overextended to try and make the most of this one, it's all going to come down to Frankie Boxing to keep themselves on this point. Exo on the edge is going to be able to blast out with this hit scan power. Team Peps, they are now have to madly scramble to get onto a point. This was supposed to be their fight to win, but here comes Alter Esports after a mad scramble. Team Captain in towards the back. Farewell to Protoss, I imagine. Another dark blast. Frankie Boxing on the other side. Monarch goes down, yes, midway through their ultimate. Pink takes to the skies. Says that this one isn't over yet. I believe that it might well have been intercepted, possibly by the Daredevil. Mid-air means that most of the team aren't taking all of that damage. A quick back off. The Soul Link is up, and Baby Bat draws up their own ultimate as well. The invisible boundary, and Exo's down too. Hatcho can't do anything. anything after eating up 2. There's going to be a quick self-resurrection, the Cocoon's revival, but Exo is still only 82% towards this one. Whoops nearly has the ability to let the devil out. There's not really going to be much healing behind them. Only Monarch who returned on the Rocket Raccoon, hoping maybe that the BRB can be clutch here to bring back C-Cube, and indeed it is, but he's going to be standing alone. There's no help to be seen. Team Pep stand right here. They stand ready to claim their victory. I am okay. Send out the skill issue, and indeed it's a ban hammer on the Vanguard. Salter Esports are banned from the map, and Team Peps take Ben into T'Challa.
Oh, they tried to alter their fate, man. What a resurgence through the portal. That was winnable. They separated the Peps' Vanguard line, but they reestablished. That could have been anyone's fight at the end. Peps as clutch as ever, yes. I mean, it takes only a pair of eyes to see that Frankie was the obvious MVP of this match. A 30 bomb from a Doctor Strange, putting up Elsa numbers, 15 final hits too. He finishes off what he started. So many critical Eye of Agamotto's, the block on the Meteor M from ZQ, and the way he's able to stun up some of these strategists from Alter Esports. Frankie, he's not just the Angela guy, he's also a doctor.
I mean, yeah, like Frankie Glaze session, to be honest, it's been a crazy one. Like Frankie boxing also feeling like a Magneto in the front line, to be honest. Like I don't think Frankie was really punished enough for the aggressive positioning he was taking, but that's kind of the risky run when you have this triple strategist, right? Your damage output's going to be a little bit lower, so that 700 HP shield of a Doctor Strange feels a little bit more difficult to break through, and you can stand there in front of your Vanguards and just say, you know what, actually Team Captain doesn't get any healing. I've made the executive decision, so you can stand there and try and break my shield while my team break your Vanguards.
Just the strat line from Team Peps went absolutely crazy. Frankie boxing, living as long as he did on domination with all the help in the world. And I gotta say, compositionally, it made a difference to have that invisible woman to be able to push away any ultimates coming their way, to be able to defend themselves, to just have that shield as another layer to try and scratch through to access 6 Proto and Baby Bat at the back. So very big fan of Team Peps' pick and ban, which made things a lot easier to support Frankie boxing, who often had to frontline while IMLK cycled in and out with them.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on your Baby Bat enjoyment here. I think that the Invisible One was a great pickup, especially for keeping 6 up on that Ultron. I think that 6 had a fairly easy time surviving on the Ultron in the middle of big fights compared to Hatro, who did fall less in terms of like the raw numbers. But I think that 6, when they were getting stuck in and putting themselves in more dangerous positions because that guardianship was coming through from Baby Bat, was able to do a little bit more. We'll see if Alter Esports can strike back here, as they will get to choose our map after this break.
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Well, you might not be showing the Angela play that we were kind of expecting, Frankie Boxing, but you know all the ultimate realities and possibilities to get the victory and found the one that you needed all the way down to the wire to the final point on Burnin T'Challa, just like we saw them play on it previously. And now Peps, even after the disconnect, still able to connect in and get the win here. And Lemon, I mean, it felt like two different sides between these two teams. One where Alter Esports were like clawing tooth and nail, trying to just keep their head above water, eventually getting a win here and there, and then unfortunately falling back. And more so on the side of Peps, that there's just standout performances left and right from every individual player on that team.
Yeah, I think the Invisible Woman is able to output so much heal for the Vanguard line of Team Peps, and I really started to worry if Alter Esports had a shot in this whole map, the way that Stellar Spaceport just went so in favor of the Vanguard line of Team Peps in terms of how they're able to control the space. And it did come out to some swaps from Team Captain, going from the Captain America to something else, just anything where he could play around the team. I think he put it so much on himself as a metaphorical, maybe actual team captain to make all the plays happen when it really needed to be a team effort. I think that's why Alter Esports were almost able to rob this map at the end, but Team Peps clutched.
It's a tough spot to be in leg day for this team of Alter Esports, because again, both teams had very similar play styles and also standout performances from their duelists. I mean, Whoops, we saw really good in terms of getting the final hits, confirming things, but maybe favored a little bit more towards the Daredevil at the end. But Pink really was the standout, having the damage boost from the Mantis and the Ultron drones onto the Phoenix seems to just be a difference maker for this Peps team.
Yeah, like Pink was just able to sit in Narnia and aim. I think there's actually a very telling moment for our observers caught in the penultimate fight, where we saw the double-pocketed Whoops go around the back, try and get an angle on the team as they were making their way in on the side of Peps, and we saw, I believe, IMLK intercept that one using their Deadpool in your area aura, and you can take that 1v1 even against the double-pocketed Phoenix as the Deadpool if you're like that close up to begin with. And that meant that either Whoops fell down or had to back off and waste all of the resources that were put into that flank.
Wow.
So to a degree, like Team Peps, they kind of com-diffed that last fight.
I'm actually surprised on this map, just kind of shifting gears here for a moment as well. So this is the first time we've seen this from either team, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, Convoy for Peps, we typically saw Museum of Contemplation. We saw some Midtown and Morocco. Alter Esports, we saw Museum twice, Midtown and Spider Islands. We still have not seen Convergence once from Peps, and they're probably happy to keep it with Convoy because that's their game mode, it feels like.
Going to be strong for the group players, so I'm sure IMLK may enjoy doing that again. But also, this is a good map for, again, the mechanical duelists, the ones at range, the Phoenix, and maybe even the Elsa if she squeezed through the pick ban. But just like we saw in the last series, the Elsas can be the ones that really carry this map.
The big eye, the spotlight is going to be on Alter Esports, because if they drop this series, they drop out of the playoff contention into that 5th place of Group A. So all the marbles on the line for Peps, so they can lock this in 2-0 sweep and feel that much more confident going into playoffs, especially a great makeup series after the one we saw from them yesterday leg day.
Yeah, like I think the Team Peps, they kind of need this bounce back, you know, like, man, I need this.
Well, we need to see this one go down to the wire again. We had such intense matchups for our first maps of the day. Let's get into it.
All right, how are we going to start our bans again? Yep, as expected, Lemon, Elsa's gone.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of the Phoenix, but also that first point can be close enough where the Daredevil dive could be as strong, and I know that's been Pink's strong suit, but is also becoming more of the Phoenix main for this team, while Six takes sometimes a back seat to the Ultron, but it's honestly a seat in the sky too, because Six ends up being kind of like a pseudo-duelist in that regard. But the protect on the Mantis, that's what Peps now have to think about. I guess even mirroring.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think the last game was enough of a blowout for you to necessarily change your whole strategy. I think that Alter Esports might just need a little bit more clarity on their Vanguard line, because as you pointed out during the game, like the reset on the XP for the Vanguard pool, like coming into it a little bit later, meant that IMOK always had like an objective advantage in terms of how effective so many of their abilities were.
And the Phoenix mirror between the two teams has been so even, and like Audible said, it came down to the final hits and just that critical final headshot. It can be what makes all the difference. Kind of a late gambit ban just to make sure that doesn't get protected from Team Peps. As we'll have to think about what will match well with the Mantis.
All right, last protect here. Vanguard pool yet again. I imagine it's going to be the same for Ultra Esports. Like, honestly, if I'm these teams that was that close, maybe we did run this one back. Aha. This is the change, though. Getting rid of Baby Bat's Invisible Woman, knowing that that was... Oh, the one-sided Invisible Woman. Okay, we've got to see how this affects the off-angle play for the Guardian Shield. Oh, but that's a great Counter-Strike. A ban on the Vanguard Deadpool. This does at least mean that now there's going to be no Ultra Esports and be like, oh, we got to go catch up on the Vanguard Deadpool. You don't have the option, bro.
Yeah, because the Invisible Woman can be such a good peel strategist to push away any divers, to push away a Doctor Strange trying to Eye of Agamotto you, but namely to keep a shield up in your strategist line so that you can just all be healed at the same time. Also, Invisible Woman can heal so many people at once, while Luna has to more individually, you know, minus the flake. It's a little bit tougher to give love to everyone at once, but Exo has been one of the Luna specialists when it comes to Ignite EMEA, so I don't think they mind doing that either. But yeah, a difference of who's actually going to be playing the Invisible Woman, like you pointed out.
Yeah, this is possibly going to give Whoops even more pocket on the flank. This might turn the tables on how Six and Pink take their respective duels when you got to think about how that Guardian Shield's coming in. The ideal here is that IMLK maybe dives a little bit more aggressively, forces the Invis Woman to use the shield on herself rather than on one of her more deadly allies.
And Pink was the standout with 15 final hits on that first map of Burn into T'Challa. So as long as they keep their distance from this upcoming dive, that is what's going to be important. Team Captain will be leading that, not with like a Daredevil to assist, and not with the with the Z-Cube Magneto bubbles, kind of relieves some of that damage.
Soft dive there from Team Captain did force out the right click here from Six, which is an important thing to need to consider, but it is only on a very short 8-second cooldown, so it's going to be used basically most of the time when Team Captain rolls in. It's similar to the Symbiotic swing, back out yet again, but every single time Captain does this, you are buying some space for the rest of your team to push out.
Keep an eye for these critical freezes too from Baby Bat, especially if you can catch it like after the passive has been popped, or maybe while the Venom is mid-grapple. That could be a key moment to remove that Venom and to get the ball rolling for either team.
Interesting that IMOK actually isn't using their cellular corrosion on their engagements here, maybe trying to feign a soft dive. It's all about the mind games when it comes to these Venoms committing. Exo has to get out, but can't quite do it. Tries to jump into invisibility, but Protoss' tracking is just too great. And our Team Captain has their disengagement complicated a touch, and Ultra Esports are back to spawn.
And you don't want to get too greedy as an Invisible Woman either. It can be really compelling to try and look for a force physics to pull people in if they're overextended, maybe to go for a pull on the Venom so that they can't escape. But you don't want to put yourself in harm's way, because the Mantis eyes in EMEA are no joke when it comes to mechanics. Exo does pay the price.
All right, here comes the Rage of Ultron to try and answer. Oh, that's an overlay of a strategist ultimates, though, from the side of Team Pep. This is a must-win fight right now, as Hatro's going to come in with a second one. Monarch's already fallen down, but the remainder of Ultra Esports are going to have plenty of healing thanks to Hatro with the Rage of Ultron. You can see that right now, there's that pocket coming through onto Team Captain, trying to get away from any solid surfaces where Frankie boxing. Oh, unfortunately, it's all airballs, just like I'm watching Space Stream ranked yet again. Baby Bat coming forward with the Fate of Both Worlds, giving over the damage boost for so much sustainability here, but the last note of this song will be coming from Exo. Is slept, by the way, sedated, hopefully inside of the invisible boundary, as Frankie Boxing is chased on down. Whoops has got their aim hands back.
The Invisible Boundary is such a powerful ultimate for this point in particular. There's no chance you're retaking when you can't even see what's going on. But a great Fate of Both Worlds, as you pointed out, when the Meteor M was about to land on them. And one last hurrah at 0.5 meters, by the way.
Actually, perfect bubble right there coming from Frankie as well. Stops the stun that would have cancelled the portal, and now you can try and exit out of here. Six already fallen down, though, and there's only a couple of players who are even near the cart. So that's going to be a reasonably quick take of first.
I appreciated Team Peps trying to peel for their backline. Like, Z-Cube was starting to walk them down like dogs. And Speaking of getting walked like a dog, Proto is gonna need some help here, and Stranded might, just gonna jump off the map to reset, which now is the upper hand for Alter Esports to start pressuring that back corner.
Exo, great patience. The iron will to have the last ultimate in that one. Admittedly, Team Peps couldn't layer as well as they would have liked due to that overlay early on between Protoss and Six, but hey, you can buy some space back by having Pink just aim.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Team Captain's doing in a tiny room. Usually you want to take your eye to the sky and take these strats down to the grave. A huge retake play from Team Peps where, like I said, Alter Esports were trying to take an early fight at the back corner, but unfortunately lost their venom. So all the wind in the sails of Alter Esports were swept away, and this is an important stabilization time for Team Peps. And again, Pink has been that standout Phoenix, being so far away, allowing Team Peps to equalize 5v5 and to eventually let IMLK take over the fight with a beautiful Feast of the Abyss. IMLK will be on the high ground too, just trying to see if Alter Esports are going to panic and use cooldowns to address that.
Feast of the Abyss in the back. Can it find the value? Pink is going to try and counter-strike here. Gets rid of all of the overhealth, and goodbye to Monarch's ult. The preset sparks doing their job as Pink, damage boosted, manages to remove one of the strategist ultimates from the calculus, and Alter Esports are once more stuck in the choke.
So many ults for Alter Esports to get through the invisible boundary is a big one. Looking how Exo is going to section this. You ideally want to keep the strategist on the outside of it, but goodbye, Exo.
Oh my goodness. Well, if there's one thing Rage of Ultron's very good for, it's for charging Meteor M's, and Pink's good for a couple of shots as well. Oh, the fight planning here from Team Peps is just sublime.
Pink only sees red. What is with this guy? And he's a lot more measured on how forward he's going to be. He kind of overextended at the initial part of point A, but has now found a good balance of staggering out Alter Esports, who are now at back-to-back fight losses. But look at how Whoops can maybe try to save themselves to this upcoming dive with an end song Inferno, and that's really what they're relying on.
Visible boundary, good to go as well. Could cover the approach of the Ensong Inferno if needed, but you really want to try and combine those. Sometimes you play aggressively for the additional slow that can come through. What is Whoops doing so low over there? And it seems like Pink has had to use the emergency Ensong Inferno. Great bank around. Oh, this is a lot of ultimates from Peps from a fight that seemed basically won already.
Yeah, 6v4 Team Peps. I think just want to have less hesitation in their camp. It's always something you can improve upon, and you have Alter Esports on the back foot. It's 3 back-to-back fights and less than a minute to go for Alter Esports, but they're lit up like a Christmas tree right now when it comes to their side of ultimates. But the initiative from Peps has really denied Exo from setting an invisible boundary forward, so it's going to be a Soul Resurgence kickoff probably.
All right, choice of ult here from Alter Esports. It is going to be Monarch who's moving first, trying to get bot Monarch low enough. Doesn't seem like Whoops managed to get any real value off the back of the Insong Inferno, and now it's time for the counter-strike. Protoss on the other side, a well-charged Meteor M, but look at that, the overhealth on 6 was enough to try and survive it for a while longer. The Man Cannon's going to get it done. Protoss find themselves corroded by the cellular corrosion of Team Captain. A Feast of the Abyss is going to be a feast for Alter Esports, but they've used 5 ultimates already to make this one happen, and now they're going to be in overtime with nothing really to their name.
Exactly, and the hardest part of this second point is this upcoming fight. This back corner, so defender-sided. The respawn advantage will be for Team Peps, and it's the Feast of the Abyss, the Ensong Inferno, a lot of good combos, and if anything, they have the tech to try and execute a strategist without the need of any duelist to get involved. But Team Peps got to be worried about how also they overextend, but here's the initiative from Team Captain.
An early pick here would be everything. You're relying on your raw mechanics at this point as IMLK is chasing after Monarch. They're going to be the only player left on cart. Someone else is going to need to tag in over here, and it's going to be Whoops. However, the dark depredations of IMLK are all over them. Someone else is trying to make their way back. Team Captain surrounded by enemies, body blocked in by Protoss, and there's nowhere for the dark protector to turn. Team Peps hold on second.
I liked Alter Esports trying to take fate in their hands, and they extended past the cart as Team Peps were coming out through the door. But Team Peps, they had trust in each other, and they had the better ultimates. The Feast of the Abyss from IMLK already started to remove some of those strategists, and then you had the Ensong Inferno from Pink to deal with the rest. And like I said, you don't even have to combo those two ultimates. So really good awareness from Team Peps. And so yes, they got surprised by Alter Esports taking such a fast and early fight, but Team Peps still understood their win conditions and fired back when the Alter Esports strategists were setting forth to support the fight going on. So almost getting at the end of seconds, not too shabby for Alter Esports, but it's not incredibly inspirational either. So is this still anyone's game?
It's winnable, but not that winnable.
Ish. Winnable adjacent.
Yeah, winnable adjacent. I like that one. That's a good vibe right there. IMLK actually has had such a standout game here. Like, I think yesterday, not a great day for IMLK, but today we have seen multiple looks, which have been very good, both for Venom and the Vanguard pool. We've seen IMLK absolutely cleaning house in the lobby. 6 final hits already, highest on the team.
Team Peps, they were taken to the distance on that first map, regardless of how it began. Alter Esports, they will go out kicking and screaming, and it came down to the clutch power of Frankie Boxing to seal the deal on map 1. This series could have been a whole different ball game if it wasn't for that Vanguard. So they'll have to rely on him once again, as Baby Bat's already been dove on, or something was starting to harm the strategist line, and Team Peps will have to move forward still.
Okay, Whoops is here to aim. Doesn't want to exit the tournament already, and that's what's on the line here for Alter Esports. A loss in this map means that you have to wait till stage 1 to play again. Team Captain just dominated beyond belief, really. The control is all over them. There's nothing you can do.
The CC chain is crazy, and Z-Cube didn't have LOS to maybe give a bubble to save things, and now Alter Esports just got to get out of dodge. They need a soft reset so they can have all 6, and Team Captain will be able to swing back into the action, but Team Peps have their backs against the wall. No ults to real worry about, but it's the spacing that I worry about.
Yeah, exiting through this choke into a Phoenix is incredibly difficult. Team Captain has already been able to grab the bubble here. A slight overextension potentially from Frankie, but it's not going to be overly punished by the remainder of Alter Esports. Whoops has already bought out the Ensong Inferno. That's the big advantage. With 6 falling down, maybe you don't need to try and invest with this one. Pink needs to be punished, but manages to survive. It's a great bit of pocketing coming through from Team Peps to get their duelist out of there.
Impressive that Alter Esports were able to retake with so little space that they had. Huge picks, and now Team Peps have lost initially. Now with half the time bank left, they just got to set up for maybe a full send with all the ultimates they earned through that skirmish. Whether it's the damage boost you want to give to Pink, he is delivered every single time.
6 tries to just soften everybody up. IMLK has the damages, but look, everyone's too fast to catch up to with the Feast of the Abyss, thanks to what was done by the Soul Resurgence. And now it's Pink's turn to bring themselves down onto the backline. Monarch wasn't pre-spark though, and so there's no chain reaction. Baby Bat joins the chorus. A fully charged meter M, even into the wall. It's good enough for Frankie Boxer to try and take down Hutchro, and Monarch can't be saved with the invisible boundary. Everyone going to be aiming over towards Exo now to try and penetrate through that barrier and take down the strategist ultimate, but Alter Esports don't really have the numbers to try and make this one work. Whoops needs all the pocketing, but it's going to be Team Captain who's taking the damage in the front line, trying to keep this one going. IMLK is going to find themselves grabbed temporarily as Hatro opens up a portal behind, missing out on one strategist. Now the healing is going to be thin on the ground, but the damage is going to come on through from that Doctor Strange. Frankie Boxing potentially going to be isolated. It's a good team up usage to drag in multiple members of Team Peps. This is a quiet lull in the damage for now. IMLK setting up for the next engagement. Team Captain bit off more than they could chew. The absolute zero freezing the blood in the brutal protector's veins, and Pink just rolls forward with aim in his heart and violence in his very soul. Team Peps are going to be able to claim first for sure.
And the past repeats itself. Frankie Boxing is the whole reason Team Peps were able to maintain the fight and not have to reset. Critical picks with the Meteor M, and also just a shot right through the heart of Alter Esports, who thought they had stabilized behind the Exo invisible boundary. Whether it's the Doctor Strange, the Angela, the Magneto, Frankie Boxing and IMLK are on the same page, while Team Captain and Z-Cube are in completely different chapters. You need to see these Vanguards work together, because Team Captain is not getting the support from his secondary Vanguard consistently.
ZQ needs to stand on business here. Maybe bring up the shield behind the opposing Mango. What a great headshot there from Whoops. Team Captain's finally getting the value in the back that they were looking for, but a trade back onto Baby Back could change everything. ZQ finds the value, continuing to go for that back line, and Whoops' up flank was looking great right now. Exo's going to be able to pocket from over here, and IMLK is going to have so much trouble exiting from this one. Whoops has hit their headshots, and now Alter Esports can try and do exactly the same that Peps did.
Huge for Alter Esports to win that fight as cheap as they did. In this economy, you welcome that, because now you have to kill another 2.5 minutes, and Alter Esports have all the ults to do it. You can just let it rain with a Rage of Ultron, see what you get, and Z-Cube can try and deny any damage that comes out of Team Peps with the Meteor M. It's going to be a tale of the end song Infernal, though, as I like this pathing from Team Peps to try and get your Phoenix on an off angle.
Fully loaded up, Whoops already down. Team Caps are going to try and find Feast of the Abyss value, but that's a great bubble coming through from a Magneto to deny that one. An attempt at a turnaround here as Hatro falls on down to Baby Bat. Her aim is on point today and still has themselves a use of a Fate of Both Worlds to keep the rest of the team sustained. Alter Esports backing off as the invisible boundary goes down, and Pink is just aiming out of their mind right now. 6 finishes it off. It's going to come down to one last fight.
Invisible boundary, you just had to use it 4v6 to stabilize, and the silver lining is you got the Fate of Both Worlds forced out of Team Peps, so very little in the bank for Team Peps to go, but only one fight to rule them all. 90 seconds for the series win, and Alter Esports, whoops, has to just step up to the plate, but you need space to be able to operate too.
Oh, Team Captain's going to try and get it. A frenzied arrival into the back. Already is used to Symbiotic Resilience. Needs some support here from the strategist, and indeed will find it. Peter M taking to the sky. Whoops instantly blows up alongside Monarch. Great counterplay here from Alter Esports, and they're going to look for even more on the back of it. Okay, John accuracy.
Whoops, there it is. Alter Esports keep their heads above water, but you know, the positive side for Team Peps is that they lost that quickly, so they'll be able to squeeze out one more fight and no portal shenanigans. It's a straight front-to-back war as Team Peps hope to find some different angles and mainly make sure that Alter Esports won't be looking at their strat line as Pink starts to get active and harass Team Captain away from his climb.
IMLK is for danger now. Going to be 6 opening up with the Rage of Ultron. Combined damage, will it be enough? A good freeze coming through onto Team Captain, but it has taken a bunch of damage out of the Rage of Ultron as Team Captain demanded all that attention. Can't escape though. The strategist to nowhere to be seen. The healing's not there. IMLK can stand in the front line as Alter Esports desperately look for a hero to try and save their tournament. Hatro's nearly there. 10% away from a Rage of Ultron. Z-Cube standing at the top as Team Captain gets ready to teleport on back. Hatro is so close. The Rage of Ultron needs to be popped almost instantly. Will it save Z-Cube? The healing is so low. Frankie boxing with a nearly fully charged Meteor M, but it goes away, and Captain heads into the back. Can try and mess with the LOS of the strategist ultimates as they get around the screaming ghost. They move in towards the car. IMLK has already taken out Exo. Bark's going to be the next to fall. Protoss is getting it all done with the raw aim of the Mantis. The damage boost is too much. Alter Esports are scattered to the 4 wins, and Team Peps are going to take it 2-0.
On Alter Esports' map pick as well. Team Peps with the cleaner dives with the Venom, but also the better punishing power against the counter dives from Alter Esports. Team Captain just couldn't get in range from any kind of heal, from an invisible woman to a Magneto bubble, and then it was a tale of 2 Phoenix, but only 1 rose from the ashes, and it's Pink with another MVP, and it was a big battle between him and Whoops, and man, Pink was able to edge it out in the end. 35,000 damage with 10 final hits, about a 5k difference against his counterpart of Whoops, but this was still a battle of the century between the two, and Alter Esports kept it as close as they could.
I mean, IMLK, like, the survivability for IMLK is kind of off the charts here. I'm surprised we didn't see more of the disengages get botched by something like a Force Physics. Like, maybe Exo wasn't on the ball with that one, or the Force Physics was coming out too early, but either way, IMLK was surviving much longer than they had any right to, taking such audacious dives.
Yeah, if I have like almost 10 deaths on a Vanguard and my secondary Vanguard has like 4, I'm pissed. Like, we have to die together. We're brothers in battle, okay? Or I'm like a sister, but yeah, you gotta go in together, and even if you fall, you have to do so as a team. And I still think Team Captain had really valuable dives, just multiple people in his grasp at all times. But it's Z-Cube that was disengaging or just not in LOS, and it's hard to know who to really blame there, but rather overall the synergy of Alter Esports when it comes to these very hectic fights where probably everyone is screaming different things at the same time. Alter Esports tried to get a handle on it, but just couldn't bail out Team Captain at times.
Yeah, there's plenty of time to fix any comms issues that are happening, but for Team Peps, they are not going to have quite such a long time to get it together because they have just booked their ticket to playoffs. Likely as the 4th seed in their group. Vod, how does this shake things out?
Oh man, yeah, this has guaranteed them into playoffs and the 4th seed as well, because kind of seeing how the rest of the teams are kind of above the rest of the bracket on that Group A. But yeah, congratulations to Team Peps. Unfortunately for me, my prediction bracket is broken, but I had faith in the end, and they really turned things around in this second week here, Lemon. I mean, they got their first win against Pulsar and clutched out when it mattered here against Alter Esports.
I'm glad I said, yeah, started from the bottom, now we're here, but it's so awkward if they didn't make playoffs. It's, well, like I start at the bottom, now you're still there, but it wouldn't have been last place, so that's my cope. But hey, now even better, Peps are going to be in playoffs. The French fans are going to rejoice, and they're going to be as loud as ever for them, because still coming in as the last seed, you're probably going to face a pretty tough opponent at the start.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, Alter Esports, talking about them a little bit here, leg day, they came from MRC into Ignite. Peps were one of those guest teams who were invited directly, and I feel like they gave it the good old college try, essentially. Went as far as they could, to the distance, every map a nail-biter, even though it was a 2-0, doesn't tell the full story of this series.
Yeah, like, incredibly strong first map on domination as well. Definitely, I want to see more Team Captain on Hulk. Bro is just an absolute menace on the big green man.
Well, another menace that we had, not in the skies this time, but more on the ground, was Frankie Boxing. We have them for the interview, the man of the hour from Team Peps. So welcome, Frankie Boxing.
Hey,
first thoughts, how does it feel to make the playoffs?
Oh my god, I'm so happy! Viva la Peps! I was shaking over that match. Like, actually, like in the last map, I was legit shaking and missing mag ults, but hey, we pulled it through. It's okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I did catch one of those missed mag ults. It was a bit of an airball, but hey, I want to talk about where you really thrived. On being into T'Challa, you picked up the Doctor Strange. And I think that you were instrumental in the success of your team. How did you play the Doctor Strange in order to like try and partition the enemy team or get value from the hero?
I just held point. When my team called the targets on low, I just tried to walk into them with my Maelstrom, and we got some final hits with that. My whole plan was just to try to hit the Strange ults on the Mantis, and I got it like twice, I think. And I think that got us a couple of fights.
And you were so well supported on that first map. I can't believe how long you didn't die for, especially on Warrior Falls. Like, you were just a one-man unit out there.
I was screaming for heals on me.
And you got it. And
Yeah.
you had a different strat line, right? Because you had the Invisible Woman for map 1, but then a Luna as your Invisible Woman was targeted. Did that change anything for you, or were you more worried about your buddy IMLK?
No, both work in the comp. Like Invis, I can, if we have the Invis in the Ultra comp, yeah, I can go Strange. But otherwise we have Flake for the Ultron, and I just try to keep myself alive and bubble my squishies when they're getting dived. Pretty simple as that. I didn't have to overcomplicate things. I just was on point, tried to hit some clean bubbles, and spammed. That's okay.
I do want to talk a little bit about that too. So we saw kind of a different performance, to say the least, from you guys yesterday. And then going into today, how did you make adjustments and changes so you didn't have a similar unfortunate 0-2 performance like we saw there, and really showed up big this matchup as well?
We really had a clear idea what we want to do, what we want the ban phase to look like, and we just had an actual plan going into the game. I mean, we really just sat down after the game and we talked about it, and we did the 2 scrims, and I think that gave us that confidence back. Like, we didn't break down just from one setback.
Well, final question from me here, Frankie. I also like that you're rocking the Dusty jersey. Shout out there as well, showing your
Shout out,
experience from
Dusty.
Ignite. Exactly. The big thing that I have to ask you guys is in terms of preparing for playoffs. Now that you've made it here, you've gone through the adversity of group stages. What's next?
Well, I'll definitely be looking to expand some characters more. I do know, I've been trying the tank pool. I just need a little bit more time on it, honestly.
Yeah.
And that's my game plan for the team. We'll have to see. I'm not really sure, but I think it's gonna go well. Like I say, I always trust that things are gonna work out.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Frankie, for joining us. Best of luck and go celebrate your win with your teammates.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, that was Frankie, the man of the hour, as we mentioned, really stepped up big. They had a lot to improve, that we could say, from yesterday, and that's exactly what they and the entire team, it felt like, did, Lemon.
Yeah, they got all of their wins on that second week, able to do so much work to not only expand their hero pools, but they looked so much more cohesive together. And when you have PMA boxing on your team, they're really, you can't really go wrong. This guy sounds like such an amazing teammate to have, and he's never worried. And that kind of mental composure, I think, is really needed in big matches like this.
We'll be seeing more of them in the playoffs, but there's still more seeds to determine in these next matchups. It is the marquee matchup that we've all been waiting for. Virtus Pro versus Rad Esport. Winner tops Group B after this.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and I'm here to answer one specific question. What's the meta? And I would answer, I don't know, what's the meta with you? And I will continue to use that joke until I'm about 90, even though I look about 90 now. But in all seriousness though, I do want to talk about some of the data that we've seen from that first week of action in EMEA and Americas in Ignite. Bear in mind that the players played on a old patch. It was the hotfix that came out on March the 19th. So the White Fox buffs that we're about to see, the Deadpool mobility and Elsa having less HP, we are going to see that in action this upcoming week. So stuff is a little bit different. And also, as the pros will say, they're still working out the meta themselves. Lots of stuff is going to change, and we're still building up the sample size, which includes adding China and Pacific to the action this week too. But there is a very easy place to start. Elsa versus Gambit. Which of these characters is the most powerful in a competitive sense in coordinated play? And the answer when it comes to presence, how often we're seeing these characters, is actually Elsa. There was 68 maps played in Americas and EMEA this last week, and a hero could show up twice in the draft, right? You can either protect a character and then the other team protects them, so you can both play them, you can both ban them, or you can have one team protect it and then ban it to make sure that they can play something like Elsa and the other team cannot. So it can show up twice. Elsa showed up every single time without fail, and certainly towards the start of a draft where you're looking for those first bans and first picks. In comparison, Gambit was missing like once or twice. Some teams just didn't want to include him at all. But the big difference between Elsa and Gambit is one is being banned out a lot more than the other. And surprisingly, it is Gambit that is actually being taken out more. So for example, a lot of the drafts will look like they will on screen, right? Where you're seeing Gambit being banned out first, and then both teams will go and protect the Elsa, so both teams have access to it. Naturally, it makes sense. Elsa is really strong. Why would you not want to ban her out first though? It's more the case that Gambit, despite him being nerfed individually, being hit by the strategist ult generation nerfs too as a whole, he's still strong in his own right, but he enables so much as well. Heroes like Star-Lord, Galactic Legend with a Raging Royal Flush from Gambit, an incredible combination, and characters like Rogue, who are pretty like middling, I suppose, when it comes to the rankings of Vanguards on their own, get pretty much S tier because they have the Gambit team up to work with. You remove Remy from a draft, you're removing 3 to 4 other strong heroes alongside. So it's so much value. So you take off a lot of the options from the enemy team, and protecting Elsa means that you at least have something to work around, no matter what your composition or idea is going to be for a map. Whether you're playing Dive, Poke, 2-2-2, Triple Strategist, Triple Vanguards is something that we're seeing as well at this point, with flyers, against flyers. Elsa just works with all of it. It doesn't matter your comp. You put an Elsa in, and she's so versatile. She will go and just absolutely destroy people in her own right. Outside of these two fighting for first place, you do have the likes of Vanguard Deadpool actually being right behind them, both in protecting and also banning him out. And similar to Elsa, he just fits into a lot of different compositions and ideas, and he just is very good in his own right. But also, it's how good he is on stuff like Domination, because he can still build up his ultimate very quickly, certainly in comparison to some of the other ult generation nerfs that we've seen. That first fight is really good for Deadpool because he can get a ban hammer early, put it on the enemy strategist, lead to an elimination, and so your backline strategists are up on ultimate charge before the enemy. It gets so much value, and it makes sense why Deadpool Vanguard is so good, not only on Domination, but just in a lot of first early fights. If you enjoy these kind of breakdowns, let us know, and we'll continue to do more. But until next time, ignite the battle, and I'll see you in a few.
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Hot off of the closest 2-0 sweep you have ever seen in Marvel Rivals Esports. Now we're on to the match of this moment for Group B. It's VP facing off against Rad Esports. Virtus Pro are looking to hold on to their undefeated streak, whereas Rad try to see if they can be the upset, not necessarily dark horse, but I guess you could consider them that, Lemon Kiwi, coming from MRC and doing as well as they have.
Yeah, looking like stallions out there, because Rad have had strengths of their own, a lot around the triple strategist, even bringing out some White Fox, which Saipe, I want to see a White Fox mirror, but Rad are undefeated for a reason, and I'm excited to see if anyone could beat VP.
Good question. Can anyone beat VP? That is the question here, Leg Day. We've seen it happen only so many times in the past year. What does Rad really need to do to be that team? Maybe not necessarily to beat VP, but at least make the bleed enough for a map loss.
I was going to say, if I knew how to beat VP, I'd be making a lot of money as a coach right now. I I would not be here. But VP, like, they seem to struggle a little bit yesterday off the back of, like, some bans towards their duelist pool, like, trying to force Sparker onto, like, the Punisher, where he's still effective, but, like, doesn't have quite as much Thanos aura as previously.
That's the big question, is what are we going to be focusing in terms of the ban and protects against this VP roster? Yesterday, we saw so much target on the duelist lineup, so Sparker was kind of out of his comfort zone. I mean, do you think we see an emulation of that ban draft from Rad Esport after they saw how well it worked for Fire Strays?
I absolutely think so. I think the weakest we've seen VP is on domination, and when you force to... These duelists are not on their secondaries, but maybe their tertiaries. So you saw like 4 strats get banned in our last series. We'll get ready for the duelists to be out. So now people are starting to realize you cannot let Sparker have the Elsa. That is the number one Elsa in the world. And then not even anything else after that. We saw Fi even on the Wolverine, and we talked to them in the interview about how much they've worked on that and how as soon as anyone asks Fi to learn something, 10 hours later, he's the master of it. And you can't forget about the Phoenix Wolverina team up that VP have brought out, and they really are just a ban-proof team, not just because they're good at everything, but they put in the work to become the masters of this.
So domination leg day seems to be like the one potential weak point that we see here. How does VP close those gaps and make sure it doesn't happen again, similar to where we saw them lose a point in last series against Fire Strays?
I think that we're just going to have to see like a little bit more tightening up when it comes to the placements of the ults. I think the only really egregious thing that stuck in my mind from yesterday in their battle against Fire Strays was that Sparker might have misclicked, got into a Punisher turret just outside of an invisible boundary and got one clip by Sloppo, which was not an amazing thing to happen. But I'd like to see like a little bit tightening up on like, if not the timing of the ults, which generally seem good, maybe the location of the ults if they're forced to play something like the Invisible Woman. Maybe we need to see a little bit more protection for the Gambit if you are going to play a Gambit comp, because we did see that Gambit oft hunted down.
Well, talking about Rad, the second team, you could say, we'll see if they are the first or second best after this series, and they have been making their waves through MRC, dominating performances, got the win in map 5 against that Lunex roster that everyone was expecting to make it here as well, and then took their crown handedly at the end of it, and now they are looking to do the same in Ignite. And this roster, I mean, they've had some struggles, of course, in domination, did drop one to Reason, and then got really close against Vision yesterday. And we heard from their coach, Ash, that they kind of struggle sometimes and they have connection issues and other disruptions at the start of these domination maps. How do they lock in here, Lemon, to change their fate and make sure they have a crystal clear performance against the world champions?
Well, it starts with this mythical bird Vanguard line. That is a highlight for this team. A lot of teams depend on their duelists to carry through, but I look at Ducky and Lugia. They have just been so solid. Any map that is friendly to Groot, Ducky is ruining lives. Lugia also flies just like a bird on the Venom, and he's shown us everything to also the Hulk. So that's why you run the triple strategist, so this Vanguard line is everlasting. And then you look at someone like Smash, who becomes that solo duelist, and even had Etsu subbed in and Rad still look good, but Smash on the solo duelist will be the one to watch. And we go to Krakoa, and speaking of group maps, Ducky, looking at him to really stand tall and to break up the structure of VP.
I mean, you talked about the Mantis that we saw from Etsu. I'm wondering, leg day, if we're going to see more prioritization, trying to shut down like Lugia Goat and also their duelist lineup so that they can't just be unleashed like they have been against other teams, especially when VP, they do their homework really well, and it seems they're always super prepared in these ban and protect phases against the top teams.
I mean, given that we saw what Binary did on Hulk yesterday to Virtus Pro, and Lugia is also a fantastic Hulk player, I would not be surprised to see some attention towards that. I don't think the Hulk deserves a ban by itself.
No.
Generally, I think that's going to be coming in terms of gameplay. Like, actually, the Punisher's a great answer to the Hulk because you can pepper him at both long range with the assault rifle and close range with a shotgun. But maybe it's all about partitioning away heals from the Hulk to make sure that his disengages aren't quite as easy to manage.
Really curious who the standout players are going to be throughout this matchup. I mean, everyone on VP has their chance to shine, but Lugia Goat, definitely the one I'm looking out for, as they were the MVP of both maps yesterday against Vision. So we'll see if the Venom play comes out here. There's a lot of potential here, Lemon.
Yeah, it's a triple strat line from Rad that has been pretty common, but Virtus Pro love a lot of the 2-2-2, and they talked about in the interview that first fight, how important it is, and why they played so close to fire is if they drop that first fight, even just give up the cap, trying to retake against a triple strat line is so impossible because of the support.
Well, this is the matchup to decide the #1 seed of Group P. Virtus Pro, the world champions, versus Rad, the up-and-comers. We'll see how it goes.
Well, let's just put it this way. Virtus Pro are such a dominant team. Lemon, we're kind of celebrating their funeral after they almost lost the domination map. they 2-0'd and were like, you know what? They lost 1 point and we're like, Virtus Pro is over, party. Rad are possibly the ones who are going to bring them closest in this group, though. Definitely the dark horse contender for perhaps the entirety of the EMEA preseason.
I wonder if you consider a group ban. The group mains will tell you no, but people who have to face a group will tell you yes, because that was a huge part of Ducky's success in the past on any map from Central Park, but to especially Krakoa. I look at Carousel, for example. There's a lot of those choke points around the point that you can section off with Groot walls. Not every round on Krakoa is great for Groot, but that's the big win condition, I think, for Rad in the neutral. Is we have a protect on Jeff?
Okay, interesting here. This might be an attempt to force Virtus Pro's bans towards things like the Deadpool and the Venom. Of course, Vanguard Deadpool can be a little bit of a subpar ban. Like, it's a great character to get off, but if you're trying to get rid of Jeff's team-ups, like there are 3 separate Deadpools who can all offer that over, so it isn't quite as effective in constraining the Jeff. The Invis woman being off the table was actually very important here because it does mean that you're going to try and avoid the Mantis Jeff Invis, which is a common backline to see. However, we could still see something like a Jeff Mantis Ultron. I wouldn't mind seeing Mantis be the final ban here for VP.
What about Gambit? Rad have not banned or protected that, so Virtus Pro, are they going to allow that through? Because then you have since there's no Invisible Woman, maybe an open Galactic Legend, and no Star-Lord for Virtus Pro at least.
Yeah, once again, trying to constrain those duelist pools. However, this does still leave Sparker access to something like the Punisher, as we saw before, or even a little bit of a Phoenix. Last Protect here is going to be very important for Rad. They want to grab the Mantis. That definitely seems to be the case. And Virtus Pro now, with the Gambit off the table, I'd love to see the Venom ban come through just to make sure that Jeff does not have access to the Symbiotic Shenanigans team-up.
Maybe we just forgot Gambit existed too. I don't know, because when you protect the...
You get rid of Daredevil as well. Oh, the Loki. Okay, yeah, that would make sense.
Fair enough.
There's the chance to steal the Raging Royal Flush, which is a big ultimate that needs to be considered.
I'm not judging.
So, no Gambit for Rad, but a Gambit for VP along with the Rogue. So, Navix leaning towards that instead of a Hulk or Venom. And on Celestial Husk, you can just play that Brawl, because sometimes it's tricky to dive on certain points because of just all the hiding spots and all the caves that you can escape into. So I like that Virtus Pro, they're not just a dive team, they're an anything team, including the Death Ball.
I mean, let it be real. Let the Sparker Sarlacc be back. But the long-term fans know of the age of Sparker Sarlacc just dominating lobbies before VP's mid-season mishaps previously. Rad on the other side. Interesting to see. Crazy Kitty might be the flex who would go over onto the white box. I'm not willing to believe it until it leaves the spawn. But Lugigo and Ducky as like a dive core could be very interesting.
One-sided Gambit, and everyone has been so worried about the team play of VP, and you gave the ultimate team play ultimate of the Raging Royal Flush, but no Star-Lord means it's gonna come down to something else, and it's Sparker on the Psylocke, and these are just the most flexible players that we have. I like Hulk too, because he's not as cooldown dependent when it comes to these jumps. Speaking of jumps, Rad to claim one!
Fi instantly taken out of the sky by the Jeff. Trader's just going to try their best to move away, but the big spray from a Jeff actually great at finding the invis when she is less than ideally visible. There's still going to be a couple of holdouts here from Virtus Pro trying to make this happen, but multiple indestructible guards from Lugia there make sure that everyone from Rad is feeling safe and sound and now in control.
And VP are not going to commit to a dead fight because you do not want to give ult charge to Rad to be able to cycle ultimates and extend this any more than they have. So, of course, the strap pull is something you don't see every day. This was more of a special from Alex from another team. So to be able to earn that ultimate as fast, have that healing aura around Rad will make this death ball roll even faster.
Okay, this time going to be using that skill issue straight away. I believe it might well have been onto the Gambit in the back. And Virtus Pro, they just don't really commit to that, given that it was a very early ult from Vertigo. They simply wait for it to wear off, and now they're going to use their own skill issue coming through from Fincy in towards the back. Buys a bunch of space, Smash Nets falls back to the first hits of the Encephalo Ray, and now Fire can just reign over all of this. Nevix doing his best to survive, gets a bunch of healing in Virtus Pro. They're targeting their healing so well here to make sure that there's plenty of survivability into the back with the Dance of the Butterflies. Many of the targets eaten on up here, and they're thrown towards the enemy. Mash makes it a free dive as Nevix is chewed up within Shreedro. I don't know if I would have thrown the rogue into the invisible boundary of the team, but hey, we can't all make our choices. Crazy Kitty going around with the Kumiho Unleashed, loses all of the HP on that one, and now Saipe's decided he's done messing around. The Raging Royal Flush is added to the ensemble, and it's quite the quartet that has been formed here for Virtus Pro as Rad fall to the ground.
Yeah, Mash was stalling because they had the point captured, so you're extending that as much as possible, turn it into the own invisible boundary to put them into a slow, but then you put a Brawl team at Brawl range. But maybe Mash thought they were out of range from throwing them off the map. Still, you don't get to see valuable It's Jeff ultimates every day. 70% though is quite a valuable start for Rad with how they got the jump on VP. But VP have been really good at marking where Smash is, so you gotta be worried about these flanks. I don't think Smash can keep getting away with those.
Eyes on Saipe here for the cleanse. People get stunned out by Ducky's ultimate, which has actually been stolen away here by the Heartbreaker. Over the top of it all, Fi's just doing so much damage with the Rage of Ultron. And, well, Spark is back in his home grounds, baby. The escape of Smashnes is not on the cards, and Rad are wiped off the screen.
The lightning fast retake from Virtus Pro to now try and match the score here any second now. Lugia will remain on the Hulk, and the teleport to get Rad a bit closer, but a lot of anti-heal cards are thrown from Saipe, so Rad don't want to be caught off guard. They are just going to go from one side of the world to the other, see if they can get access to someone like Dredro or Fi, as the Ultron is not the most mobile ever.
The big grab coming through from Lugia, but it seems like there's going to be more than enough here. Fincy, isolated, did use, I believe, their Kitana ultimate there for a little bit of additional staying power while alone on the point. Has to back away now, but does bunny hop down onto the low ground once again. Smashers looking towards Dredro, protected by the Guardian shield, but leaps away from it, and so there's nothing to save them now. Sparker falling down to Ducky's greater accuracy. Another grab from Lugia! This guy's the GOAT! That's why he's the GOAT! And there goes Fincy. Virtus Pro at 91%. Get ousted.
Lugia is a monster, and who expects Holt to be kind of an anti-aerial hero, if you will, but the Vanguard stand tall for Rad, one of the strongest parts of this roster. And you got Mash next up on the It's Jeff. Virtus Pro, if they're going to be playing so clumped as a Brawl usually does, they may just be grabbed up yet again, but VP are going to keep a watchful eye as 90% plus last fight.
It'll be great to target that It's Jeff inside of the invisible boundary. Try and get a hold of Dredro or some of those members of Virtus Pro who take refuge within. Sparker looking towards the back. Would love to try and find some of these strategists. And oh my goodness, they just disappear. Where did that backline go? Where did the shark go? Sparker with the Raging Royal Flush is just a DPS machine. Constructed lit differently, that much is for sure. Virtus Pro will claim it back quickly, but Vertigo's TPing.
Doesn't get here in time. Few more seconds. I don't see a portal, and I don't see Rad on the point. So Grove is taken by VP by the skin of their teeth. When Rad kicked off our round with a cool portal play and an immediate elimination to force VP back, but they did not give it really any ult charge from that encounter. So Rad fought tooth and nail, but this has been as close as it gets, and kind of difference in compositions, but we go to a different part now where I would say Grove is the least friendly for group, but I'm not seeing Ducky want to swap off of it. It might even be another portal play from Rad, but I don't know if you could pull off the same shenanigans against VP.
Yeah, they might have called that one. We'll see if Ducky still has the cooldown available. Honestly, the dearth in stats here, it kind of belies how close that round was. Sparker 16-1. It may have been 99-99, but it feels like Sparker was having no problems.
Yeah, he had his ult 40% ahead of Smash, who did get picked off when trying to go on a flank, so he's been trying to be elusive, but VP keep a keen eye, as they'll have to keep their eyes open for a Ducky portal coming up, and it's usually been to push VP off their high ground, but now more of a scouting tactic, as they may throw it into the choke point to section VP as they walk in.
Okay, Virtus Pro just going to try and do their best to separate Virtus Pro from the point to begin with, get that first control. But we have a flank being developed here by Sparker and Nevix with those dual mutants. And now it's Fincy who rolls in first. Oh, what a great off angle coming through from Fi. The Rage of Ultron, the Heartbreaker on top of it. Virtus Pro have just dumped the bank. And all of their investments have been liquidated, as to have Rad's player base. And this is going to be a 6-1 as... There's going to be Lugia resetting on the other side. Sparker farms even more final hits.
What was that, like a 4-man anti-heal from Saipe as soon as the Kumiho form came out from Crazy Kitty, which just went right back to the grave as soon as the ult was popped. Focus fire from VP is insane. Remember, guys, they have years of experience playing together through thick and thin, and Rad will do everything they can to shake that up.
Okay, straight away, Banhammer sent on in, I believe, into one of the backliners here. Fincy just mag dumping into them, using the Deadpool in your area buff to get even more damage. Sparker doesn't get too much achieved off the back of their ultimate and gets chased down by the marbles of the White Fox. Lugia goes on it as well. Drew goes the next to fall. You need to get on top of Saipe now, though. You can't allow him to be free in the back, farming up towards that Raging Royal Flush. Maybe a big knock through here onto Nevix, gets isolated by Crazy Kitty. It's not an ideal matchup into that White Fox form. She is a monster melee duelist when she gets up close and personal. Still, Saipe is alive, though. Just kicking out these heals, building up already 94% towards the Raging Royal Flush.
And Vertigo on this strat pool, it's healing on demand. You call them, and they deliver to deny the Dance of the Butterflies from Sparker, and it was a one-man tango. Rad got the punish as soon as Sparker emerged, and VP were on the back foot, but they're going to have a front foot forward off the Raging Royal Flush. Rad got to be ready to disengage, and Lugia has sustained with the ultimate coming up.
Moving through as a group, Raging Royal Flush is ready. Come to meet us, Rad. The damage will be good to go. Needs to get 5 flows within it. It's going to have to settle for 4, as it is going to be a chase down here from Lugia. Saipe might have some big things in plan here, but doesn't seem like Ducky really got anything off the back of that Eye of Agamotto. Yet another huge anti as 3 ultimates come through from Rad. Final exam popped here by Vertigo to try and give enough healing over to the rest of the team. I imagine a jackpot's going to be hit rather soon, but the ult starts to be drained away. Nevix is in the midst of them, using the Heartbreaker to take away all that charge, and Fincy takes out the imposter Deadpool while playing on the Vanguard themselves. Virtus Pro close to yet another flip over as the Rage of Ultron's brought in on top, and Sparker feels like they can save their ult here as Lugia go. Oh, this is going to be a nasty stagger.
He's gonna go end it all himself, but Rad, I mean, they're getting hit with an anti-heal every single time they start the fight, and it clumps to everyone. 30% less healing is significant, but Rad maintained their composure. So VP have now a Dance of the Butterflies and no other help with it. Rad have a dance of their own, but VP being able to defend with this means you could see an alternate angle from Sparker. That high ground ledge to the left. Rad don't even want to mess with that. They're going to teleport away from VP, but they're expecting them.
Vertigo can start building up to that S rank now as well. The lockout is done. Treat around the other side. In comes the Psionics blasting, and Smashnez just gets marked every single time. The Gambit team up from Nevix is just too much cleave to handle. There's no touch on the point, and I can't help but notice that Rad put so much emphasis on protecting their Mantis only to not use it.
And the Smash lose where his Q button was. Like, he's in a position to give himself that invulnerability to pop the ultimate. He's sitting in front of the strats. That was the moment to pull it, and man, just immediately executed. And this is the executioner right here. Sparker, the GOAT of all duelists, the greatest to ever do it. He ends 25-2, and those damage numbers would be even larger if the map would have gone the distance. But hey, VP, the fact that Saipe, the card management here. There's only so many you can use. To pull that anti-heal costs 2 cards out of the 3, and he's pulling it out every single fight, which is already destabilizing enough for Rad, and the fight still goes the distance, but VP have the upper hand at the early parts every time.
I mean, look at the stats. Like, Saipe ain't bothering to heal. Bro's done 6.5k. He's been out-healed by his Ultron, but is dropping 13k damage. Saipe is just playing almost a pseudo-duelist on the Gambit and just giving triage shields over to Fincy and Nevix when they fall low, trusting in the remainder of the team to be able to babysit Sparker with things like the Ultron drone. And Virtus Pro are looking as strong as ever. I think with Luke Gigo definitely taking some inspiration from Binary, and the Hulk is looking pretty good into VP, but I feel like if you're going to go for that big protect on the Mantis, you've got to try and get some value out of it.
Yeah, if you don't have to jump to another planet, I think Hulk is just a better dive. It's not as cooldown dependent. You can just keep that charged up and ready to go at all times, along with just having that huge health pool when you pop the ultimate, too, especially if you have the point cap first to stall things out and be so annoying. And there's punish when you can exile someone who's overextended, but I don't think VP have really made a mistake at all. It felt like they were controlling the chaos at all times.
Yeah, like VP, they always seem to have contingency plans. They got a little bit caught out of sorts because they rolled out too tightly on Krakoa to begin with, which is why they got caught by that TP. And we saw them instantly fix it as we went on to Cradle afterwards. Like, they rolled out in a very wide fashion so that no one could really be caught easily going through a doorway. And it forced Rad to try and go for this, like, kind of halfway house border. Like, oh, we'll just debark ourselves onto the point and then try and meet them there. But when you're on the point as one clump, that's where Nevix gets maximum value from his team-ups.
Yeah, and VP playing, trying to match the triple strat, or we're rolling out with it because they realize on domination how important that sustain is instead of the 2-2-2 that VP are more known for. But we're going to get to know what Rad's map pool is going to be truly like, as this is their second ever map loss in all of preseason. And the ball is in their court on where we want to go next, and we'll see you after the break.
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
We just have to talk a little bit about how, like, slippery that Saipe is, because no one was able to target them down in that first sub-map. Like, how are they able to stay alive the entire time? I guess Gambit's just able to play a card trick, throw it in their faces, and just escape out the window.
Yeah, and it's like, bro was just chilling the whole time, just throwing anti-heals every single fight kickoff, just hiding away, while Dredro and Fi just are all offense all day. So we don't get the CVP on triple strat too often, but when they do, it's like they don't even need the extra heals, because then you just get more of the utility after.
I was really curious which map we were going to be going to, especially because Rad, they've had a couple of different options that they could have gone for, but this was the exact pick we saw from them against Reason after they did drop their one domination map before this series. So they went 3-0, they looked very confident, and I'm not too surprised to see this be the option that they go for leg day.
Yeah, this has been the site of one of our greater upsets as well with Shikigami versus Na'Vi. This is a great place to play some flyers. I know that Fi has a Human Torch in their back pocket, but Smashnares is one of the original enjoyers of Human Torch. I wouldn't mind seeing that kind of composition come out here if maybe Rad are going to draft for it, but I do hope if Rad do draft the Mantis that maybe we see it have some action. Maybe there was like some counterplay in the VP draft that stopped it from really getting value.
Yeah, and the Ducky Groot, this was what Rad used to full hold Reason Gaming and to tilt the series in their favor. I keep talking about the Ducky Groot. I understand if he doesn't want to play it, because when you face a really aggressive team, you get run over. It's easy to defend yourself, but not really to attack with a Groot. So I don't know if Ducky can really cage the beasts that are VP with a Groot. You need to be able to space it well. So if he doesn't play the Groot, I understand, but on defense, it's quite strong.
I'm really curious if we see like maybe some sort of Mantis priority in terms of bans coming out from Virtus Pro. I know they definitely don't want to get the Loki, especially on this map with the first capture point, just having so many options for where you could put those clones, and it's so hard to figure out where the true one is afterwards. But even then, talking a little bit about, you know, Virtus Pro's strategy for this, they also played on this map before against Recent and got a 3-0. So I feel like this is a little bit more of a neutral ground for these teams, Lemon, than necessarily like one-sided for Rad as they might have hoped.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're really getting rolled over too bad by VP. Like, it's been pretty even, but I think Smash going for flankers and getting marked as much as he is means that he's going to have to play this more front to back and more with the team. It's unfortunately we didn't get to see his dance with the butterflies because he was right on top of VP strats, just wasn't able to pop the ult in time and resulted in the loss.
Looking ahead of this one, the big question leg day, and we've kind of had our own thoughts about some certain European players playing Jeff in other regions. Yeah. Do we see the Jeff save again?
I mean, this is don't get me wrong, this is a great Jeff map, but I don't know, it feels like against teams as good as VP, the Jeff does kind of become a little bit of a liability. Like, the ult is getting negative value most of the time. And like when you're going up against Saipe, like your entire body being a headshot crit box does mean you can just evaporate. Like, I know that at the top levels for Jeff is good, but when you get to the top level, it feels like it kind of falls off again. He's got a bell curve of usefulness, you know?
Just the ult is not great because everyone looks at you as soon as you start barking or whatever Jeff does. So.
This is yummy, and then he just gobbles everyone up. But we'll see if VP can destroy the rest of the competition that they have in our final potential matchup between them. VP looking to dominate their groups by dropping a single map.
All right. There's one rule and one rule only here at Fighting Virtus Pro Club. You do not give Sparker Elsa. Question is, are Rad going to stick to the rules? Yes, they are. So they will live to fight at least to the end of this map.
And there was a one-sided gambit last map, too, in favor of VP, and we talked about Saipe's impact and all this utility that VP had, expecting VP to return to the 2-2-2, but you kind of have to sometimes match the triple strat with your own triple strat if you think it'll go the distance. The Central Park, the defense first from VP is what's important, as Rad are choosing to attack first and to protect that Jeff again.
All right, once more, going to be the one-sided gambit. Virtus Pro used it well last time, and it seems like there is still this big investment being made into the Jeff. Admittedly, we have seen Team Heretics play the Jeff incredibly well, but I think that was on like much deeper off angles, and I don't know if you get away with that as much when Virtus Pro are so comfortable spreading out and like taking those 1v1s to try and chase down the Jeff, in which case you're going to be using your ult mostly just to disappear into the ether and respawn with the rest of your team.
And pretty similar pick bans from VP. And just to highlight someone like Vertigo, who brought out the strap pull that's super unique and maybe even a first for Rad, which gave that healing aura, that ultimate at almost every single fight. Because the longer these fights go with triple strats, the more you get that S rank, and you can really get the ball rolling and kick it off with that, as the Mantis Protect will be the final choice for Rad.
Okay. Will they use it, though, is the question. Virtus Pro deciding to, you know what, let's just run it back. We were happy with how the last one went. Let's keep the same bans going here. And Crazy Kitty might actually have a chance to flex here on the Daredevil. Crazy Kitty is a fantastic melee player. Has a really good Wolverine in them as well. But for Virtus Pro, I think they're going to be fairly happy to keep having Saipe players for pseudo duelist, letting Dredro and Thai manage most of the healing, while Sparker just goes on his carry journey.
Yeah, I don't know about the Psylocke for this first point. It just depends where VP want to take the fight. That's just what they're hovering right now. But something like the Phoenix or just any ranged duelist is where the defense can really shine, because to actually access backliners is near impossible for an attack unless they actually step forth into the objective, which that's the whole hurdle to getting through the Central Park choke point, is that big doorway, and why choke point abusers like Groot do so well. But that won't be, I think, the recipe here for Rad, realizing that the VP poke can just pretty much make any Groot wall negligible. So Rad have really had to pull out all the stops, and they've realized what kind of opponent they are facing. It's Virtus Pro, the world champions. So Rad have had to really dig deep and bring out new strats, including even the strap pull, which I've been a fan of.
Yeah, strap pull came out. This time it's going to be the Vanguard in the hands of Ducky. They're leaving the Doctor Strange behind this time alongside the Hulk, as Lugia is going to be playing on that Venom, which really has been kind of like the Vanguard of a month for the last week or so here in EMEA. It's been all about those big combos with the Feast of the Abyss. A lot of damage being eaten by Lugia on their way in. Has already had to pop their Symbiotic Resilience, and yet another massive anti-card coming out from the Gambit. You've been pointing them out again and again, but Crazy Kitty goes low, and there's some space sport here by Rat.
Yeah, and Dredro is really conservative with those Invisible Woman shields to protect them, heal back up, and retake, but it's already been a tick given over, and Rad are suffering.
Oh, a Spectral Sanctuary given over there to try and heal Crazy Kitty, but Vertigo stays in too long. Lugia too late to join the party here. Gets whacked on the head by the bonk stick of Saipe. You don't have a talking stick. I'm going to need you to shut up.
And I can understand the Psylocke on the attack, so that when you're ready to dive with a Venom, that's what the attack does. It takes space and it tries to own it. You can have a late stagger here. But the poke from the Psylocke at a distance isn't ideal. At least there's better heroes for that. I think Sparker wants to find a moment that when Rad engaged, that Sparker can wrap around. So it's more of a reaction duelist or a counteraction duelist than an engaging one. But Rad, the ball is in their court.
It's Crazy Kitty looking for a righteous cross, but guess who's ready to match them here? Nevix becomes CC immune for about a moment there during the play, and here comes the Heartbreaker, stealing away the ult charge of so many members of Rad. Already Crazy Kitty is down, but Vertigo is still out here trying to make it work with the Kumiho Unleashed. Saipe from the off angle releases the Raging Royal Flush, and there's so much damage to be done, but not enough healing for Dredro. And now it's going to be Sparker taken down as well. Nevix is going to try and turn it on back, but Mash is used for symbiotic shenanigans. The Tendril's broken, but the spacing was good enough. There could be a recontest here from Virtus Pro as Sparker swaps to Strange.
Yeah, VP are realizing just how vulnerable that White Fox is. If she's teleported, Vertigo got picked, so you have Mash still in the lineup, and that was more than enough for Rad to sustain through. And they already got a first take from the first engagement, which means VP don't have as much time to portal in and try to retake when they are further away. So still a very big accomplishment to just capture the point on Central Park, which is so defender-sided. Now Lugia, I mean, you're out of the Coliseum, and you're out into open skies, and he's already trying to force back VP.
Is that a solo ult here onto Lugia Go? Could be. It's actually Smash Snares coming in from the other side. Spark is still waiting on for theirs. The Invisible Boundary got great value here, but now it's Fi's turn to try and get a little bit more busy. Mash does their best to just dodge away, but Smash Snares has no cover as the rest of the strategists have just placed themselves out of harm's way and left them alone.
Yeah, I think the Psylocke is going to be also good at anti-dive. You can just dash away, go invis, and not be an easy target to dive. And the damage comes in so fast from a Psylocke that you're not going to have any time to heal through it. So there's pros and cons, and I'm looking at the Devil being out.
Oh, letting the Devil out, but any miss is going to be punished. Crazy Kitty ain't missing, though. This guy's a little bit wild. Tries to get away with the Righteous Cross, but forgets that he gets debuffed for every miss. So as you slap at air, the air slaps back at you. Still rad. What a clean fight.
It really is to have VP on the back foot, and you need to maintain to be the kings of this hill, because you do not want to fight on the lower parts of the streets. It's more defender-sided if they can maintain vision. Rad also have Ducky on the front lines, looking for a banhammer on someone important.
Many charges here as Ducky rolls on forward. The charms are good from Vertigo, so they try to build up towards the Kumiho Unleashed. There's a little bit of trolling happening on cart right now from Fincy. Prioritizing the objective, but will fall down for their trouble. Sparker, they need to democratize all the damage that's coming through, but never mind. Mash just disappears into the ether. It's Jeff indeed, a big blocking off of the healing. Fi tries their best to move on forward, but Rad, they finally found their tempo.
Yeah, and it's faster and better than VP. You got them swapping, and it's Emergency Punisher. And Ducky is loving what he's seeing. What a snowball turning into an avalanche for Rad, having almost 4 minutes for this final point. And it's helping Smash so much having a secondary duelist. Crazy Kitty had a crazy 3K, and he's not done yet.
Yep, still going in. Sparker's already down, and this means there's so much more freedom for Vertigo to move forward, not worrying about that poke. Crazy Kitty punished, put down on the floor by Nevix, ready to pop themselves a team up and just cleave through everyone. Vertigo just saying, please leave me alone. I'm already gone. Let me go. But Nevix has no such mercy in his heart.
And, well, Rad let go of the stranglehold that they had on VP, and not a lot of teams can make the world champion sweat, but VP have been able to stabilize, especially where the payload is. VP can also play a distant battle and have Nevix be the anchor as that rogue that can be up close to prevent any easy progress from going through, and Lugia is just going to ignore it and dive past.
Fincy falling real low already. Does get a bunch of HP back, though, from popping their ultimate, and that will give them some survivability. The architecture begins to change. Rad finding themselves a new angle, but it does mean that they need to re-peek onto Ducky. Gets a quick bubble, gives extra healing coming through. In comes Smashnose now with a dancer of butterflies. Share out the damage. It's a must here as Saipe backs off for Daredevil. Using the knockback on the cards, Saipe now is going to be able to give Sparker some space. Moving into this zone. Lugia trying to turn this one around. Rugo getting aggressive. Oh! My goodness, the anti-heal is great, and Smashnez is there on the finish. Many players taken down by a Feast of the Abyss. Lugia and Smashnez move in tandem, and as one, they cut a swathe through Virtus Pro's defense.
Yeah, the chaos that Rad just created to split them, to have VP scattered. They could not benefit from the invisible boundary that Dredro created to have any kind of safe haven. But this is the ultimate fortress, the bunker that Rad have to try and penetrate through, and already going to try and find a flank angle. Watch out for this Daredevil and this Psylocke and how they wrap around.
Spark is going to be primary target, and he's already gone for Kumiho Unleashed and all the primary file as well. Crazy Kitty in the back, letting the devil out, but you need to get rid of Fincy, who for now is continuing to troll the cart, giving time for another fight to come through here from Virtus Pro. The Heartbreaker from Nevix in towards the back. Fincy's been traded out on the other side of his moment of invincibility coming through during the selfie from Ducky, and now Nevix can't get on the cart. Red have done it with a minute 30.
What other fight? VP were fighting for their lives, just trying to leave spawn. Rad, oh my god, these flankers, all Smash needed was some help, and his name is Crazy Kitty, almost guaranteeing a first pick every single time. VP have been so used to having plans go their way, for them to pull the trigger, for everyone else to be running away from them, but it's VP that are learning how to disengage properly, and now this panic is forcing really uncharacteristic mistakes, or at least not full value out of VP's ultimates. Rad, what a momentum swing from the start of the second point to almost near the end. They got stalled a little bit at the beginning of the third point, but re-emerged once they noticed VP were flat floundering and were making mistakes and mainly punishing Dredro when he put the invisible boundary down. His teammates were on the perimeter of it, and Rad, such good recognition of Smash to get those quick executions before they could get to their strategist.
Look at the ratio here of Lugia Goat's damage. 6.6k to 13 elims. It seems like they're being very efficient on the Crazy Kitty dives. Plenty of final blows between the two of them. And now Fire is going to swap on over. This is what I was hoping to see. The damage boosted Psylocke. We've been seeing a little bit of this in North America, and it's been getting a lot of value. And this might make it a little bit more tenable for Sparker to try and have a 1v1 with someone like a White Fox, who's a great duelist against those close-range assassins.
A minute 31. Whoa, wait, a pick on MASH?
Bro's just hanging out in the in.
Okay, traded.
Yeah, it's a good trade. I mean, they've got to get super aggressive here. Like, they made such a big mistake, they've just got to put it all on the line. And it seems like Crazy Kitty is more of a ready to put it all on the line. Getting out, though, is a little bit more difficult. Ducky gets a quick upgrade, still trolling around in the back and demanding some attention. But this might give Mash a moment to return and for Rad to have a good recontest.
Hey, you're going to have Lugia that's going to buy some time. He's lurking above, and Smash can at least be a nuisance. You'll have to give up a first tick, but it won't be the full cap, not without a fight. Ducky is gonna portal to find a better angle than having to fight through these choke points. Waiting for it, and here it goes for Rad.
Lugia Go's already had to use their resilience here, though. Anti-card goes out. Vertigo for now has managed to avoid it. Maybe it was blocked by the Spectral Sanctuary. Crazy Kitty rolling on in, and you can see already that's going to be the debuff going straight onto them. Boy, you're focused on Crazy Kitty. You are looking at Smash, and as Sparker loses out on the door coming up. This needs to be a big bastion of defense here as all three strategists just gather up for a cuddle and a bit of patty cake. Nevix demands attention. Crazy Kitty tries to get him away, trying to reflect some of the heals. A little bit of tech there coming through from the Daredevil, but chases too far onto the Invisible Woman and is punished for the ambition. Now it's Nevix's turn to roll on forward. Is going to be able to cleave through so many of the healings just confiscated away by Saipei.
And VP get the cap, I would say about a minute faster than Rad, but it's about carrying through the momentum, because Rad, this second point push was lightning fast. Like, they won the initial part, and then we're waiting for VP at the castle already. It was a huge effort from Crazy Kitty and Smash at that point, but VP got the jump on him!
Oh, they're jumping on in. The Gambit team up is just so strong, man. You just cleave through them all. The heals have been taken away. All you can do now is stall out on the cart, but Virtus.pro have no plans of stopping.
Wow. Just getting the surprise factor. Now they're getting some push. Taipei is still respawning those, so the Raging Royal Flush will have to get shuffled up before being played on the table. And that's a moment that Rad can escape.
All right, looking for a Feast of the Abyss. Dredro tries to mitigate it in advance using that invisible boundary. The slow is given everyone to multiple players, and that means that they're stuck inside of Sparker's dance of the butterflies. Mash is going to be eating a bunch of that one out now, as is going to be Saipei moving forward with the Raging Royal Flush. Smashing it stops them in their tracks, or at least Saipei as well. Finishes that one. Can they turn it around onto Dredro? Extra healing moving on over. Dredro taken down by Mash, and it's a good turnaround on the other side. Ducky's just tried to stop them using their own ultimate, but Fincy's been there to exchange as well, and Rad finally have a touch of stability.
Wow. Yeah, VP had to use the Raging Royal Flush late, and then you had the Dance of the Butterflies from Smash to give him the invulnerability through the roller coaster of emotions that was that last fight. Lugia is missing, but he'll be back quite soon. The respawn advantage is in favor of the defense, while VP, they have to maintain the lead that they have.
Smash needs a little bit of care. Oh, Vertigo has to pop the Kumiho Unleashed after falling incredibly low. The target focus is good. We'll be able to just Sanctuary out for now. Crazy Kitty, for a second that they were looking at popping their ultimate, they go down. But it is at least maintained, as it is going to be Lugia go in the back, stunned out. Smashnez catching the attention of Fincy. You don't want to catch the hands of that Vanguard pull. Yet another anti-heal going the way of the Venom. You can't heal him through this one, even with the extra bubble healing given over by the Jeff. Sparker moving forward. The Devil going to be let out. Smashnez looking towards the back. It's a great one clip onto Saipei. The perfect pick that they were looking for. And now it's time for Crazy Kitty to lead the way, even with Nevix's team up. Virtus.pro know that this one might well be cooked, but Smashnez overextends. They felt the blood in the water, but they didn't know that it was actually a pack of orcas baiting them on in. And now they need to try and get rid of this backline pressure. Crazy Kitty is still back here, 5 super low, but Dredro's just deadly. An invisible boundary is in the back pocket if it's going to be needed, but Virtus.pro are going to have to deal with the gem.
Wait, they stopped the Jeff. That is big. VP are not done yet. They've had to punish on the flankers, but they still have the cap and they're 0.5 meters away. And Dretro, these pulls, the force physics on the Invisible Woman are so underrated to stop Rad and to push away the flankers. Mash is always good for 1 or 2, but is it enough for Rad to keep contesting? They have barely any duelists.
Dude, Dretro just keeps managing to find these frags when they're most needed. Mash just has to move away for now. Vertigo going to try and TP back. They think it's winnable with only 57 centimeters between themselves and Oblivion. Vertigo's going to be able to move themselves out of the line of sight and onto the car. Yet another dance of a butterflies. Can Virtus Pro get away in time? Fi's not going to be quite so lucky. Crazy Kitty's still here somehow. I don't know how he keeps making it back. Smash Nose is down. Raging Royal Flush. This should be what brings Virtus Pro to the finish here. But Rad might be able to turn this one around as Vertigo continues staying up. Ducky needs to be chased on down. Spark has got it in their hands. Mash on the other side, and there's still control of the cart here for Rad. But with 1 minute 14 seconds left, I think Virtus Pro have all of the momentum that they need.
Yeah, finally the cap, but not without bloodshed. And man, Rad, just Smash has like 5 seconds to try and eliminate a strategist before he gets punished, and he delivers to shut down Fi when he had the Soul Resurgence. That was the nail in the coffin play that VP were leaning on at the end of that fight, and it took everything out of VP, and they only have about 2 minutes. So they're pretty much guaranteed a time bank disadvantage going if they even finish the map.
Yeah, this is not an easy area to take already with disengage coming on through. Nevix is getting a lot more target focus now, knowing just how dangerous that rogue can be. Icea onto Saipe. They want to try and mug this Gambit before they can build up yet another ultimate, but Lugigo doesn't have a frenzied arrival just yet. Waiting up above, wants to get the F Cellular Corrosion put over here onto Dretro, but it's answered by Fi with the Soul Resurgence, giving everyone additional movement speed. Oh, he's got 3! Bro's going off the map for sure now. Mash decides, you know what, you're coming down with me. And this is going to sink the offense here from Virtus Pro. Now they've got to try and make their way through some nasty choke points.
3-man it's Jev ult. You don't get the C value on that one, but that is one of the best parts of Central Park to have a Jeff on. That drop off is right next door. MVP, no, someone's knocking at the door.
Yeah, knocking early for now. Going to be Dredro going low, but bringing up the invisible boundaries, giving themselves even more space to work with. Nevix rolls on forward, using the Heartbreaker. Oh, Spark is just so clean with it. He's got to be a criminal. Arrest this man. Officer, this Psylocke right here.
Only 1 minute left, and it's the Raging Royal Flush, the ace up Virtus Pro sleeve to end this map and to send us into extra innings. And Lugia, he could get some nice executions just by himself with the Feast of the Abyss, and he's hungry.
Oh, bro, might well be hungry indeed. Lugigo's got so much with it before. Prince of the Rival ready to go. Nevix is already disengaged. It was going to be low on that. However, the Raging Royal Flush could be everything. Mash already down. Ducky the same. Smash this. Can't last for long. Lugigo needs to decide if they're going to do it now or never. A big eat. Look at all that blue HP to try and keep this one stalled out. Another frenzied arrival. Crazy Kitty round the back, ready to let the devil out. But guess what? Already debuffed. The second he doesn't hit anything, it's going to be Fi hitting on back. 1 meter in it as 32 centimeters is all that remains here for Rad to have some defensive buffer. The Vanguard's down, but it's Smashness in the back. They've already got Dretro. They get fire Saipe! Smashness gets it done, but there's no one on the card. Smashness! Oh, the hero plays it denied as Virtus Pro finish the map.
And just barely a 90-second advantage in a Rad's favor, but it also decides who will be attacking first and what the finish line will be and how far it will be. VP will be attacking first. They had a swifter first point push, and then things went awry for the second point. Rad are as resilient as ever. They want to beat the world champions this bad and claim the #1 seed going into playoffs, and that Smash has been incredible, as you pointed out. And when you have a secondary duelist, you just know that with a third strategist, you don't always get to be able to use this utility and even benefit from the heals, because VP, just in the blink of an eye, will bury you. And Sparker, He just knows the combos. You blink and he will just eliminate your backline. And Smash has been keeping up 23,000, but it's more about the final hits. Where Smash, 16 of those final hits have all been on the strat line of VP, forcing Fi to have to go to a Mantis to have some kind of fear factor, like a sedation or something, even a headshot. He could be a pseudo duelist to take care of that. But now the attack for VP, see what the win condition will be.
VP, no cheesy rollout here. Just going to be playing it in the neutral this time. Hopefully Mash doesn't get caught out straight away. He's going to be playing from a low ground, and oh my goodness, they've already found Lugia. He's popped the symbolic resilience. Oh, the target focus is disgusting, and Rad once again going to have to find themselves in a 5v6 defensive scenario. Is Lugia going to just try and TP back?
He can maybe swing his way back, and VP are swinging for the fences. They're working on that first take. Rad already denying it.
Oh, the anti at the exact same time. This is what makes VP a world championship team. All of that util being dumped at once on a 3-2-1. But now 5 might be getting dumped on here by the dive. Halfway towards the cap are VP and Saipe finding themselves up against Vertigo. Those cards up close. You hit all 3 and the damage is going to be sublime. Crazy Kitty's fallen down as well, and Saipe is happy as Larry to hang out back here and just keep on healing.
Just flawless from VP, from the awareness of where Lugia could be sitting. It's just the people that you have to mark. Where is Smash? Where is Lugia? Those are the flanking threats that will stop VP. And now it's overtime. And where you take this fight is going to matter. So this puts Virtus Pro in a very perilous position. But not everyone has to be on the payload, guys. So look at Nevix and the rest and how they're going to support this Vanguard line to take space.
Oh, straight away you can see Crazy Kitty gets debuffed by the Deadpool. Just has to stop using their M1 as Nevix puts them on the ground. It's just a perfect target for Fincy every time, knowing that that really is the difference maker. And you are inclined to just hold M1 when you're on that Daredevil.
VP get the jump again. They punish Rad, who have just not had strong looks in these fights. Is the pressure getting to Rad? Well, pressure makes diamonds, and Ducky has the banhammer, but Crazy Kitty almost got shot to his own demise. And whoa, Saipe takes a 1v1 against a Psylocke.
Dude, Saipe's just that guy. In comes the Deadpool ultimate. It's going to be answered here by Dredro, giving over that additional healing. Vertigo can't be found in the back. Mash still has the Itch Chef, but do they want to use it now? It seems like this fight might already be cooked. Saipe and Sparker begin to develop the off angle. They find Crazy Kitty yet again. Mash is going to try and eat up Saipe. Oh, the pixel dodge from Saipe is absolutely disgusting. I think that Fincy might have actually put a shield up on top of the origin point for that to make sure that no one could be grabbed out either. Sparker ready to go with a dance of butterflies. We're just sealing the fate of the Rad defense here. Maybe, I don't know if Saipe quite needed that royal flush, but hey, if you get 5th, you get 5th.
Oh, you made Virtus Pro mad. When they lock in, you might as well walk out. Virtus Pro are unstoppable. With just the minute that they had, they're looking to full cap a Central Park where other teams struggle to even get the ball rolling. Rad need to have a final stand. You need to turn this hemorrhage into just the bleed. They need a band-aid, and I look towards Smash.
Smashnez once again. A hero play is demanded, manages to find 3 before the mishap on the cart last time. We won't talk about that one again, but Nevix is ready with the Heartbreaker. Here comes Smash moving first. There's plenty of utility to try and dodge it on out as Fincy tries to debuff Crazy Kitty once again, I imagine. The Devil ready to be let out. Lugia needs to join them as the healing has to be given over from Vertigo, but still Ratatoska is moving. A quick charm off the back of a Spectral Surge. Crazy Kitty has to roll away as they are being rebuffed here by Fi's Soul Resurgence.
Yeah, Vertigo had to run away to be able to maintain the Kumio 4, but you can run, but you can't hide, and Rad will stand up tall one final time.
Oh, Crazy Kitty's going in, going crazy. Found the Rocket Raccoon that emerged in the midst of all of this. It's a quick revive onto Fincy, but Sparker will have no such luxuries. Fincy has to stand on the cart, just about able to avoid getting taken into a briny grave below, but now surrounded by enemies for fire is too much to handle. Virtus Pro with only a minute capture 2.5 points.
Time bank disadvantage who VP kicked him in the dirt, and Rad at least made sure it wasn't perfect. It wasn't until the entrance of the castle that Rad tried to slow things down, but she didn't get anything out of the Dance of the Butterflies from Smash. It only affected the 2 Vanguards, and Nevix forced with his Heartbreaker, it forced a lot of the strategists from Rad out of the fight in order to not have their ultimates drained. Now Rad, it's time for them to lock in and go Super Saiyan. They'll have a 90-second advantage, so 2.5 total to go to the end. But VP were punishing Rad so early that's why it became not just an adventure, but a speed run when it came to Central Park. And Rad are going to hope and pray to have that same kind of luck to be able to identify any weaknesses out of VP. But they're not really running a Venom. All you have to worry about is where Sparker could be flanking from, but he's really just playing with his team, and he dives in the midst of the chaos. So it's really hard to mark Sparker when there's so many problems that you're going to have on your plate.
Tridro dropping a 50 bomb as well. 12 final blows from him, 13 from Cypher. Virtus Pro, they do not have healers, they have strategists.
VP will stand at the choke as Rad emerge, and any slip up will be costly in terms of time, and you cannot afford to take on VP 5v6. So Mash is also needing to be careful here, and jumping on in is the Deadpool.
Oh, it's a very aggressive dive in towards the back. Nevix is going to be there to answer it, giving healing over to everyone as they manage to make their presence known with the Gambit team up. But already, Rad have claimed a bunch of space here on the point to try and work with a frenzied arrival in towards the back, and they've gone too far. The healing's not there. Spark has tried to doom this one already, and Fire Swap over here onto the White Fox is a great answer to the deep dives.
Lugia just fell over so fast on the dive. Sparker, he's the judge, jury, and executioner. VP take the first fight. And now Rad have 90 seconds, about the same time that VP had. At least they'll have an ultimate of the Deadpool, the Banhammer. And I don't know if that's going to be enough, but Lugia's going to make the most of it.
Okay, manages to drag everyone back, buys the space. A quick partition coming through from that Unicorn shield, but it seems like Fincy is happy to just stand here and give over a bunch of that extra healing. What are you aiming at? Asked Deadpool, but it seems like everyone's aiming at them. Crazy Kitty able to match up towards Fincy here, and that's going to be a lot of presence taken away from the mission area for Virtus Pro. Waiting for Drujo to get that invisible boundary to recontest here. 98%, 99, 100. The second that it comes up, it's going to be used, but Mash has grabbed everybody. 3 enemies within. Off the point, is that going to be the case? Yeah, going for the full stall here to make sure there's no option to TP back.
Kind of worried if he was kind of sabotaging Lugia there, but I think you take a 3K on the It's Jeff ultimate every day. Mash has been so impactful with those right as VP are grouped up around their rogue, but it's do or die for Rad. Now having to go the distance. VP sit on their throne. They sit on their high ground. And Finzy's good and Nevix need support.
Nevix going forward once again with the Gambit team up, and as usual, it is disgusting. Close to overtime. Mash is going to be the primary target, but plenty of healing for themselves just to try and dodge away from a Gambit. Now you've got to deal with Crazy Kitty on the other side, but guess who's here to help on out? It's going to be Fire. He's already fallen on down. Crazy Kitty don't want none of that smoke right now, and Spark is just focusing down Lugia get behind because there's not enough healing for them. Sparky gets back to the loving arms of their strategists, and Nevix is still trying to keep this cart contested. 5 members of Rad belong, but they need to stay on the point. Sharing out the damage now from Smashness's ultimate. Sparker could be overwhelmed, but quickly just dashes away. Not too bothered with the damage coming through from the Daredevil. That's going to be yet another use of a Banhammer coming through here from Ducky. It's a little bit early, so everyone could just disengage.
I was worried if the strategists from Rad were not paying attention to Lugia because he just fell so fast in VP. They have the upper hand in the fights, but Rad, they have Clutch and they have Belief, but they won't have Crazy Kitty for this final fight.
Crazy Kitty might have to TP back in the midst of all of this. There are no ults really for Rad unless Mash can once again save the day. Sparker towards the back. The dance of the butterflies just cutting out down all the strategists. Mash is not going to have any option to use the Sheffield to use it to come back from spawn. Is the portal prepared? Crazy Kitty's trying to bring it through, but there's no real time to try and make it happen. No one's on the point, and Rad are slain on their map pick of Central Park despite giving Virtus Pro quite the run for their money.
And with that, VP will solidify themselves as the #1 seed without dropping a single map. Sparker still remains the best duelist in the world, and will even pull up the stats because he was at 40k damage heading into extra innings, 50 and 9, and afterwards he climbed up to 50.5k 2K. This was the battle of two Psylocks, and the final hits is also what I really care about. And Smash had put up such a good effort in the first round of attacks, but something in VP woke up when it came to round 2 of attacks, and you poked the bear and you got bit.
I mean, Lugia was just getting absolutely farmed by Sparker as the pro. Like 72k damage taken is audacious. I mean, Lugia was just having so much trouble disengaging. The same for Crazy Kitty because of Nevix. When you hit that stun on the rogue, sure, the player's invincible while they're getting drained, but when they stand back up, they have a real hard time reorientating themselves, and it's really hard to get away. No surprise that Nevix is sitting here with 21 final blows, a monster on the rogue.
And Fi having to stick on the Mantis just to have some more pushback against the double flank composition from Rad with the Daredevil, with the Psylocke, and VP were punishing them every step of the way. But it's not just hitting your shots, it's knowing how to space out and be as far away from Rad as possible to give yourself every crucial second to be able to spot that invisible Psylocke, that small window of opportunity when you see Smash fade away or when Crazy Kitty gets the batons out. VP just knew how to really match band for band, and in a sort of mirror composition, best Rad at their own game.
Well, I'm done being far away from Vaudeville. I want my host back to see what he thinks of all of this. So what's the news, Vaud?
Virtus Pro are still that team, the best team in the world, and for good reason. It doesn't matter what you pull out against them, even if you go the distance in Central Park and give us one of the best overtimes we have seen so far. The farthest any team has been able to take them in convergence. We've seen teams struggle against them in Convoy as well. In Domination, they did their best, but Fire Stray still takes the cake on that one until we get to that playoff stage. And not dropping a single map is a massive statement made here, because even in the grand finals, that wasn't the case. They did drop a couple of them here and there, and we'll see them kind of continue to improve. And I think this meta specifically, Jen, just works out so well for this team.
Absolutely. And I mean, just when we thought Nevix was so incredible at Venom, he shows us how to get the mitts out and to knock Rad out cold. And yeah, it's just the follow through with Nevix, because Rogue, I wouldn't say is a carry by herself, but it's the team play around her that is so crucial. And you can't really spell team play without Virtus Pro, or somehow. And that's what made them so good at the end. But we also got to see like sort of the peaks of VP. Like, I haven't seen them have to really sweat and try this hard in a while. So big compliments to Rad on that front.
Well, we have the man of the hour this time again, the best duelist in the world, Sparker, for the interview. Welcome to the show. Congrats on the flawless record throughout the group stage.
Thank you.
How are you guys feeling going into the playoffs?
I mean, we're feeling good. I feel like we're solving like what we want to play so far. And yeah, I think we found our groove.
Obviously, you have a world-famous Psylocke, and recently got some changes to her cooldown reduction on hitting those primary fires. How do you think Psylocke is fitting into the meta at the moment?
She doesn't have too many places because everyone plays triple support, and I think most of the time there's like a else in the lobby, or Starlord is probably better with Gambit than Psylocke, so it's only if people have a Psylocke player and everything's banned.
Yeah. And we were wondering what else we were going to see from you, but Fi is usually your duelist buddy, and we had to see him pivot to the Mantis to, I guess, really invest more into you. Can you talk to us about what changes you had to make on Central Park to overcome Rad, which really pushed you to the edge?
Well, we were playing Ultron, but it just didn't seem to be working that round. So I was like swapping to Punisher, thinking like maybe if I'm Punisher we can like hard pocket me, but it's just way too easy to kill Punisher with full dive. So we thought, yeah, maybe Ultron isn't the play here, and then we swapped the Ultron, and yeah, it started working better for us.
Well, looking ahead to the playoffs that you have, there's a lot of shakeups that have happened in terms of the rankings of Group A. Navi lost to Heretics. Heretics now playing against Shikigami in this next one. Who do you think is your biggest opponent that you're looking ahead for in those playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it's Brad, Shikigami, Navi, like all good teams. It just depends who has a good draft on the day and who has just plays good on that day also mechanically. That's, you never know who can beat who.
Well, to close things up here, Sparker, thank you for joining us. Any final shout-outs that you have? Congrats again for making the playoffs.
Thank you, Audible.
No words, man.
Shout
a
out
few
to you.
words. There we go. Yeah, thank me. I guess I appreciate it, Sparker.
It's all because of Audible, baby.
Yeah, no, it's not. I can't take all the credit there. But it's still great to hear the insight, right? Saying that Sylas isn't necessarily meta right now, but if there's no other options and you have the best Sylas player in the world, why not play it here, Jen?
Why not? And Sparker, I mean, just as soon as he steps up, you blink and everyone is eliminated around him. Like, it's so crazy how fast he is at executing, and it takes really good knowledge of the hero to pull off combos like that. And Smash kept up, but Sparker's just a whole different beast.
Well, we have a whole different beast of a series coming up next, and there was one team that was relatively absent from what VP are looking forward to in the playoffs. That's Team Heretics playing off against Shikigami after this.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for.
Fantastic! Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Ha-ha!
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
One group's top seed has been determined. Virtus.pro continue to reign supreme in EMEA and likely the world in the future. But now we got to determine who's the best among the rest in Group A. It's Shikigami against Team Heretics, and We heard of the death ball composition, as Tanuki liked to call it, during our interview yesterday, and we're probably going to see a lot more of that today, Lemon.
Yeah, and if you thought Sparker was a good Psylocke, wait for Tanuki. I could see Tanuki being second best, or at least in the conversation for one of the better Psylocks in EMEA. And then you pair that with Beetle, who is running Captain America these days, and like they're running down on domination. It looks unstoppable. While some teams struggle on domination, I feel like Heretics thrive in that chaos.
Oh yeah, I mean that's exactly where we saw them take the first map against Na'Vi, and the way that they were able to perform and really shut them down, regardless of what they were trying to showcase, was on another level. But we got to talk a little bit about Shikigami, the former Cooking with Kaya roster. Still, could call them that if you want. Maybe Cooking with Shikigami at this rate, especially Leg Day, the way that we've seen them just kind of overwhelm other teams in the draft phase. They always have to have like everything on lock every time, know exactly what to target to make the other team struggle once they actually get into the game.
Yeah, this team's drafting is super strong, and it's kind of a symbol of their veterancy, because all of these players, I'm super proud of them, because they've all been pretty mid in 2025. I'm not gonna lie, didn't make it too far, but we're around the scene of Ignite. But it feels like together they are the right ingredients, and Shikigami are looking so good now, and they've had all that time to work on their draft, and now the gameplay is catching up to it as well. Each of these players is so worthy of a spot here in Ignite.
Love to see them get involved as they can. My questions that I have is really what they can do to change the narrative against Heretics, who have not dropped a single series or map so far here, Jen. I mean, what is going to be the secret sauce from this team to take into this matchup?
Oh, his name is Frost Mountain, my Frost Goat, the Daredevil Supreme. I was clipping him like crazy yesterday for the top 5 plays. Like, if you think you could fly away from him, he'll be flying after you. Like, he could just 1v5 if he really wanted to. I think the Frost Mountain win condition is pretty clear on the Daredevil, and just how this team plays around him. Even Isidore, my humble king, was doing so much. We interviewed him and gassed him up, and he's like, I don't know, just another day on the job. So I just love this team.
Oh man, Isidore always clocking into the 9 to 5 of playing as best as they can for their squad, and getting a victory is what they're focusing on the most here, especially because it'll throw things into a little bit of chaos going into the seeding for their group specifically. But this matchup between these two teams, if Team Heretics wins, it means Heretics get first, Na'Vi second, and Shikigami third, of course. But if Shikigami wins, it's kind of a tie in match points and has a map differential being the tiebreaker. So a sweep is what Shikigami are hoping for here. But Heretics, we got to talk about all of them. But I kind of want to give some shouts to Enzo. They have really made it difficult for teams to ban against this squad Leg Day, especially because they've proven, oh yeah, if you're going to ban the Vanpool, we have someone who can play the Strategist pool. And because you're not banning the Vanpool, I'm going to play it every time and dominate on it.
Yeah, having the plurality of Deadpool, the panoply of Deadpools, which are available to Team Heretics, has made drafting against this team a little bit complicated. And also, Enzo showing off a fantastic Hulk play as well.
True.
There is a reliable, second Vanguard to move to if the Deadpool's off the table. Enzo's always been good at the Magneto as well, and just over time Enzo's pool just keeps on multiplying. But when it comes to that versatility, Tanuki's kind of the king. This guy can play anything at a high level.
Yeah. And when you have support from this strat line, you can't really not look good. Because first, we even interviewed Naga at some point to talk about how it is to deal with Dive as a strategist, or at least when he has to play strategist, and he's like, oh, it's no big deal. I just headshot him a little bit. He just makes it look easy when he's on the Mantis. And Alex was one of the first to premiere the strat pool in EMEA with their Death Ball to be able to get that healing aura ultimate going, to run it down with Beetle. Again, domination looks like their strongest mode.
Well, talking about the strongest mode, this was one of the strongest map performances we have seen from them. The Old Faithful that we saw them take the first map against Na'Vi, and then the rest of that series was a 2-0 in the history books. And like, what are we expecting to see the most from them as part of the reason why they were able to take out Na'Vi and emulate that success against Shikigami here?
Well, they played the heel pull, which was a little bit of something nasty. And also, of course, as I brought up earlier, Enzo's Hulk play, when they play this close-up death ball style, being able to get maximum value out of the indestructible guard. When you give out like 6 200 HP shields and they all feed ult charge over to you in a meta where like ult charge has been decreased by 20% across the board for basically everyone else, you're going to start outpacing strategist ultimates considerably.
We also saw it be used to counter the Doctor Strange that we saw from Terra with the Eye of Agamotto, and the Jeff, as well, from Fate. So it's going to be tough to get some of those ultimates off against them, but this is going to be the decider for who will be reigning supreme in Group A. Is it Shikigami or Team Heretics? It's time to find out now.
All right, let's jump on in. This is a big one, Lemon. Both of these teams are qualified, but Shikigami, if they could sweep here, have a chance at #1 seed, and Team Heretics, they are yet to be really challenged. Like, even against Na'Vi, they went 2-0. It was a close matchup, but they managed to pull it out.
Yeah, all I could think about was Sparker in that interview mentioned Shikigami before Heretics. I don't know if that matters. So, like, maybe is that like a pseudo power ranking? But these are the two juggernauts, as you said, of Group A, along with Na'Vi, of course. But as we take a look at the Ban and Protects, no Elsa and no Gambit for Shikigami to play with.
Yep. No Elsa. And there's still a chance to maybe pivot into a Gambit Protect here for Team Heretics, but honestly, I don't know if Shikigami are going to allow that one to happen. The early priority here of the Daredevil makes a lot of sense given how much we've seen Frost Mountain achieve on that one previously. I'm going to see Loki taken off the table, and that's great because it's a great way to try and mess with the Daredevil dives. Those regeneration domains are quite difficult for Daredevil to break easily.
And we've talked at length about Frost Mountain and what he's been able to do in pop-off plays, and Leolis is actually really a flexible secondary duelist. He's even brought out the Namor to try to, as his flavor of anti-dive, to try and peel for himself and create a stable base. So I'm not worried about Leolis in terms of how the bans are going to affect him.
Okay, the Gambits made it through. Now Shikigami have to probably ban the Rogue? I mean... yeah, you can get rid of a Daredevil, but I do worry. I don't know if there's a Rogue player on Team Heretics. I would assume that it's Beetle, as Beetle is a great melee Vanguard player in general. But Rogue is a very dangerous thing to have to contend with when you're thinking about maybe a damage boost on it as well.
And Enzo usually was playing the Vanguard Deadpool and was even fighting Alex on, do we get the Vanguard Deadpool or the Strat pool? And if the Gambit is available, then Alex will just do that. And Naga has been pretty much on triple strategist duty with the Mantis, so that's especially for him because he's been one of the most mechanical Mantis that we have in EMEA. And the White Fox Protect is not something you see every day, but I think as the most recent patch, it's become more of a priority.
Question is, what was Beetle going to lock in? Definitely a world where I wouldn't mind seeing the Rogue, but not the biggest part of Beetle's kit so far. In fact, Beetle's actually been showing off a great Doctor Strange. Over on the other side for Shikigami, I'm excited to see Isidore go back to the Cat. That's where a lot of his competitive history has been. And obviously, we saw a fantastic Rogue yesterday, but Frost Mountain is really going to have to be the difference maker here. They've invested a lot in having this one-sided Daredevil. The dives need to be so precise.
And the first fight matters a lot, especially on Hell's Heaven. There's a lot of difficult choke points to get through for an attacking team that has to try and retake. And I like the idea of Isidore going to the Captain America to match fire with fire, because Beetle has been the GOAT when it comes to Captain America and harassing everyone, forcing strategists to have to pivot to something like a Jeff just to try and swim away from your problems, but needing to still step up to your responsibilities. So look out at how that first fight is going to break down, and also how many Vanguards we're going to see. Most of the time it's only 2, but every now and then you'll get a triple Vanguard, but everyone knows triple strategist is key for the sustain, especially if you cap first. You can get up to that 80 or 90%, but let's look at Kaya and where they want to send us off to for the portal.
Okay, not going for an early engage, instead just going to try and flip the map here. I'm surprised that they just came from high ground rather than securing like the enemy high ground or whatever, but it does mean that Kaya has a great shielding location here to really cut off lines of fire from Team Heretics from the more vulnerable backline that just 2 strategists present.
Trying to be in that defending position first. This Kaya wants to provide that angle to Leolis, where pairing with Frost Mountain be just like peanut butter and jelly, but now you need someone to step up, and these Vanguards are so low! Heretics are going to cap first if they don't deny it.
Yeah, Tanuki getting in close and personal. These silent crossbows do a lot of damage. And now it's going to be Alex doing their best Saipe impression, rolling forward onto Lindstrom. Bayou bashes their way into some extra sashimi. And while Frost Mountain may have been able to take out Tanuki there within the Deadpool in your area aura. And the aura is too much to handle right now as Team Heretics win out first fight.
Yeah, a bit of a lapse with the Shikigami strat line. You have to pay so much attention to your Doctor Strange as the ultimate anchor and the one to keep any space for you. And Team Heretics were able to not only get that first pick, but the cap as well. And Kaya could not step up, did not have the health pool to do so. Shikigami are going to wrap around. Alex spots it and is going to step back. Shikigami with Kaya leading the charge. Oh, Frost Mountain has been marked as he hopes to form a flank. And Heretics may just find a split in Shikigami if they're not careful.
Flushing the flanks for now, and Kaya dropped the shield at just the wrong moment to be hit by that anti-card coming out from Alex. Just playing a little bit further back, knows that the Daredevil wants them. Instead, even the pivot over is thoroughly punished by Alex. No need to play the heal pool today. The tank pool right up the front is more than enough, and the gambit behind him is absolutely brutal. Oh no, why are they going this way? Uh-oh.
And the longer this goes, the more evolved Enzo will become. And Heretics to be in a defending position means you have the ability to space out, to step further back, and to mark the pathing of these flankers. Such good recognition on Frost Mountain, and that pick he also did just dash in front of all of Heretics who watched it all develop. Now almost at 70%, Heretics are in charge.
Okay, Isidore already getting a little bit bullied here by Beetle, who's coming in close and personal. It's just messing with the dives, making sure that you can't get a quick burst onto any backline member. Finally, some ultimates have come on up. Leila's going to be the first one to strike with a dance of the butterflies as Beetle just lurks in the background. He's just standing there menacingly. Enzo waiting for the strike coming through from a Jeff. Lindstrom gets no one of a self-stun, is instantly punished by 3 members of Team Heretics. On the other side, Tanuki also unable to get too much fire off the back of the dance of the butterflies. But Enzo's aim is strong and is carrying them to victory. Just so many selfies to be taken. It's an XP buffet for the Vanguard pool.
And Tanuki, I think, had to pop the dance of the butterflies just to escape the It's Jeff ultimate. This is such a good point to do just that, but Heretics, oh my god, as dominant as ever. 100-0 what that was. Shikigami just didn't feel like they could control the chaos. We said Heretics were strong. This is one of their best compositions. Shikigami are trying to almost mirror it, but you could tell that Heretics are more experienced on how they lead these fights. But Heretics, it's also the awareness, again, oh wow, they only have 2 deaths, just to point that out. Just spotting where Frost Mountain it is at all times has made a huge difference.
I mean, Enzo sitting 10-0. What can you do, man? 6 final hits. Bro's getting damage boosted. Has the upgraded primary fire as well. And now Beetle can also give a bunch of sustainability to Team Heretics in the first fight with the Freedom Charge.
Kaya's gonna go to the Deadpool now and just isn't too happy to just be holding up a shield for nobody to do anything with it, and is not getting enough healing to maintain the positions that he would like. Isidore will stay on the cap. 1v1 against Beetle, of course. And even Alex has been so threatening on the Gambit to make sure that no flankers could hold a candle to him. So Heretics with 100-0. Let's see if they can close it out, as a high ground position will be taken here from Shikigami to see when they can collapse on this Heretic strat line.
All right, a pivot here from Leila's. No longer playing on the Starlord, instead preferring the poking range of the Starlord. Also great at trying to mess with Vanguards who are coming in. You can lay down a lot of fire on them. Frost Mountain towards the back is shut off by a couple of shields here as they wait to try and debuff multiple members of the opposing team. A nice steal on the health pack. Gotta be sure not to fall off the edge though. Frost Mountain back onto Terra Firma, but Oasis is no longer bothered by the devil in the back, and it's time for the counter attack now. Shikigami gonna try and keep it real with the Freedom Charge, but Beetle needs to get back to the rest of their team. Give over that overhealth and the survivability that's gifted for. Oasis ready to scream that it's Jeff and try and eat up some of these members after they're herded into these nasty locations by Beetle, the primary herder of Team Heretics. Kaya's laid down a banhammer challenge for now, but there's going to be a real attempt at stopping Frost Mountain, and you know what? The second you go for a righteous cross to get that extra mobility, it takes you down.
Just the triple strat line from Heretics versus only the 2 of Shikigami has made a considerable difference, along with just how tanky Captain America is. Especially when there was so much assembling being required there on the point. Heretics with the first fight win. Shikigami have really had to try to find a way to take down someone like Naga, who was Not broken a sweat so far. A lot of swaps, even a Wolverine to see if he could force Heretics into the loving arms of Shikigami. Even a Cloak and Dagger. Those Terror Capes get the vulnerability and maybe a quick execution as Oasis swims away from their problems.
What did Jeff doing? Surviving a battle.
Living, yeah.
Bro, do just be living through those. And Shikigami decided that this is a distraction too far. Don't want to deal with Oasis for too long. And so Isidore once again get ready for the fastball special. Throw forth the Wolverine into the hand. Try and meet the incoming parlay of Team Heretics. Beetle stunned out for a second. Meeting it now with the Eternal Bond of Name. Have to be careful in case the point moves. But Lindstrom's just able to do so much damage here with the Loki doppelgangers. Three sources of fire, and Beetle can they be saved by the Soul Resurgence? Gets there just in time. Leolaz floats above it all, trying to do the damage for Galactic Legends, pouring in the fire, but Shikigami have just used absolutely everything. 4 ultimates at once. Lindstrom still trying to do their best, freeing the Deadpool from the clutches of the Jeff's mouth. But Team Heretics are not done yet. They still open up the portal. A sedation went through it to put Enzo to sleep for just a moment, and Shikigami is still fighting for dear life to try and keep this one contested. A quick sleep onto it, but they're back up and they're still angry. The greenest man wants Naga so bad. A quick Gamma charge and a clap on top of it. Nice exile going forward onto the Gambit. But still Alex is surviving. Alex has just been playing their life this entire time. And while Tanuki will go down, Alex is still able to keep farming up towards that Gambit ult.
Big flank from Isidore. It takes the biggest health pool in the game to try and chase off Naga and friends, and Isidore is a huge reason it got to them in the end. But at 90% for Team Heretics, that was the fear. I like also the Loki swap from Lindstrom to try and weaken the Dance of the Butterflies to distribute that damage a little more, and even maybe provide some invulnerability against some of the deadly actions from the Heretics. And speaking of which, Beetle will be leading the Avengers, it seems, towards the objective for maybe the final time for Team Heretics. They only need 1 fight win, and Shikigami are exhausted of ultimates.
Kaya standing on the front line almost has access to a skill issue, but for now Beetle's just keeping this point contested, making sure that you have got someone from Shikigami on it at all times. Out come the indestructible guards from the Hulk. There's going to be a chase in after them, but that chase is punished. Great grab coming through from Frost Mountain, and Leolas is there for the finish. Now they remove themselves from this bottom area using the Eternal Bond to have a sustain. Oh, what a grab! Unreal accuracy there from Frost Mountain. This guy is absolutely nuts on the Wolverine, but Naga's nuts in his own right. Finds exactly the time that's needed to bring out their own. And here it is, the Eternal Bond. Sustainability found here by Lindstrom, copying over onto the Cloak and Dagger. Naga's going to be able to survive this one, and Alex has already used their own ultimate as well, so it's just down to Oasis and Beetle.
Yeah, Heretics dropping the triple strat. They know they need firepower, not just utility, to take down the likes of Shikigami, and Naga is going to try and match fire with fire, but how about this one?
And so down Lindstrom as well. Name's fallen. There's no healing here for Shikigami, and Isidore is back down into Bruce Banner form. Shikigami still in control, so we are going to have potentially a little bit of time to come on back for this one. Lindstrom's betting that there's going to be a portal. Not sure if it's going to be off cooldown. Can Frost Mountain get one? Yes! Tanuki's been taken down, and there's still this contestation here from Shikigami. They're playing it masterfully in the 1 versus 3. Yes, it finally is going to flip over, but Lindstrom's more than ready for a final fight.
Here comes Shikigami at the last second to emerge. Just a big ultimate there from Isidore. Need that big health pool. They do dodge the It's Jeff ultimate from Oasis. As these strats out, if there's only 2 for Team Heretics, they gotta fend for themselves.
Frost Mountain has swapped over now onto the Jeff. Had to be done because it was Lindstrom who initially went for the swap here. Naga's accuracy going to be put on hold for a moment. A nice Gamma spit from down the lane. Isidore trying to get it done against Enzo, but Lindstrom's fallen down. Name floats away. Tanuki looking for their target once again. Finds him. The Sonic Crossbow finds the only that it was hunting. And you're going to need more than an exorcism to deal with this one. And that's going to be Team Heretics taking Hydra base in quick fashion.
Wow. Just one of their strongest game types behind the Captain America. And then you got Naga angry. He joins the fray as a duelist, and that's what they needed to push on through and to actually finish off a lot of these low HP targets. I do commend Shikigami for some of these swaps. They were very intelligent around the Loki. If it's available to you, you should be playing it. But especially as the counter to Psylocke. But I mean, it was desperation from Shikigami at that point. He didn't end on the Loki and Name on the Cloak and Dagger. It was nice to have the Terror Capes, but also that fade away from a possible It's Jeff ultimate from Oasis. So Shikigami have a good understanding of their counters, but execution was a whole other ball game. I mean, double digits limbs across the board for Team Heretics.
Yeah, everyone managing to get involved in these. That's kind of the essence of that death ball, right? And Naga walking away with the most of limbs and drawn final blows of Enzo despite starting that map, the entire first sub-map, being on Mantis, which isn't the most fraggy character of all time. So a great display from Naga showing, you know what, we may have won the first point, but we can still iterate on this comp. We can still do better.
And Shikigami, it was a nice resilience after getting 0 to 100 or 100 to 0 on the first round to step up and change up their Vanguard line, something that would be able to fit their style a bit better. Because Kaya was starting on the Doctor Strange, held with the shield, there wasn't enough help. So Leolus is now on the Star-Lord instead of the Psylocke, but without the Gambit or the Royal Flush, it doesn't make it for the easiest win condition. And Leolus a little bit off his game in terms of final hits, but still a pretty good tug of war between both sides.
Yeah, Isidore's Hulk definitely deserves some commendation. I also think there was a heads-up swap from Name and Lindstrom to go over towards that Cloak and Dagger and Loki, or Cloaky, as we would say, in because the extra Terror Capes from the Cloak definitely made it a little bit harder for Beetle to stay in as long as he was previously. We saw on the first map that Beetle could kind of just like stand with his shield up in their back line, like, what are you gonna do? you can't do anything. I'm just gonna stand it menacingly. What can you do about Beetle? And the answer is, of course, to swap over to that Cloak and Dagger and apply that vulnerability.
Yeah, and Team Heretics are ahead with a pretty convincing map 1, but Shikigami will have our choice of map next, so you won't want to go anywhere.
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
don't know about you guys, but I feel like Jeff was a menace from Oasis yet again on Hell's Heaven. We saw it the first time against Na'Vi. We see it again here. I mean, 26 eliminations, 28 assists, just having the most damage that we saw from a Jeff player in some time as well. We saw trying to see a bit of a mirror from Shikigami, but it just did not work out in their favor. And so many swaps had to be made a little last minute, Jen, and none of them just seemed to gel enough against this composition.
And it's not even like a White Fox with a Luna. And I think on Domination, you're just so accessible because the map and the fights are going to be a lot more close quarters. And as soon as the Fox teleports, she can be a little bit vulnerable. So I like more of the Jeff because you could take advantage of all these clumped people. And we had some huge Is Jeff ultimates to throw some people off and really just to cause chaos and leave some pretty valuable puddles behind for the Captain Americans to dance in.
Oh man, looking ahead to what potentially we could see from Shikigami in this next map as well. There's a couple of different options that they could go for here, leg day, and I think they just kind of want to wipe that last matchup against their memory and go into this next one. Heretics have only been taken to Museum of Contemplation and Convoy, always been a 2-1. Was against Peps and Pulsar, of course, different kind of a team caliber here from Shikigami specifically. But then they also in Convergence played on Hall Dajalia versus Na'Vi. That one was really close, and I'm really curious if we see maybe a Convergence style approach from Alter Eastward, or not Alter, Shikigami, because they've only played on Central Park against Na'Vi. So maybe we see a Central Park run back. Who knows?
I mean, I would hope that maybe they'd pick Central Park. That was one of their great maps. It's great for Frost Mountain, who can pick up the Human Torch. Isidore's got a great Angela in the back pocket. But admittedly, Shikigami might know that, hey, if we pull that out versus Na'Vi and we beat Na'Vi, everyone on their mum is reviewing that one, right? Like,
yeah, that's true.
Everyone's gonna okay, we gotta figure this one out because it gets pulled out against us. It's like you open Pandora's box, right? And suddenly everyone's got to try and figure out an answer to the flyer comp. So we're not going to be going there. Instead, we're going to a convoy map.
Okay. Araka, we've actually seen good results for Shikigami. This is actually their favorited, it feels like, in terms of maps. They went 2-1 against Pulsar and then 1-0 against Peps. We saw how that one went yet leg day, but for this one specifically, I think this is more of a comfort pick now, Jen, after seeing their performances recently.
I just want to see Shikigami on some comfort picks, and it all starts on the pick bans. I don't think it's worth protecting the White Fox. I don't think anyone cares about banning that out unless your name is Saipe or Fate or something like that, and even then you got more problems ahead of you. So it all starts in the pick ban. I think the only person that really looked comfortable is Isidore from Shikigami, and the Hulk, and we maybe thought we were going to see more Rogue out of him, but either way, Isidore was the one I think that created those opportunities, but there needs to be some follow through. And Shikigami will swap and they never give up, but man, an 0-1 spot is tough to come back from.
We have seen more of a flyer renaissance recently, and I feel like this map kind of helps a little bit. We saw some of it yesterday, specifically with Na'Vi towards the end, right, where they were able to have the Angela just be unleashed, and curious if we'll see something maybe similar from Shikigami going into this next one leg day.
Yeah, the Angela Unleashed, I want to see the Wolverine Unleashed, man. I feel like Shikigami's best look here has been with the fastball special early on in the weeks.
Well, let's get into it. Do we see the fastball special? Do we see Shikigami tie up the series? This is their moment. Otherwise, Team Heretics will dominate the group.
All right, let's get stuck in. Arako on the docket. This is an area that's very dangerous on first point for some strange rotation off the back of teleporters, and of course a big old frag drop that is available if you happen to have good pushes or even kidnaps.
And when I was highlighting Shikigami, it was, I think Frost Mountain delivers those big pop-off moments, and he actually had 6,000 less damage than Leolis, who's usually the strong secondary, but Frost Mountain being off his game makes me really concerned for Shikigami's chances. And I think that was just because of the punishing power of Heretics, but now that you're going to have a lot more space to operate, this is where Shikigami can try to get back in the series.
I'm always grooving to be a rocker music, man. It's so Okay, there's a priority here for the invis. I feel like we've rarely seen invis first protected, but one-sided invis in a map where pushes can be everything, you can have a little bit of fun with that one. And it also means that you might be able to see Beetle here just stand on business on the Doctor Strange with the team up.
Yeah, and it also, Invis is such a good deterrent for dive, a deterrent for Star-Lord players, and a lot of Shikigami's damage came from Leolis' Star-Lord. So I like that you have Invis as in the back pocket, because it's the thing that kind of babysits your strat line, being able to put up a shield, and you have layers and layers to get through.
Yeah, like that's such a good like self-peel method as well. Like between a Mantis and an Invis, being able to put up that shield can make you much more difficult to dive, especially if you're going up against something like say a Wolverine or a Daredevil that has a tough time breaking those shields with raw damage.
Will be the last protect, something to go along with the Gambit, guaranteeing the Rogue, and that will be what's on the menu for Isadora, who he was a fantastic rogue for Shikigami in their last match. And when we interviewed him about it, we gassed him up. We said, no big deal. I just do my job. And he's hoping to still be employed after this match.
It is what it is, bro. Okay, one last ban for Team Heretics. They're going to likely get rid of a Star-Lord to make sure no Raging Royal Legend will be seen. However, I think that this has been a pretty good draft for Shikigami. I think they've got most of what they want. They're going to try and constrain Oasis, who is a very good Mantis player. But I don't know if they're going to have Oasis on Mantis over Naga, who is just kind of that aimer.
And no Jeff for Oasis, which has been their special throughout even all the Convoy and Convergence maps. To be able to be pretty much in Narnia, healing and keeping everyone topped up through many ultimates. Oasis has been one of the better Jeffs in EMEA, so it will finally cause Heretics to maybe be off of some of these comfort picks, but someone who's as confident and comfortable as ever is Tanuki, kind of figuring out, is it going to be the Daredevil, the Psylocke, and what the final choices are going to be. So the Psylocke to follow through on any dives with Beetle on the Angela.
Okay. There's going to be two strategists. Interesting. Some would say that the Mantis Invis... yeah, there we go. Naga. Wait. Decision time. Decision time for Naga. Okay. The Ultron. Triple strategist yet again. Going to be double damage boost onto Tanuki, who's going to be able to try and carry with some double damage boost dives into the back line. If you're Name, you've got to watch yourself here.
Yeah, watch yourself before you wreck yourself. Will Shikigami get out of spawn or get wrecked? Well, Isidore is going to hope to brawl, but as long as Heretics keep their distance, sometimes you can just chunk down that rogue before she gets the mitts going. Shikigami just focusing on some initial progress, and then we'll hope to collapse on Heretics. Watch carefully as the backline from Shikigami moves forward. When... oh my god, what a journey. Oh my god, Frost Mountain.
Big grab and big results, and Beetle doesn't get too much from a follow-up here on the Angela, so it's just going to be forced to hide away for now. But the second that they're there, they are just holding everyone in a very dangerous position. Kaya in particular has no real means of being rescued if they get taken down into a less than ideal area. Seems like there may have been an engagement happening over there from Frost Mountain, which required a little bit of attention, but now you've got to worry about that TP behind Shikigami as well. That's a big exposing angle.
What Heretics were so good on that domination is watching for these Frost Mountain dies, and he's been turned into a hill.
Oh, no passive to try and sustain them there. And Beetle just going to get stuck in now with the Axes of Icors. Doesn't want to see anyone escape this as Tanuki rolls on forward yet again. Needs to get a quick damage boost here after Kaya is grabbed on in. The finishing blow is his.
You have to be so careful with your pathing for Shikigami and have your eyes peeled at all corners of the map. As soon as you walk in, you're going to have Tanuki collapse on you. Beetle is going to kidnap you. And it feels like there's a lot more proactivity from Heretics on that front of who they want to claim, as Shikigami needs to set up Frost Mountain for success. And going through main is not going to be the best in terms of facing all this damage from Heretics head on.
Yeah, I'd love to see them try and control the high ground here in particular. However, it's already going to be an engage coming through from the Deadpool, and Frost Mountain's been taken away, so he won't be able to punish that Vanguard moving on forward. Naga just plays for the disengage here, doesn't want to overextend themselves and put their life at risk.
A little too early for the Rage of Ultron, so that will be qualmed, and Shikigami have one less thing to worry about, but half the time bank has been gone, and so little hope has been created for Shikigami, but at least Isidore is trying to avoid some of this poke, and Beetle deposits Kaya.
Yeah, it's not a fun time playing Magneto going down this lane against an Angela. I would highly disagree with this choice. Oasis down the lane, a nasty headshot puts Isidore in the ground.
And this is Shikigami's choice of map, but they're still trying to figure out how they want to approach it. And going through main is just a no man's land. Beetle From Captain America to now the Angela MVP. Shikigami can't even get their Wolverine close enough to claw anybody's eyes out, so Frost Mountain gets the batons out for Daredevil and hopes to dive with Kaya on the Venom. Shikigami unafraid to change up their composition, but is this going to be the solution?
Name, good lane here. Great value off the back of this Joyful Splash. We'll be able to make sure that everyone is well sustained, but has to worry about their own vulnerability here. Enzo gets isolated by Isidore, using this team up here to do a huge amount of damage. Tanuki needs to be saved, though. Leolas gets nothing off the back of their ultimate. I believe it must have been intercepted either in midair or taken down quickly via a huge amount of damage. Alex and Vaskai kicked on down, unable to use anything to save themselves. And Name just going to play for survivability in the back. Doesn't want to get too far involved after Beetle goes down.
Hey, disruption on the portal. Heretics want one last hurrah, but they are missing 2. And Alex will have the invisible boundary to stabilize them, and Enzo kind of needs some TLC.
All right, the Heartbreaker coming on through. Starts to drain the ult charge, but it didn't affect Alex because they were on the other side of the portal, so the LOS could not connect. And as you back off here, this is when Beetle was going to be very dangerous, and I think someone might have found that one out. A quick drop away from Kaya, manages to get back onto Terra Firma, but Frost Mountain still going to be a victim. Tanuki invested their Dance of the Butterflies to force Shikigami away.
I think this is the right composition for Shikigami, but Leolis needs to really get some good initial damage going, but Heretics have the ults.
Raging Royal Flush really needs to get some value combined with the Feast of the Abyss. It seems to have gotten nothing. A single headshot here from Leolas, followed up by a body on Tanaga. And this is finally the space that they were looking for. Alex is going to fall low. Enter won't be able to TP back, just to come back slowly.
Frost Mountain needs to check everybody at the door, be the bodyguard, but on the flank, Heretics get a stun on, have Beetles stunned,
no
and that was the way to get back in, and there's no touch on the payload, so Heretics, for the first time this whole map, they flounder, but man, did this time bank from Shikigami take a hit, but they got an answer, they got a solution, they have to move forward from here on out. Now, this is a very difficult point for hit scans, it's awkward for the lines of sight, and it could be good for a dive to maybe access some of these strategists. High ground advantage for the defense.
Isidore just happy to keep that Captain America at bay for now. Going in, though, unleashing the devil. Tanuki's temporarily blinded, doesn't want to get back inside of that AoE as Leolas looks to follow it up. The Ensong Inferno, I think, just hanging imperiously in the air. But there's not going to be that much help, though. The rest of Shikigami have backed off. Leolas is going to need a rescue here. Where did the rest of Shikigami go? They must have gone to... They were distracted on the cart or something. Maybe Beetle went back there, or Tanuki. But it's not ideal team play.
Yeah, the Shikigami just needed a soft reset, get some progress. Why not? But then they stepped up to try and punish Beetle, who dropped to half health, and it's Shikigami that paid the price, and it's expensive.
Oh, Beetle taken down to the ground, yet to be claimed, though, as... Oh, the long-range kick onto Tanuki. Perfect ranging there from Isidore. And inside of a healing puddle of the Jeff, there's a little bit more sustainability here. Shikigami back on off, knowing they can't fight against the Mantis. They're just going to try and punish Beetle for being so audacious in their approach, but Beetle can just split around and get out of dodge.
Naga on the White Fox is an uncommon look, but a Feast of the Abyss is a good start for Shikigami.
Frost Mountain coming in from the other side. Can see everybody even inside of the invisible boundary, but you don't want to get in close and personal with that White Fox because she's a dangerous customer. But TP out means that now there isn't quite so much to deal with this one. Isidore has the Heartbreaker ready to go if they want to use it, and instead they are just going to wait for the expulsion of the Raging Royal Flush. Lindstrom, no one comes to share out the damage, and so they're going to lose the effects of a Royal Flush. Shikigami used everything here, so many of their trump cards, and yet they aren't picking up anything off the back of it.
Shikigami are just not getting enough value out of some of these ultimates, and from the end song to the Heartbreaker, whatever else comes out of Shikigami, but maybe they can rely on Frost Mountain once and for all, but they've been stalled out for so long. I think the ultimate goal has to be to at least claim second point, but it's not going to be easy.
And just surprised as they roll on in. Healing going to be difficult to deliver to Kaya thanks to that shield that was put up by Enzo. And now there's going to be a skill issue to deny as well. Sending it onto the backline. It's on top of Lindstrom. Can't play to heal themselves. Tanuki just over here with a double damage, which is feeling as comfortable as ever. The eat's nowhere near for Name. And that is going to be an early hold from Team Heretics.
The counter dive from Heretics, it just splits Shikigami's attention. On one side, you have the Vanguards from Shikigami that can't get the emergency healing they need because Shikigami's strat line is either getting hunted by Tanuki's Psylocke or dove by Enzo or shot, whatever it is. Shikigami are just barely hanging on in these fights. It's not been extremely inspirational. They got to the right composition, but then Heretics adapted at the end. Like, even Naga's on the White Fox, and you talk to him, and he just needs a couple of hours to master any strategist you ask him to do. From the 3 hours on Invisible Woman to who knows how much he has on the White Fox. But it's been fantastic for Heretics to withstand Shikigami, one of the top teams in this group.
Bro, I want to see another team do that rollout with Alona Snow and the Hawkeye on the other side.
Yeah.
And get the instant headshot on a frozen target. But for now, Team Heretics, they are on the precipice of a perfect stage. 10-0 in terms of maps harkens to them.
Crossmount having a quiet one, and it's tough to see because it's been a lot of these melee duelists, and you can't blame them if you can't get close. What are you supposed to do? Claw the wall? .exe? Like, we don't want to see that. So
Shikigami wants to know your location.
That's a deep reference for any knowers. But Shikigami will put up a defense, and it has to be a good one, or the series will end in Heretics' favor.
Tanuki's already made a big kidnap happen. They're on top of Frost Mountain. Lindstrom's fallen low as well, but it seems like everyone's going to be able to get back to safety due to Kaya just demanding attention on the cart, making sure that that mission area is not getting any free movement forward, but needs to be careful on their disengages. There's so much kidnap potential. You can see that Tanuki's just lurking around here, waiting for the proper feral leap timing, and Kaya, oh, pulled in by the force physics. This is why you enlist the Invisible Woman.
It's tough around this corner to kind of get some vision without being super accessible to the Heretics dive. Okay, Beetle trying to be denied on these angles, but there's a ledge. That Beetle wants to scoop Shikigami off of, but he's just gonna help push this cart along as Shikigami are trying to escape.
Puts down onto Beetle. Would love to go down into this with the Axe of Icors. It would be a huge amount of additional damage, but damn, Kaya's movement is actually something else so far. Been very evasive. Unable to really get the ideal grab there onto the Psylocke, as they can just easily dash out. And Name already has the It's Jeff. And you know what? As much as the Angela's scary here, so too is the Jeff. Puts down the healing puddle, goes in towards the back. I think 2 people have been grabbed so far, but can Name survive? No, just all in. Oh, disgusting! Look away, children!
Yeah, Shikigami cannot take the fight on the main road. They should have chosen the back corner to not have this Angela take them to a test of gravity. And now 2.5 minutes. Team Heretics sailing away towards the end of the point. You need to see a big rage of Royal Flush here from Lindstrom. That's going to be the win condition, but Heretics are not going to allow it.
Okay, down to Kaya. Rage and Royal Flush. Gonna try and answer this one. However, no final blows, even from the boosted usage of the endgame Inferno. Oasis caught them well. Tanuki getting close here. A double stab coming through from Beetle. Can they share out the damage? Enzo's going to be catching most of it. And Vikumiho unleashed. Yeah, Naga's going to be able to survive, but won't be able to give up much of that healing. And Tanuki's been taken down as well. Shikigami, they've stopped the momentum here of Team Heretics.
Just barely. It feels like 4 ultimates out of Shikigami, and this was only their 3rd elimination of that fight. So Heretics banking up and also swapping to the Captain America. But this can also be very susceptible to poke, so you're not going to have that nice win condition of tackling people off the edge, but you are going to try and run down the backline as best as you can. Let's see if Shikigami can stop Beetle before the approach. Tanuki on the Wolverine, too, to join alongside this. It's like a budget Angela, I guess, as Kaya hangs out and is ready to counter dive as Heretics approach.
Okay, big grab here onto Isidore and the last stand. Just all in to try and bully out one of those Vanguards and make this front line a touch more squishy. That's why Kaya now has to continually get these touches on point. You can see the approach of Leolaz is very much noted. Another big grab onto Kaya. Wolverine doing their job. Big amounts of healing are available coming on through, but Name just falls down again. And I think that Lindstrom may have actually gone through the portal here. It needs to be from Frost Mountain. And grabbing Oasis is all that you need. Frost Mountain faced with Enzo here. No one's there to touch. And God, the Wolverine is just so much to deal with as a Vanguard.
They picture perfect fight, but Shikigami again losing value on these ults. Nothing off the It's Jeff. The Heartbreaker got interrupted. Nothing on the end song. A little too quiet on the tune. And Shikigami just are suffering. This is the fight to win all. And Heretics on match point. They have plenty of time to get this done.
Oh yeah, not very far for the avatar of Arako to go either. Beetle looking in towards the back. Already the invisible boundary has been put on up, so the Vanguards inside this, they are unhealable really, as no one really knows where they are. They allows Ray to drop down towards the back, waiting for the word from Kaya on to a backliner, and now it's going to be Oasis answering the Raging Royal Flush, moving everyone forward with extra speed and extra HP, and it seems like Shikigami have had so much trouble getting value off of these Raging Royal Flushes. It's already over. The Heartbreaker's been done here by Isidore. Gets sedated. They want to run down Lindstrom real bad. Nothing stopping Beastle as he just dunk walks down the lane, and Kaya has to stay in place, keeping this point contested. Lindstrom's going to be there too, alongside, of course, Isidore. In comes the Feast of the Abyss. They want Enzo. Enzo falls low. Maybe goes a touch too far, but the turnaround is good. The healing is even better, and Naga's just chasing them down. They can share out all of the damage, as it's going to be quite the angry parade for the White Fox. Akumi Ho unleashed. A healing puddle below. Maybe we can get some value out of this one from Name, but no one's on the cart, and Shikigami are absolutely trounced. Team Heretics with a perfect stage.
That's so tough. The C-dive, but low-key kind of a C-dive, but I mean, you were just like a meter away from winning if you're Heretics. It's so awkward for the Vanguards of Shikigami to try and have a fight when you also have to be at the payload. You can't expect your strategists to be the ones anchoring the objective, and so many swaps and a little bit of hope created, but Heretics dominant as ever. And not a peak day for Shikigami, and that's okay because they're in the playoffs nonetheless. But Heretics, it's the Shroud line that had to flex a lot. I mean, Oasis is on the Mantis instead of Naga. Naga is on the White Fox. I'd love to talk to him about how much he's been working on that. Beetle and Enzo are on their best characters ever. And Tanuki's having a field day with almost 10 final hits and 25k damage. So Tanuki is consistent, and that's what makes Heretics such a fearsome team.
I mean, Heretics, the perfect stage, absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately for Shikigami, folded up like origami. And let's bring Vaudable in to have a quick chat about this one, see if he noticed anything from the back seats.
Oh, man. I mean, I think the big thing to notice here is that Team Heretics are just such an unbeatable squad. Like, no matter if you try and target ban against them, which Shikigami were so good at doing, it felt like, in this last map, and they went to their comfort zone, but Team Heretics made it their own domain and their lair that you could not escape, and neither could anyone escape the Assassin's Chargers. I mean, I gotta give credit where it's due for the research the Heretics did. They definitely watched how good we saw Na'Vi perform on this map just yesterday, the last series, where now Beetle just emulating the Assassin's Charges from the Angela and the damage boost onto it as well. Picture perfect, I could have to say here as well. And then Naga, I also like the flex onto the White Fox. It just goes to show, like, even if they're not playing their best composition, there's still going to be a team that is overwhelming offensively, and it's really difficult to just go toe-to-toe with them in any capacity. So congratulations to them for going undefeated, and I feel like, you know, they had a statement to make here after not being mentioned too much in the interview by Sparker there, Lemon.
Yeah, Shikigami chose that map. We don't get to see Arako too often, but just where they chose to take the fights was a real head scratcher. When you're going up against an Angela or anyone who has a displacement, going on to that main stretch of the first point, there were so many environmental eliminations from Beetle, as you pointed out. And when that wasn't a concern, he just went to the Captain America for an even better brawl. So I think Shikigami just have to play those corners, the front corner and the back corner, ignore that no man's land because you're just going to get tossed off. And they tried to have Frost Mountain give a taste of their own medicine to Heretics, but Frost Mountain just couldn't get a consistent high ground pressure to maybe find an easier pathing towards them. And yeah, I commend them for going to a more ranged duelist so you didn't have to gap close and worry about that so much, but Shikigami barely just were holding on.
I feel like if they had the Star-Lord, it might have been a little bit of a different story for them too, to be able to use the combination. You talked about it, like as soon as that ban came through, then maybe some of the dreams were crushed for Shikigami there as well. So it's a tough spot to find themselves in, but that does kind of cement things, at least in Group A. Heretics number 1, Na'Vi number 2, Shikigami number 3, and then number 4, of course, being the Peps. So we now know at least half of our groups on that side, and we'll figure out on our last series the rest of them. But we're just getting ready for an interview for one of the winners. We got so many insights from Tanuki yesterday. I'm curious if we'll hear from them or someone else on the roster today. I'm just happy to talk to anyone at this point to get some insights and peek behind the curtains of what the strategy was and why they have been so good of a team. I mean, they had the makings of it from before, and it sounds like Enzo is going to be the one to spice things up here. That's going to be pretty great. I mean, like, Dave, we've heard some great stories from Enzo in some previous interviews.
Yeah, we've heard great stories from Enzo in previous interviews, but also his setting for previous interviews was much better as well. Used to have a food safety poster up in the wall in what looked like a doctor's office. It looked like proper set design, some peak stuff. Enzo doesn't have that anymore, I think, which makes me deeply sad, but I'm at least happy that he's succeeding. And it feels like Vanguard pool being added to the roster has been a huge boon for Enzo, but has been lights out on it on every map we've seen so far, to the point where it kind of does demand a ban, but against Team Heretics, there's just such a plethora of threats that you can't address them all.
Yeah, he's a Vanguard Deadpool, but he frags like the duelist one. He has second most amount of damage. I love Enzo on Deadpool.
Oh, man. Well, speaking of Enzo, we can glaze him as much as we want, but he is here for the interview. Congratulations on going on an undefeated streak here. How are you feeling after that victory, Enzo?
Feeling great. It was slightly harder than we expected. I think we went into map 2 was Arco. We never played that map before, so it was a bit like not stressful, but like we had to figure out what we wanted to do. I think one good thing is that we end up with a comp, and I don't even think that's the best comp we should have played, and I think we all agree on this. So it's like we're not showing too much, but we're still winning, so we take those.
What was behind the choice to put Tanuki over on Wolverine for the second half of Araco, given that you didn't feel the need to play it when you were playing into the Venom Road previously?
It just feels this map Araco, we know how good Wolf is, and we know how good Tanuki is on Wolf, so we just say, yeah, let's just play it. We have the Invis, they don't, so they should be scared of it.
Yeah. And how much has Naga been working on the White Fox? Because it's like whatever strategies you tell him to play, he's ready to step up, and you guys can kind of have a lot of overlap in your strat line, which makes it so you can do as much damage as you do. So talk to me about the strat line here.
Naga is a nightmare. He's grinding this game. I queue at 3 AM in ranked in EU, and I see this guy playing triple support every game. I'm just tired of this guy, but I can't even blame him for that. But holy, that's annoying. You're just putting the hours on the character.
That's funny.
Oh, man. I love to see it there. I want to talk a little bit about how you've basically made it so everyone is scared to ban any version of Deadpool because of the potential of having the strategist pool or you on the Vanguard pool. It just feels like everyone is just giving you one of your best heroes for free at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we have a really good read on the meta, and all of our comps enable specific characters, so they don't really know what to ban, and it's really funny to see other people starting to play our comps, like the Jeff Hulk thing, and it's so funny. Like, we see everyone trying to play it, and they all fail, so it's just funny, because like obviously we know more than they do, because we've been playing this thing for long now. We know what counters it, we know how it's good, and against what is good, and the strength of this comp. It's just funny to see people trying it up.
So we have two teams at the moment with perfect stages, yourselves and Virtus Pro. Have you guys been scrimming a lot of Virtus Pro? How do you feel about your matchup against them, given that they're likely to meet you in the preseason finals?
I mean, it's the usual thing, you know, we scrim against VP, not that much. Most of the time they win against us, but it doesn't change anything. Like, when we're gonna go to the match, it's gonna be close anyway, and they know it. It doesn't matter how much we're getting stomped in the scrims, it's gonna be close.
And it's so fun to watch you. Where do you think your Deadpool ranks amongst all the Vanguard Deadpools? Because I swear every time we look at the stats, you have as much damage as a duelist.
I don't think I'm like much better than any Deadpool. I think my team just enabled me more than others. that's a character that I feel like everyone's just the same, to be fair. I don't see anyone being much better than the others, just depend of how you play around it. And I think my team just enabled me really well. I have Naga on the side, I have Vittel, like, he's doing so much, this guy. Like, I couldn't believe of a better tank to play with. I can't lie, this guy's just doing amazing. We have Alex also. I mean, Alex been doing way more, and I think that Ken leaving is a good thing for him because he can express his like skill potential way more. I've been watching this guy play for like 6 years now. This guy is so amazing. And before we will put him on like easier character, now that Ken is gone, he has to play like the hard job, and he's like doing amazing on it. And I'm so happy that he can finally like show a good side of him. And who knows, maybe Ken's come back and we can combine these two gods together one day.
Ooh, maybe a little bit of a hint for future stages of competition. Well, any final shout out statements or kind of thoughts that you have for the audience? The floor is yours.
I mean, I've been grateful for the follow. We have the Spanish people. I really like them. They're really funny. Shout out to them. And I can't wait to play next. Like, we have so many comps that we can show. We're so ahead of the meta, I swear. Like, you guys are not ready for that.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Enzo, for all of your insight. Go celebrate your win and the perfect group stage with your team.
Amos Enzo.
Merci
Thank
beaucoup.
you. See ya.
Yeah, shout out to the Heretics fans there. Shout out to Craggy as well for the watch party that's going on the side. I'm sure they were celebrating as soon as they saw that final point not go through for Shikigami and the flawless stage that we have seen from this Team Heretics roster. I mean, this is everything we were hoping for at the start of the preseason from this team, Lemon.
Yeah, I mean, Heretics made their dreams a reality, like the poster behind Enzo says, and the fact that he commenced so much of their strat line, and I completely agree, that's one of the strongest parts of them. And then you have Naga that could be not only on the Mantis, but anything that they need, and queuing at whatever o'clock to just always be on the grind. Heretics worked hard, and it paid off as they lock in that #1 seed.
Well, we still have to determine one more group coming up here, leg day. This matchup that we have ahead of us, Reason versus Crownfall. I mean, both these teams, I feel like, have so much on the docket for them ahead of them. So it's going to be a nail-biter just trying to figure out exactly what the different tiebreaker scenarios potentially are going to be for that one. I'm glad the matches headed before this one, especially this one, made it easy for us on that end. But we'll talk more about that because we got to take a quick break for our last series of the day. You don't want to miss it.
Guys, my name is Ryan Central, and I'm here to answer one specific question. What's the meta? And I would answer, I don't know, what's the meta with you? And I will continue to use that joke until I'm about 90, even though I look about 90 now. But in all seriousness, though, I do want to talk about some of the data that we've seen from that first week of action in EMEA and Americas in Ignite. Bear in mind that the players played on a old patch. It was the hotfix that came out on March the 19th. So the White Fox buffs that we're about to see, the Deadpool mobility and Elsa having less HP, we are going to see that in action this upcoming week. So stuff is a little bit different. And also, as the pros will say, they're still working out the meta themselves. Lots of stuff is going to change, and we're still building up the sample size, which includes adding China and Pacific to the action this week too. But there is a very easy place to start. Elsa versus Gambit. Which of these characters is the most powerful in a competitive sense in coordinated play? And the answer when it comes to presence, how often we're seeing these characters, is actually Elsa. There was 68 maps played in Americas and EMEA this last week, and a hero could show up twice in the draft, right? You can either protect a character and then the other team protects them, so you can both play them, you can both ban them, or you can have one team protect it and then ban it to make sure that they can play something like Elsa and the other team cannot. So it can show up twice. Elsa showed up every single time without fail, and certainly towards the start of a draft where you're looking for those first bans and first picks. In comparison, Gambit was missing like once or twice. Some teams just didn't want to include him at all. But the big difference between Elsa and Gambit is one is being banned out a lot more than the other. And surprisingly, it is Gambit that is actually being taken out more. So for example, a lot of the drafts will look like they will on screen, right? Where you're seeing Gambit being banned out first, and then both teams will go and protect the Elsa, so both teams have access to it. Naturally, it makes sense. Elsa is really strong. Why would you not want to ban her out first, though? It's more the case that Gambit, despite him being nerfed individually, being hit by the strategist ult generation nerfs too as a whole. He's still strong in his own right, but he enables so much as well. Heroes like Star-Lord, Galactic Legend with a Raging Royal Flush from Gambit, an incredible combination, and characters like Rogue, who are pretty like middling, I suppose, when it comes to the rankings of Vanguards on their own, get pretty much S tier because they have the Gambit team up to work with. You remove Remy from a draft, you're removing 3 to 4 other strong heroes alongside, so it's so much value. So you take off a lot of the options from the enemy team, and protecting Elsa means that you at least have something to work around, no matter what your composition or idea is going to be for a map. Whether you're playing Dive, Poke, 2-2-2, Triple Strategist, Triple Vanguards is something that we're seeing as well at this point. With flies, against flies, Elsa just works with all of it. It doesn't matter your comp. You put an Elsa in, and she's so versatile, she will go and just absolutely destroy people in her own right. Outside of these two fighting for first place, you do have the likes of Vanguard Deadpool actually being right behind them, both in protecting and also banning him out. And similar to Elsa, he just fits into a lot of different compositions and ideas, and he just is very good in his own right. But also, it's how good he is on stuff like Domination, because he can still build up his ultimate very quickly, certainly in comparison to some of the other ult generation nerfs that we've seen. That first fight is really good for Deadpool because he can get a ban hammer early, put it on the enemy strategist, lead to an elimination, and so your backline strategists are up on ultimate charge before the enemy. It gets so much value, and it makes sense why Deadpool Vanguard is so good, not only on Domination, but just in a lot of first early fights. If you enjoy these kind of breakdowns, let us know, and we'll continue to do more. But until next time, ignite the battle, and I'll see you in a few.
Fantastic! Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Ha-ha!
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
One final series determines 3 teams' fates. It all comes down to this. Will it be Fire Strays, Team Vision, Reason Gaming, and maybe some Crownfall enthusiasts in there to try and make it to the playoffs? We have Reason Gaming versus Crownfall, 2 teams who have had highs and lows throughout the preseason group stage, but it all comes down to this, Lemon.
Yeah, if you watched Crownfall during MRC, you were hyped for this team coming in, but that hype has died off as they are still chasing that first win. But this is what the preseason is all about, making mistakes and learning and growing from them. And this team is still trying to find that identity. Fahad and Majed, what is going to be the duelist of choice? Because yes, they look flexible, but I want to see them become the masters and have really some strong, consistent impacts. Because they trade off on Elsa, but if there's no Elsa, then what?
That is a big thing, and we've been seeing so many prioritizations on Elsa bans going forward. But let's talk a little bit about this Reason roster. We don't see two members to mention specifically because they are loans from Lunex. That is DRP and Ballas. We heard from Minty earlier on. Shout out to their manager, talking about the whole scenario with that last week. And now seeing how they've kind of melded into the fold of this Reason Gaming roster, what have they really elevated with this team leg day since we've seen them from the beginning till now?
I feel like Pasawo's soft dives are getting a lot more value now. We've definitely seen the rise of Venom in EMEA over the course of our preseason, and being able to force out these resources, especially when you're going up against triple strategies, is so important to create openings for the rest of your team to go in, especially for Ballas, making sure that there aren't like 7 cooldowns that can be directed Ballas's way if a second they try and make an entry.
I mean, speaking of enabling, and that's what, Enzo was talking to us a little bit about with the Vanguard pool and how he gets enabled a lot by his team. We see KitKat on the Mantis just doing the most, it feels like, Jen, for this team so that Ballas can be unleashed on that Phoenix or whatever they do end up playing, depending on how the ban phase goes.
Yeah, there's been so many swap ups for Reason Gaming in terms of their roster, but one thing that has stayed stable is the strategist line with KitKat and Sejiro, where it's been a lot of the 2-2-2, or sometimes you have a Simba as a strategist, or even back in the day Nocta did that, but it seems like they found a core lineup to play, at least for this preseason. But now it's about not only you've ironed out the stability, but now it's about consistency. And Ballas, we've talked about being that pop-off, that star power that Reason Gaming have had, because they took a map off of, what was it, Rad on that first domination.
True.
So they're able to punch up, but it's closing out a series that is a whole different conversation.
A lot to look forward to for these teams. And I think another thing with Nocta we'll talk about in the actual map phase itself, but we got to mention this Crownfall roster. Coach Cuffy is the mastermind behind them. I saw on social media saying that the team environment is great. They just haven't really been able to find their footing against these rosters. And I feel like as this team grows, like they with experience at the tier 1 level, they will continue to improve. But who is the biggest standouts for you that we've seen so far?
I feel like we've seen a lot of stuff out of Majed and Fahad so far, but never at the same time, which is a sad reality for this team. Like, if we can get both Majed and Fahad on form on a given day, I think that Crownfall can achieve a lot more. Rose has been trying to integrate into this roster, was a very late pickup after dropping out of Ultra Esports just after MRC. So I'm really surprised, rather I'm excited to see if Crownfall can have every member at like 100% going into match day. Like, if they're all there, I think that they have it in them to pick up a win.
If Crownfall do get this win, it does confirm Team Vision, their Saudi Arabian counterparts, essentially into the playoff stages. So maybe for the just camaraderie that they have between those two teams, they might be trying to play a spoiler in this series. But Reason Gaming, they want the highest seed they can get. Their win condition is a 2-0 sweep, and then we'll see how everything falls from then on out for more confirmations on exactly who makes it out of this group stage. But I love that both these teams have had iterations of improvement throughout. I mean, Crownfall, we saw them take their first map win against that Vision Gaming, and a lot of people, Lemon, going into that series, actually thought they were the favorites.
Yeah. And Reason Gaming, I think, have looked stronger on the dive, as like they pointed out, with Passivo on the Venom. But Crownfall are more of that like Deathball type of team. And looking back at even the MRC days to now, I look towards Abuhu as one of my favorite players on this Crownfall roster, whether from the Rogue to the Deadpool to whatever the team needs. He's been that stable frontline carry, I would say. And Rosa, to try and also incorporate a newer Vanguard to the lineup is not easy. You need so much synergy between your two Vanguards and even more cohesion to play on a domination map like Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, and Hell's Heaven, speaking of it, we have not seen Crownfall play it yet during the preseason, but we did see Fire Strays play against Reason Gaming on it, I believe, at one point as well. So Reason Gaming, they have some experience, and that was where they got their first win in a 2-0 fashion. So they're probably happy, Leg Day, to be on a map that really turned around their preseason for them.
Yeah, like Reason Gaming, kind of like Fire Strays, they've had separate kinds of preseasons, you know? Like, sometimes it just takes a while to get into the groove of a new team and a new calling structure, a new meta as well on top of that, and a new year of Ignite competition. So I don't doubt that Crownfall will have their moment in the sun as well, but Reason Gaming is certainly very happy to see that Hell's Heaven is our randomly determined map.
Going into it, maybe this could be the enigma that Crownfall need, going from, you know, maps that they've had people be able to study up against them and maybe not been as prepared as they would have liked to against certain compositions. They have no pressure going into this one, Lemon. I feel like that will unleash a lot of the nerves that they might have been experiencing up to this point.
Yeah, and a map like Hell's Heaven isn't the greatest for Venom, and maybe you see more Captain America, a lot more chaos on that front. But then you look at Crownfall, are they going to be able to get Elsa through the pick bans? Because that's where Fahad and Majed shine and also fight over the hero.
Well, I think Reason probably aren't going to make that too easy for them. Our final series of the day determines the fates of all the teams in Group B. We'll see how it goes.
All right, let's drop into our bans here. And as you said, Lemon, big eyes here on whether Elsa makes it through. It seems like everyone in the EMEA has collectively handshook this week that Elsa ain't happening.
Yeah, I think I've only seen, Sloppo today play like the Elsa, and Ballas going up against him on that mirror would be no joke. It's usually always a one-sided affair when it comes to Elsas or Gambits, whatever it is, but Reason are going to prioritize the Mantis off the bat.
Yeah, not even grabbing themselves the Gambit, which is interesting. I guess this is a team that doesn't really play that much around the Gambit. They do have very successful triple strategist comps, so both of these teams looking towards that Mantis. I imagine we're going to be seeing Fahad pick up the Mantis to boost MJD, but, you know, they twist it around sometimes, as both teams are just going to make sure there's no Elsa to be seen.
I was wondering if the Elsa was going to be protected, but the Mantis, and what's going to be accompanying the Mantis. There's so many strong team-ups around it, from the Groot to the Loki to just, who cares about team-ups? Mantis go burr, and she gives amazing damage buffs to whoever, especially if paired with the Ultron. So no Lokis, or only a one-sided Loki, which Crownfall are going to hope to use.
Okay, Loki's pretty good. This might have been a group ban if you're going down the full Mantis team-up route, and it looks like Reason Gaming certainly have identified that. Rosa is a fantastic group player, so yeah, gonna have to nip that one in the bud. These have been some great Vanguard bans from Reason Gaming, given that Crownfall, I'd say their best Vanguards are Rosa on the Groot and Abuhu on the Vanguard Deadpool.
And especially on Hell's Heaven, where the first fight win to be able to defend with Groot is just next level annoying. It is a nightmare to shoot down the walls. You have to think about heroes that are going to be good at doing that, which may dissuade people from running certain triple strategists and maybe opting for more of a 2-2-2, but the Invisible Woman will be the final protect here for Reason Gaming. Maybe deny any Star-Lord action from the other side, and namely to just have a consistent, strong backline, which Invisible Woman is such a huge core part of.
No double damage boost is declared here by Crownfall, getting rid of Reason Gaming's chance to make sure someone is incredibly pocketed by the Ultron. Although we'll see to what degree they are going to really zoom in onto a single duelist. For Crownfall, would it be surprised to see Rosa walk out on this Doctor Strange, but I don't imagine that they'll stay on it for that long. Admittedly, they could play it with the Invis team up, because it's not a one-sided Invis, just guaranteed for Reason at the moment. And Seijiro has actually been lights out so far when it comes to those pulls on Venom. I think that's been the real standout for Reason Gaming's backline, just Seijiro playing that anti-dive Invis.
Even Rosa has, one of his backups has been the Emma, so Abuhu going to be the one on that. Sometimes he likes to go for fun portal plays on the Doctor Strange, and even just play that on certain convoy maps, even Domination. But it's Fahad and Majed that have just swapped almost every duelist in the game, and some even odd choices from Namor to Punisher. And I say odd in terms of the meta, but they are still trying to find their identity and also what they're going to run off out the gates.
Okay, 2 duelists for
DRP?
Reason Gaming. They are going to be going very hard on the Mantis, though.
See where DRP wants to take them to, and it's also a good early scouting tool. But when do you want to pull the trigger? And it's also, do you reveal yourself at the front or in the middle of the team? And it's to try and block Crownfall from the point momentarily.
Was trying for a portal frag, which is a bit of a rarity at this level, but we have seen it happen. Abuhu's going to have time to start building up that telekinetic ray now, which is going to start doing a lot of damage once you're midway through the fight itself. Can't quite get the Sonic Crystal in time, and so they won't be able to crush the sentience of the Deadpool, but crushing Valis might be just as good. A quick teleport away, manages to get themselves into a safe space, but it is in the line of sight of Majed, who's constantly getting all of that. My goodness, knocked around the back. Perfect recall on the Psionic Shurikens there to destroy Fahad, who is able to cocoon revival himself, and in towards the back now. There is this aim challenge going over onto Majed. The corrosive acid burns through the armor of the Punisher, and it seems like Reason have got everything they want in this first fight, apart from Kit Kat survival, which Darby has made sure isn't happening.
A really early Loki ult gonna copy the Soul Resurgence because the point has not been capped yet. It also is gonna make Nocta's Dance of the Butterflies much weaker to have all these Loki clones to have to chunk through, but the shotgun hurts at close range, and Nocta found out the hard way.
Yeah, Nocta, I think, was attempting a spawn camp there. Marjo had just come up for zipline, but had seen some Momo TikToks, you know. Had the shotgun ready to go. DRP, once again, using the soft dive that was learned from Pasuo, and it is going to be a quick back off here from Rosa. Despite Reason Gaming's early advantage, they have lost quite a bit of their point contest here. Pasuo moves forward together with DRP. This could be a huge ultimate, but no, DRP falls midway through. Majid just gets stuck in. Oh, the CC immunity. That is disgusting. You hate to see it if you're a Reason Gaming fan. Crownfall just going to be able to live all of this now, utilizing the souling. There's nowhere for Kit Kat to take their victims, and Majed is finally showing the gumption that we recognized before in MRC.
Both duelist ultimates from Reason after the regen domains were used for Yano, and they still couldn't get eliminations. The invisible boundary too from Sejuro, just to stall as much as they did, and Crownfall were observing with the Punisher ultimate. It really saved. It was almost an ultimate to save themselves with, as Crownfall will be able to defend first, and they'll have the karmic revival from Fahad. So you got almost a mirror situation happening, but a difference in those duelists is what's going to make all the difference, while Reason Game actually lack seems like that damage from Ballast, but that's what who they're going to have to lean on. But you have to get through that Emma shield, and what's going to protect them too from the Emma ultimate. DRP has to be ready.
Pasuo ready to go. Debuffs for hard. Out comes so many of the defensive utilities, though. Both the regeneration domain and the soul bond have been used here, though, which is a lot off the plate for Crownfall. Luckily, they have been able to catch even more members, so they aren't going to be punished for their overlap.
A lot of tools for Crownfall, and they never even gave up the point. Reason Gaming are on the outside watching in, and there is some forgiveness from Crownfall. Invisible boundary from Sejuro just to be able to sustain through this Emma ult, but here's the counteraction from Valis, and gets the double as soon as those revives came in.
Point blank with the damage boost. Two players will fall. Margin thinks it's winnable, though. Up comes the Meteor Ram. Instead, it's going to be sent over onto the hard, making sure there's no chance for any more revivals. But Ayana Koji already got the copy, already brought back their counterpart. Disgusting play on the Loki. And now back into their regular doppelganger form, able to pump out a bunch of heals to keep Abuhu up and kicking. Darby knows even more. In goes the Soul Resurgence, knowing that it's now or never to get rid of Reason Gaming. And Reason have to move on forward now. Their Vanguards put their lives on the line to make it happen. Pasuo disengages, but Yana Koji's just feeling so comfortable back here. Regeneration domain keeps everyone healthy. DRP is down. Yeah, there's going to be a Venom moving in, but Rose is just trying to walk down Nocta, but Nocta needs a second Vanguard to try and deal with this one. Pasuo Sentience Crystal is chased off here by Abu, who continuously kicked off the point, and now it's for Phoenix, who has to try and keep this one contested. Pasuo can't disengage anymore. There are no further options, and Crownfall, what a statement.
So many mini games that Reason Gaming have to play. Taking down the Crownfall Loki clones. You have to get through the Emma shield. There's the DRP mag bubbles. Like, there's so much to mitigate all the ultimates and ways that Reason Gaming are trying to get picks. In Crownfall, they have domain region. Worst case scenario, throw those up. They cover almost the entire point because the clones live on so much. Reason Gaming had found a way in. 100-0 is domination. As we will have a pause here momentarily being called, so you'll see more of us here in a second. But that'll give everybody some time to digest what happened in round 1.
I mean, big credit to Rosa as well. Like, I think a big part of that round turning around was Rosa getting the perfectly timed bubble on Majed when popping the final judgment. We saw DRP floating above it, like, please break the bubble, please break the bubble, please break the bubble. But, like, your meter just gets overloaded so fast by the damage of a damage boosted final judgment. You've got to eventually throw it out. And credit to him, connected onto Fahad. But unfortunately, Ayana Koji had already copied the Adam. And so there was a second resurrection coming through with Cocoon Revival, like, I'm back again. And guess what? We've still got final judgment. So no luck there for Reason Gaming.
Yeah, talking about the mini games I just said, just when you think you beat the first level, there's level 2, and it's Adam who brings everybody back. So good mention there, Leg. Reason Gaming, I'd love to see that a second duelist, because I don't think Ballas can do it all on his own. And it's no shade, it's just there's a lot of damage you need to output to get through this strat line of Crownfall and to reestablish yourself in the fight, because yeah, the Adam will revive everybody, but if you can just keep momentum and be aggressive and push forward, you're almost, you could maybe punish the team for being revived like that. So Reason Gaming, though, not having the Loki is going to hurt them a lot, and which means you also can't play the Psylocke into a Loki. Reason Gaming had to swap off of that ASAP.
Like the way that you can counter the Dance of a Butterfly so easily using for a generation domain. And of course you can mitigate some of those strikes as well if you don't have regen domain by putting up your doppelgangers, because they'll absorb 2 strikes each, which is like you can solo tank it. Like, oh, my team won't stack up when I get ulted by the Psylocke. Never mind, I'll stack with myself. I outnumber you.
Our game is almost ready to go, and Passmo and friends from Reason Gaming, I don't think have been punched in the mouth like this in quite a while. Like you said, they look so good on domination against Rad, and this is just not the best domination map for this team, who I think looks stronger on dive behind Passmo's Venom, and this is just not the best map because of all these low ceilings, but they may consider it going forward as Passmo is still on it, so they're going to go back to what's worked for them, but I don't like the Psylocke.
Yeah, not the best dive map, but at least better than the previous one.
Yeah,
which was for lower ceilings. Slightly higher ones here for Passmo to try and work around, as well as these pillars, which give them good wall climb potential. Already a Boohoo, you can see that their damage boost. I don't think I managed to get the Carbon Crush grab there, so there's going to be a little bit less threat that Passmo has to deal with. But you can see that Crownfall just all together in this little area, attempting a dive.
Yeah, just that diamond form to kind of disrespect the Magneto too, like, and to force out cooldowns. You just gotta be having a bubble or a shield ready at all times, because Abu still has that psionic seduction, and Passmo has some space to operate on the Venom. But here comes the final judgment.
Rolling forward into the invisible boundary. Extra speed coming through. So much protection needs to be given over to Majed right now, and it seems to be working out. Even with the Meteor M, it's finally Passmo who makes it happen with the frenzied arrival. But guess who's back for hard this time with the res? Majed is back in the play. But Kit Kat ready to go. Eternal Bond if it's needed. And of course, with Darby already being down, maybe Reason Gaming are calling that this one's under control and we don't need to hyper invest in this. Resurrection comes on through. DRP falling low, and that means that now you have to go. Can Rosa get the cancel here onto the Eternal Bond? Instead sends it into their own team, trying to play this kind of counter dive kind of motion. Rosa now going to be backed up. It's going to be a roll forward here. Majed has extra movement speed thanks to the Soul Resurgence, and that makes it all the more deadly to use that shotgun as Nocta stands alone on the point. Only Passmo now remains. There's still a good angle here from Ballas, but I think you're going to need more than accuracy to burn through 5 members of Crownfall.
Yes, the Punisher hero is so good at being an anti-Vanguard duelist. That's the reason why Sparker has it in his back pocket. As a Vanguard player, the shotgun is a life ruiner, but Reason Gaming used so many ultimates, never capped the point. There was so much protection around DRP, who actually blocked the Meteor M from hitting his cloak and dagger. So DRP's now on the Angela, though, and he's trying to maybe scoop some people up. Oh, psionic seduction, though.
Who's going to be seduced? Passwell has to turn and look at the pretty lady, and so doesn't see the shotgun at their back. The rest of Reason Gaming have done well to just back away, but once they're in these exposed positions, that's where Rose can try and find the combo as they wait for the elevator. So relatable.
Just what I needed.
I think Emma is the coolest bodyguard to have if you want to be a shotgun-only Punisher, because who's going to step up to you? Because Emma's just going to push you on your back. It is very scary to go up against Emma because she'll usually try to kick you into her own team. Reason Gaming, now that they're also off the Magneto, don't have an easy shield to bring up to stop the Psionic Seduction, so I was going to have free ults, and I guess Crownfall got free picks.
Yeah, just a nasty mag cannon there. Stop DRP in midair. Passimo doesn't really have the HP to try and deal with this one. Rosa is just on it when it comes to their mag accuracy right now, easily comboing these players. Morbalis continues to find this kind of unpressured high ground. By the time they really get any value off the back of it, already they've lost both their vanguards, and Rosa with another combo. He's filthy today.
A mag is doing way too much work. You tried to ban Rose's best hero and you're paying the price. This is going to be 200-0 if Reason don't get it together.
All right, pressure ready to be put on. Ayana Koji ready to use the Soul Resurgence. Has to be careful. Won't necessarily extend the Transformer for Loki for that much. Okay, Marged is going to be incredibly fast moving through here as well. Looking for that attempt to shut it down with the Feast of the Abyss. But guess what? The Phoenix ult don't last long when faced with this much damage. For Hardy to think about disengaging. Maybe looking for a late action usage. Oh, nice CC immunity there from Marged as well. I mean, I know that I'm blazing all of these, but keeps dodging all of these Jeff ultimates. Battle seems to move on forward here. Start to build up the sparks on those who get resurrected. The Hand of Conscience a little bit too far back. Darby gets pushed back into it, but has the movement speed to get away, and there's no weather balance to go but into the crosshairs of Majed. Yeah, Nocta turned up on the Moon Knight, but the desperation is not rewarded, and Crownfall take a map.
I think it was a bit of a comp difference, I'm not gonna lie, and an execution difference, and Nocta swaps to the Moon Knight at the very end. I wish that I'm a cope. I wish that came out earlier. Because the Psylocke was not it. You wasted time on that. And if you want to try and punish the amount of clones, the Moon Knight is that pseudo counter to that, although it's really fallen out of the meta. I think that would have been better served earlier on. And of course, all the ballast picks that happened at the end all just got revived by Fahad. Like, Crownfall 200-0. I did not have that on my bingo card.
Yeah, I like Nocta's train of thought here to go to the Moon Knight. I would need to check the replay, but I do think they missed the Hand of Khonshu on Fahad's res, which is unideal. But in theory, that is the correct answer to the res. Like, the amount of pocket that Majed is getting right now is kind of off the charts. Like, Darby using every single one of these Soul Resurgencies just to give Majed extra speed as well during that Final Judgment, because that's the main, like, downfall of Punisher's ultimate, right? That he's so slow and he's easy to kite away, but if you give him the speed boost from Darby, suddenly that is no longer a problem, has even more health as well from the over health that lets him live through the Feast of the Abyss, and has the firepower to get rid of the Phoenix ultimate in the sky in like half a second as well.
I just like that Crownfall found an identity and really owned it. Like, Majed owning on the Punisher, and it was a lot of the shotgun Punisher too, playing in tandem with an M and a mag. Like, if there's one duelist that should be commending his whole team, it's Majed thanking his whole squad. Of course, the triple strategist. You can't deny the poke that Adam does at range. Even Fahad is getting a couple of picks, had dropped 10k damage on the Adam. You have the damage boost from Dabi. So overall, I like how Crownfall really supported Majed and the Final Judgments to give himself invulnerability at times to get away from some hectic moments. The Invisible Boundary proved to be a hurdle, a hoop for Majed to get through. But I like the adaptations that Crownfall brought out when they were getting banned against.
I haven't seen much of Ayana Koji on the Loki previously, I've got to say, but I am quite impressed. Turns out there's a reason why that character is as banned as they are, and it seems like Rosa, we duo, so he won't mind me giving him a bit of PM, finally got his hands back. Like, where have Bro's hands been? They've been pulled out of the box, Cuffy has unconfiscated his hands, and Bro is now fragging out on the mag.
Yeah, that Loki dropped 30,000 heals though for a Yano. Like that's how long these doppelgangers were lasting through. And like I said, Reason Gaming were playing so many mini games. The Loki doppelgangers to the Fahad Rezes to Abu Diamond Form, a shotgun from Punisher, and a 200-0 for Crownfall. Reason Gaming, they gotta keep composed. It's the last match of the group stage, and we'll find out what their map pick will be after this.
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Technically, Reason Gaming still could make it out of some weird scenario if they do win this at the end, but Crownfall are trying to make sure that does not happen. One more map is all it takes for their first victory in Ignite 2026, and we're all here for it. But like you said at Best Lemon, it seemed to be just a bit of a composition difference between these two teams, and no one could take out Majed.
Yeah, a one-sided Loki Mantis is not cute, and why people really prioritize that. But as an Emma main, there was Emma value today, and I will continue to lock her in games going forward. And that's why I gas up Abuhu, because he knows when to bring out the right stuff. And they tried to ban against the Vanguards of Crownfall. They just have a backup plan. So maybe we got to go back to let's get rid of the really OP team-ups and then worry about what Vanguards could come out.
I mean, with that leg day, there's a lot of potential for different maps we can go for this one, but Museum of Contemplation, this will be a first that we see for Crownfall, so maybe trying to go with something that isn't their comfort zone, at least in Ignite specifically. We did see Reason play this, but it was a 1-0 hold. Full hold from Rad Esports against them earlier this weekend. So I'm kind of curious on what you think the decision making might have been here.
I think this is because Crownfall were playing a very static comp on Domination. I think Reason Gaming are hedging against going up against another like bunker style comp, like this double shield with the Emma with the mag.
A lot more flexibility, maybe a little bit better for Pasivo on that Venom. I mean, we didn't really get to see that based on the map last time, Jen, and this could be their time to be unleashed.
I need to see these Vanguards step up for Reason Gaming, and I think it was a map diff, a compositional diff, but especially Pasivo. I want to see Aggressivo, and this is the best map for Venom because it is so large. On every other map, you can make a case for Hulk, but this is going to be the Pasivo playground. I feel it in my bones, and I'm feeling DRP is going to be ready to clown. Of course, he's been a fantastic Magneto throughout, even protecting Seijuro coming out of that Eternal Bond. DRP was able to shield him from a Meteor M, so there's flashes of brilliance from Reason Gaming, but I need to see better decisions going forward in terms of the compositions and understanding those counters really well.
It seemed like a lot of focus was put on just boosting Ballast as best as they could and rallying around them, but you can't have just one individual player against this full roster of Crownfall. They have taken the time throughout their training arc to level up, and now we see the fruits of their efforts. Can they pull off the upset? Can they get their first ever win in Ignite 2026 preseason? It's time to find out now.
Oh boy, I know if Crownfall are 2-0ing this one, I'm going to be checking Cuffy's Twitter like, okay guys, I made the team environment terrible and we started winning. One big up to Cuffy going through adversity. It's time to get stuck into our bans here. Reason Gaming, they're going to be desperate to just try and find a way around Crownfall's like hyper pocket of Midget.
Yeah, that Loki cannot be slipping through, and it's got to be a prio around those strategist teammates. It's a big reason why in a lot of our series you're seeing like 4 strategists banned, because they are really the glue to the operation, the gears that keep the machine turning, and there's so much triple strategist going around that you need to make these options as awkward and comfortable as possible. As Reason Gaming want that Mantis involved, Crownfall will have their first protect, and it's gonna be around the Mantis as well. Now Loki's, I gotta see those banned out.
Yeah, for sure. Loki has to go. But one thing that does stick out to me is that Reason Gaming, they did this last time, and they didn't really make good use of the Mantis. Like they were playing that double duelist lineup, didn't get much use out of a Mantis at all. Finally, we might see the ban on the Loki at least here from Reason to try and constrain Ayano Koji yet again. It's going to be a mutual ban, of course.
Let's go. No Elsa, no Gambit, just vibes. Well, we'll see where the vibes fall to for Crownfall, what they want to ensure going forward. Because again, this is a team that is a jack of all trades, but really became the masters of that Punisher composition. But I don't think you're going to be able to play Shotgun Punisher on a gigantic museum of contemplation.
I mean, you at least would have your means of like trying to deal with Pasivo at least. And once again, it's going to be Rosa popping the target ban here, knowing that, hey, that healing wall that the Mantis gives is going to be very troublesome. And the protect here on the Ultron, knowing that it was banned out previously by Crownfall, I think that's fairly smart, because it means that you can play that double damage boost if you're so inclined and really put all of your eggs in the ballast basket.
And no invis, which is a pretty good anti-dive measure. So one-sided invisible woman, where Dobby, that was their specialty. So excited to see Crownfall on defense first. This is Reason Gaming's choice of map and choice of side, where we'll get to see Ballast shine even more. He started to really rise to the occasion with these picks at the end. It just sucked that an Adam resed and forgave all of that, which Fahad is floating on that as well. So that'll be maybe another problem Reason have to continue to face.
Well, I'm sorry to deny you more Emma Frost content, but we do have a Boohoo on their specialty. The Vanguard Deadpool is available. DRP is going to be the only one with a Groot in the lobby as well, which could be a little bit troublesome for Rosa, who's going to typically be playing the less mobile Vanguards, who are more likely to be separated by the big wall.
And Majed, interestingly, not too many people are playing the Winter Soldier. Mr. Bucky himself, but Majed is one of the few that do such a strong neutral with those hooks, especially if people cannot escape away from it. There's a lot of ways to get around it. If DRP sticks on the group, for example, that Ironwood wall would make you immune to that. And the Kraken impact may lack the impact if you have the triple strategist, because you need those health pools nice and low to get those executions. Reason Gaming, though, out the gates. This is the Pasivo playground. This is the reason why you pick this map.
I'm not going to lie, against both, they... oh, wow, DRP already dragged on in. tries to avoid any more CC using the big wall. It's going to be very difficult for Password to get value against. With the double pull that can come through from the Winter Soldier and the Invisible Woman, Password is going to be strained in terms of their movement.
Just the poke composition from Reason Gaming with Ballas. Now, if there would be a time to run the Psylocke, oh my god, Nocta exploded. But heads up play from Rosa.
The pulling goes crazy there. Just dragging Nocta in. There's no real way to get out of that easily if you're an Ultron, if you've already used your burst movement as well. Ballas still wants to stay in the lane, though. Feels like there's something here. There's a hankering in his bones for some violence.
Yeah, and having the one-sided Groot, you could try to punish the Deadpools that walk up, just like DRP is doing now, but Crownfall are still holding strong.
Oh, I think someone just fell over in the apartment above me.
Glad that wasn't you. I was worried.
Disengagement is so difficult to make happen here. Like we pointed out before, the double pulls against the Venom are a little bit untenable to try and go against. Ballas wants to fly away. Quick TP is going to make it happen. And DRP, the downside of a Groot is that you are absolutely feeding XP to a Boohoo who's leveling up at record clip.
DRP needs to play around his Ironwood walls too, because if you don't, he'll be a victim like he was earlier with these Winter Soldier pulls. Now strangling Prison. That's why he's trying to play aggressive at initial wall, but Crownfall stand tall.
All right, a lot of damage coming through, and of course the anti-heal as well, but it seems like Ayana Coach is getting so much value off the back of this invisible boundary. 2 ultimates traded for 1, but now Reason Gaming, they don't have so much to worry about when it comes to Ballas's ultimate. The Ensong Inferno, if it could be boosted up, could be absolutely deadly. Darby already afflicted with a couple of those. Oh, Ballas's accuracy is absolutely nothing to shake a stick at. Rosa gets 4 stuns, but no one's there to follow up. Majed's going to try and give it a go, but it seems like even with everyone afflicted with the culling aura, it's down to Vahan to make the res happen. Majed, I don't think can get any resets here, so no again to be heard in the halls of contemplation. A Boohoo moves forward, but Ballas is there to meet them, and Darby just a second too late. Everyone's dragged into one place. They're slamming down from above. The soul link that came through right there from Fahad was so clutch to keep everyone kicking.
And even Dobby too with the soul resurgence. That extra overhealth made all the difference. No executions from Reason Gaming, as now the backs of Crownfall are against the wall with no tools to push back, but they just need to anchor, maybe build up towards those win conditions, but the fate is in Reason Gaming's hands.
Okay, here's the fate of both worlds. Look for shield play here to try and cut off the heal LOS onto anyone who might be overextended. Abuhu just comes back in with everyone else waiting to recontest after the ultimate is over, and there it is. The invisible boundary traps in multiple players. They're slowed up when they cross the boundary as well, so there's no way to get out of it. It's perfectly managed by Crownfall. Unbelievable stuff.
Reason Gaming. They are pushed back right on the brink of success. Rosa had a better showing towards the end there. He kind of worried me with the 1v6 Aya Vakamoto, which was fantastic if he had a team with him. Didn't realize Ayano had fallen, but Reason, they're not fallen yet until they did just now.
Oh, the second you had to turn around to try and deal with a distraction from a Boohoo, you just get 4. Oh, no, see that?
Bro, no. Ow. No, this is not real life.
Basuo did it to him, man.
Oh my god, Reason Gaming are rage baiters. There's no way. That is the worst one of the day, but let's lock in here because Mashed just tried to pull somebody in. You got the Feast of the Abyss too.
Okay, Soulbond's trying to deal with that one. Single stun there onto Paso to try and stop any follow-up. Rosa just opts for 1 at the moment, but now DRP is going to be even more dangerous. Off of the Groot onto the Emma, and this means that it's more dangerous for Rosa to walk forward. Majed waiting with the Kraken Impact. Would love to try and grab in a squishy player and then bop them elsewhere using that Trooper's Fist.
And now that there's an Emma shield, it's even more difficult to find value, but the Crownfall Adam stands tall again. Their poke is strong.
Well, it is going to be a reset there onto Passaway. Majed might have trouble going for yet another reset here. Could go over onto the Daredevil, and indeed the culling aura is applied. Can we get the accuracy onto Ballas? Majed's going in even further. He dreams of even more. DRP gets grabbed. A nice charge to try and stop the turnaround, but still it's going to be the culling aura and the reset. Reason Gaming just have to wait for 8 seconds here until this one's done.
DRP may have a diamond form, but Majed has diamond hands, and he's going to think twice about entering the spawn room room doors of Reason Gaming, but I'm sensing a tantrum, and I'm sensing KitKat too with a nice opportunity to steal away Crownfall, especially if they're on the back foot, but these strats are in trouble. Paso is harassing them.
All right, inside of the Unicorn shield. Oh, the damage is just so much. Seijiro can't do anything. Look how quick they are going towards that spawn room. Can Paso even get inside? One big eat here. Well, Rose is actually doomed. Oh, Rose is not doomed. Oh, the focus fire from Crownfall is absolutely sublime. This is a different team. Where have you been?
Reason Gaming aren't going anywhere fast. Oh, Malice! Chucked out the door. You're gonna need a ticket, son. Crownfall. Their neutral is strong with the pulls, and they have a band-aid in the car. Make a revival if things go awry. Reason Gaming. They cannot give up, and they cannot surrender. They got the C9, and now they need to keep forcing mistakes out of Crownfall.
Oh, Fahad's actually doing so much on this Adam as well. The damage is real. Valor swapping over onto the Namor. A Boohoo just has this sniping position up on top. It's going to attempt to try and deal with it via Seijiro, who has to unleash the Kumiho here just to give over enough healing to the remainder of the team. But Crownfall is sitting pretty here with a Soul Bond as well. They're not too worried about all the damage that's coming on through. And here comes Rosa. No stuns coming through in this case. I think it might have been contained within a shield elsewhere. In comes the Phoenix ultimate. Paso can't quite make it happen off the back of the dive. It's going to be grabbed back in. Welcome to the invisible boundary where your strategist can't see you and there's no healing to be found. Overtime in session. A Boohoo round the side. Nocta never saw it coming, and now there's all the more that can be done. Valor's going to try and clutch this for themselves. Every crit will berserk for Squids, but you need to keep someone on the point. It's down to Paso to make it happen. A Spirit Sanctuary around them, and KitKat just throwing out orb after orb. Do you need the Eternal Bond right here? You have to try and deal with the resurrection. Fahad's brought Ayana Koji back, and so now's the time to roll on forward. It's Pasiwo who's too far away from the train, though, and Darby just moves back towards the other side, knowing that they can just reset for later.
Crownfall. They have their Mantis clapping Reason's back like, what is going on? They are so dominant, and the last second pause is being called as we'll see if Reason Gaming can keep the rally going, but it's been a spawn hold of all spawn holds. So despite being gifted point A, Reason Gaming, I think, are going to be stuck halfway or short of halfway to the second.
We've seen a good amount of first point holds on Museum of Contemplation, so imagining that this goes the way of Crownfall, given that they've got 6 players up and currently have a Mantis ult active, and Majed's going to have the Kraken impact in short order, I think they probably win this fight. Reason Gaming needs to start thinking about their defense. And honestly, it's not unwinnable for them. They've got a pretty solid defense, especially with one-sided access to the group via DRP. Majed's innovating a little bit, though, bringing back the Winter Soldier, which thus far has not seen a huge amount of success, but does have its uses against Venom.
If Reason Gaming aren't being able to shut down these off angles too from Crownfall, the way that Dobby is just trying to 1v3 the strat line here with Reason Gaming, it's been pretty insane. DRP is also on the Captain America, which is not going to be helping in terms of anything, because Crownfall are playing quite far away, and then the Captain America's got to put his good walking shoes on and ideally run towards that, because Reason Gaming are barely keeping their heads above water. Nocta and Ballas are swapping to everything and anything. We currently have a Phoenix and a Namor to just have some kind of safe haven to fire upon, but I would like to just see DRP back on the Magneto. It's just something to be more front-facing with his team, but I think he wants to go and dive with Passivos. So they're trying anything.
Too. I mean, to be fair, you might need to, like, Crownfall, like, Fahad is just sitting pretty, and bro's just been in the back aiming, you know, putting out the case to, like, let me back on Duelist, bro. Look what I could do with Adam. Imagine what I'd do if I was on Punisher right now. But honestly, surviving through the Eternal Bond from KitKat has been really viable for them. Let's get back into the action here as Crownfall tried their best for a last-second defense, and Reason Gaming are running out of options to keep this part contested. It had to be Seijiro for a moment, but no one else is there. Darby's popping up on the Mantis, and that's the hold.
Like in these Deadpool bubbles too from Crownfall, as soon as anyone tries to go near this school bus, they are magically thrown out of it because you're able to deny the healing that goes into the Vanguards that are trying to anchor the objective as much as possible, even ward away Crownfall. Reason Gaming, again, it's the exploration of identity. They swap to a lot of different duelists. I like that they have a second duelist. That was what I was really asking for after domination. But Crownfall's triple strat is proving to be such a nuisance, especially this Adam getting through. You don't really see Adam bans, but the soul bonds have been so perfectly timed from Fahad that every time Reason Gaming look like they have a strong damage going in, it's distributed, and then you can't get any picks because of those soul bonds. So big fan of Crownfall's teamwork on the strat lines, and then Dobby's so comfortable they could just only do damage. So it's 6 picks 2 from Dobby on that Mantis in the last round.
Ridiculous stuff. Actually, getting more final blows from Majed, which is very impressive for a Mantis. It looks like we might see a Primal Flame team up here from Majed. That would be great for trying to isolate a singular target. DRP not being on the group does mean they have to be very judicious with how they use their self-bubble.
And I think that this Wolverine was to maybe try and predict if DRP was going to be on the Groot, which would be the ultimate counter. And still not too bad on the Magneto. You just have a bit more grace to deal with that. But man, DRP is taking a heck load of damage. And look, they have to fall back to the back corner.
Yeah, like Majed, like you can see him just hanging out behind the window, like looking at you, kind of like in Star Wars. Just Darth Maul over there. I'm coming for you one day. And here we go. Falcon Rosa moving on forward. And of course, he does have that team up from the Invis as well. The self bubble's been used from DRP. Now that means that they're going to be in a very perilous position when the Feral Leap comes off cooldown. Majed's going to troll that corner.
Yeah, Majed is looking for an opportunity, but the spacing has been so good. But this is also free progress for Crowdfall, and they got the picks.
Oh, well, Yana Koji does get hit with a banhammer, but honestly, the damage has already been done, so is moisturized, unbothered, in their lane with the bus.
And Fahad, from the Adam to the Alpha on the Phoenix, and ults to spare to lock in this point A in lightning record speed for them. No C9 needed. Execution flawless for Crowdfall, and they're letting it rain. Reason Gaming haven't even had a chance to breathe.
I think I heard someone was opening a portal. I don't know if it was Rosa or the respawning Reason Gaming. Either way, they don't manage to get there in time, and Abuhu's just claiming all of his space. Forces out for Soul Bond this early. Look at the aggressiveness that's coming through this invisible boundary. Fahad and Majed are just running them down in the streets right now, and Nocta can't do anything as Rosa just walks them on down. Oh my god, he creased his J's.
Well, what was a crawl is a stand from Reason Gaming, some point of stability, but the win condition, the finish line is ahead of Crownfall with almost 5 minutes. Sidrul has to step up to help the team touch the cart.
Okay, there was a weird portal that was happening back there as Pasuo drops on in. Majed just going to be walking forward, swinging those adamantine claws, knows exactly what they want. Kick has to be careful not to be pulled out of their own ultimates, for it's going to be a Terror Cape coming from above. Rosa temporarily blinded as the cellular corrosion will detonate, but Kit Kat is taken out of the ultimate. No more Eternal Bond. Far less healing's going to be coming without that dagger present at the moment, and Majed is ready to go for a final stand. Looks towards the back line. Might want to go after the Phoenix, but hasn't quite managed to grab anyone just now. I'll settle for the Deadpool. You know that he hates him in character, and he hates him in the game as well. Majed brings it on forward, and Crownfall, welcome to the preseason, just in time to leave.
Reason Gaming hated how that series ended, going out with a whimper. That was just not the version of Reason Gaming, the one that faced Rad Esports and took a map from them. But man, did this team find what works, whether it's the Adam from Fahad, Majed on the Wolverine. You don't get to see that too often, and they even went back to the double duelist, and Crownfall hit Reason where it hurts. Even 18,000 damage from Fahad. He had half that round on Adam, swapping to the Phoenix. Crownfall, so aggressive, and it paid off. Who needs to play Venom? You just need a good team, and Crownfall get their first win in the Ignite preseason.
Just need a good team, and we've got the best team here, Vaudable. My host, what do you think of that one?
I think the win condition for Crownfall and any team who faces off against this recent roster is just shut down Pasuo. This was the least effective we'd been able to see them and the least amount of final hits as well. I mean, they were the hard carry, you could say, for the previous wins that we saw from them. And unfortunately, this time, they were relatively ineffective because of kind of the anti-dive composition we were able to witness from Crownfall. So a great look from them. The team themselves, they didn't even have their coach with them this weekend, able to rally together and get their first win the preseason, and I hope the best for them in stage 1 because this is just the start of potential legacy being built by this roster here at Lemon.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're able to find and make the magic work and support their duelists, because that's what kind of was shaky about Crownfallers. They were these jack of all trades, and maybe you can just make any of these comps work as long as the strategist can enable these duelists. So anything from Majed on the Punisher, the shotgun supremacy on the first map, to Fahad on the Atom was untouchable and kind of acted like a duelist with how much poke damage he was doing.
I mean, even Abuhu that we saw on the Vanguard pool, Enzo told us a little bit about it. It's not like there's just the best Vanguard pools out there. They all kind of play relatively the same, but it's the team that works around them. And Crownfall, this is the best we've seen them as a team so far.
Yeah, I think the Crownfall were finally working together. I think Darby was getting good use out of a Mantis as well. I like that they kind of set up their band phase here as well to play that more kind of like supportive style, often going for that triple strategist to make sure that they could have their stars really start playing up and aggressive. And to be honest, having that triple strategist changed Rosa, you know, like we saw playing incredibly aggressively on the mag, getting in there on the Strange as well, because you had that trust in your team. Like, I've got 3 strategists behind me. I can make a little bit of a goofy play and maybe get some value out of it.
1v6, I have Agamotto.
I mean, it's crazy you talk about Rosa. When I messaged them, they were saying that they're not feeling super confident going into this matchup earlier this weekend. And I was saying, you know, there was earlier a potential chance if Fire Strays did lose to Vision that they could have made it. Unfortunately, likely not the case now. We'll get the final word later on, but we're going to be interviewing their coach now. Arya Goddess is the one who stepped up for the team, so definitely kept them together. I see it throughout this as well, so biggest of shout outs to Arya for actually getting them the winning comp that they needed here too, because it just seemed like it all came together. Things that weren't working in the past started to just align perfectly for this victory for them. So I'm glad that they were able to get a win here as well, not go down without a fight. And yes, they might not be making it into the playoffs, but this is a great start here as well, Jen.
Yeah, I think it's to go out with a bang and go out with a win so that you know what to iterate on. You actually know what worked. And it was the pick bands really going their way, from getting the one-sided Loki on domination to be able to follow through on the Atom on both maps, so that whatever happen, you're able to revive everyone. You had the Soul Bond to share all of the pain together, and that's really what Crownfall went through, the thick, the thin, and were able to come out on top. So I'm super proud of Crownfall. This was the potential I was hoping to see out of them, because they look strong in MRC, but just the competition is so tight in EMEA.
Yeah, we had such like huge hopes for this team coming out of MRC.
We did.
I had them going through in 4th in the group, I think. In my prayers, I was like, yeah, this team is pretty good. They had to integrate Rosa, which took a little bit of time, and it felt like they weren't working together amazingly, which was surprising to me, considering that so many of them were from the MRC team. But maybe they just matured into this meta like a little bit more slowly than the rest of the pack, since of course we went from season 6 MRC to season 7, and we had some major change of like how ults work, as well as the introduction of White Fox, and we changed towards the Gambit ult. So maybe Crownfall were a little bit slow on the uptake, but I'm sure that now that they're starting to figure it out, they're going to be very strong in season 1.
I wonder what the chat thinks in terms of the accuracy of their predictions that they had coming into all of this. I just checked mine. I got like 4 of them correct with the placement. So it came down to the wire at the end, unfortunately, for that one. But it sounds like we do have the interview ready with Arya, their coach, that came in and really just put everything together that this team needed. So welcome in, Arya. Nice to see you involved with this roster, and I just want to say congratulations for getting the first win for this team.
I'm so glad to be back, and today, I think, especially against Reason, my obviously ex-teammates, it's definitely a nice feeling, I'll be quite honest.
Well, I mean, talking... you go like that, you got this.
Hello, Jane Draft. Nice to see you.
Been a long time coming.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of like taking the title away after the 0-4 record, but you saved it. What changed in this match for Crownfall compared to every other match so far?
I'm gonna be quite honest. I'm on maybe an hour and a half of sleep. I stayed up all night, spent most of the day figuring out every single thing Reason could do, what they did, and then today just went in with Thanos draft. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, we were a big fan of the drafts and how it went, especially on Domination. And tell me how, because coaching is not just about being really smart in the drafts, but it's about the mentals of the players. Because, starting at an unfortunate first week, how were you able to bring the mentals up for everyone to kind of really make sure that despite playoffs not being a possibility, you're able to kind of keep everyone's spirits up as much as possible?
I'm going to be honest, that was mostly Guffey. Today, just unfortunately wasn't able to attend, so I kind of stepped in, obviously, and just the whole team. I'm just so proud of everyone on the team, to be honest. Obviously we went 0-4 down last week, and then today just to pull out such a win, 200-0 on map 1, and then last map as well was just insane.
Okay, well, you guys may have won this match, but you do still have about a month and a half before you get to play again. So for you and Cuffy in the back room, to get this roster Ignite ready, what are your goals for the next month and a half for this squad?
Just, we found a lot of holes in our issues and just patch them up and go in stage 1 with clear mind.
A good way to think about it. I think the big thing here as well is it just felt like the entire team gelled so much more than they did. Do you have any insight into like the comms, how those were like going into the series and after the victory for this roster?
Not really much changed, to be honest. We're pretty much, comms are exact same as they have been for last week, but it's just, I think today with the pressure a little bit eased, especially due to, the game earlier on this morning. I think everyone was just going in wanting to not qualify.
I think this made it so no teams can underestimate you guys going into stage 1. Any final thoughts or shout outs or any words you have to say to the audience out there? The floor is yours.
It's all to thank Blaney. He's the person that's kind of set me up here. He pushed me to do this and be the best I can, and I can't be more grateful.
Shout out to Blaney. Love to hear it. Well, thank you for joining us, Arya, and best of luck in the in-between from now into stage 1.
Thank you so much.
That was so great hearing from Arya, and like she said, was from Reason here into the actual helping out with Coach, like kind of last minute with the draft here as well, working together with Cuffy initially, now coming in to get them locked in for this, and the vibes seemed to be good throughout, and they just locked in, didn't have the pressure was the main thing here as well, Lemon.
Yeah, and also it must be so exhausting as a coach because it's easy to be ahead, but it's even harder when you are so far behind and you have to think, what are our strengths? How do we tap into it? And let alone the mentals that you have to kind of align and make sure that everyone is willing to put their all, no matter what the result is, no matter what is on the line. So big shout out to what Arya and what she's been able to do on so little sleep because I don't know how she stays sane.
She can finally sleep now after 1.5 hours of rest.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that, but can sleep well, especially after getting a win at the end of it too. We're just waiting now to hear the final results of how the standings shake up from those matchups. I mean, it was banger after banger throughout this weekend in the final week of competition. We could talk about it now that it's all said and done as we wait for the playoff picture and for those group stage standings, which I'm most excited to look at. I mean, biggest surprises, like Day, you would say, in terms of the entire playing field in EMEA, who are you thinking of?
I'd say biggest surprise is probably Heretics beating out Na'Vi. Like, I expected both of these rosters to be good. I didn't expect them to be better than Na'Vi. Although, I do think that maybe playoffs is going to be a different beast because Na'Vi's got plenty of time to try and deal with, like, these compositions that trip them up.
Oh, yeah. Man. It's like the 16th until then is when the playoffs will start as well. So a little bit under 2 weeks here, Jen. I mean, what's the big thing for these teams who might not have topped their groups but are looking for improvement from here on out?
I think the people on the outside looking in, this is where you're going to watch a lot of these playoff teams, maybe take some of their strategies and also try to identify some of those weaknesses. I mean, we saw both Heretics and VP today. I would say VP showed a lot more cracks in the armor. They're still undefeated. They're still gods, but there are teams catching up to them, right? There was Fire that almost beat them on domination. Rad really pushed them the distance today. We went to extra innings on a Rocco Convoy, Central Park, which I don't think we've ever seen. At least I don't remember. So it was amazing watching Rad and Virtus Pro, just how close those two are in particular. And then imagine how now we're going to see Group A and Group B clash in playoffs. So we'll get to compare Heretics VP or Heretics Rad and Navi in that too. So it's going to be a really good playoff.
We'll finally see Peps on Convergence. We still haven't seen them on Convergence this entire time, which might be their secret weapon going into those playoffs too. Teams won't know exactly how to play against them depending on how the brackets shape up. I'm most excited for that as well. But also, as I talked about predictions, there'll be a playoff bracket prediction in game. So you didn't do as well like I did, unfortunately, in the in-game predictions for the group stage. Hey, you have more chances for more winnings as well. Unfortunately, the new map will not be in the playoffs, even though it is in game. We're still going to be on the Season 7 batch, to our knowledge at least. Who knows if things change. But it's just Season 7 throughout all of the preseason, just so it stays even for all these teams. They don't have too much to worry about in terms of like mid-season patches, the new heroes coming out like Black Cat at some point, and whoever comes out in Season 8 before Stage 1. So that way it's a little bit closer competition-wise here, like Dave, because there is so much for these teams to adjust headed into the preseason. Now this is the time for them to really focus in on these compositions.
Yeah, like there's going to be a lot of time for that draft. Like you said, we've got, what, 2 new characters before Stage 1?
Yeah.
We got Black Cat and whoever the inaugural character of Season 8 is, so I'm hoping it's Cyclops, but I don't know. it might change up the entire metagame. We've got 2 more big balance patches on top of that as well, plus possibly hot fixes. Like these things are happening all the more commonly at the launches of these seasons as well. So there's so much that has to be done. Like I want these teams to focus internally on just their calling and their drafting, rather than focusing too hard on compositions if they don't get to play until Stage 1, because the entire meta could change. Like we saw the Elsa just changed everything when it came into like their drafting as well. Like one character just upended the entirety of like the duelist meta and took us back towards triple support, so we could try and have like one Thanos like duelist character.
Yeah, and Stage 1 is on its way. There's a little bit of time, but poor people like Arya who are going to have even less sleep when the new heroes come out and a new map. And the more maps, the more heroes, the more you have to think about the pick ban, because Manhattan is going to shake things up with that new mechanic of the scan and how coaches are going to rack their brains around, do we care if they know what ults we have? Because also the ult tracking in pro play is pretty next level. So we'll see if that mechanic is going to make it so Manhattan is picked or not picked in the future.
It's tough because there's so many things to think about when it comes to the meta like that as the game evolves. And I feel like we even saw it this weekend and the previous one. The teams who adapt the fastest to the new and ever-changing metas are the ones who succeed the most, especially with Heretics. So they felt like they even have more compositions that they haven't shown yet. Their whole hand they have just hidden in the back corner, ready to pull it out at a moment's notice before the playoffs. I'm ready to see that too. And then Virtus Pro just continuing to be that constant force of doesn't matter what's thrown at us, we can learn heroes in 10 hours, we got this, and then go from then on out. And then like we heard from Frankie Boxing from the Peps saying, yeah, I'm just going to expand my hero pool and then hope that'll be setting us up for success in the playoffs. Like everyone has to continue to level up from here on out, and that's the big thing for these teams. So we'll see as it progresses what these teams have ahead of them, but I think this was a great capstone, Lemon, to the playoff journey for a lot of these rosters, looking at what they need to improve upon from these 2 weeks and now ahead of them, time to lock in.
Yeah, I feel bad for the duelists who have so much on their plate to learn as the meta shifts always. Like there's a good handful of heroes that you need to learn, but also I think the best teams have a really good duelist that can flex to the strategist. So having a Mantis or whatever else, the way that, like, for example, Naga, and that's why that team is so strong. You need to have a strong triple strategist core, and despite the ult generation nerf, the strategist still reigns supreme. So I'm wondering, and then the Vanguards just get to kind of learn the Vanguards, but it's the duelists that have to kind of learn everything, it feels. Even like some teams run triple Vanguard, so
Oh man, I'm kind of looking at the potentials here, and we'll see once we get the actual confirmation on the actual standings. But we know Group A at least we can talk about. Heretics in first, 10 map wins is insane, not dropping a single one there. Na'Vi right below them, 4-1 with their record with 5 map wins. Shikigami 3-2, Peps 2-3, Alter Esports 1-4, and then Pulsar still looking for their first series win in the Ignite ecosystem itself. I mean, talking about that a bit, like Day, like what does Pulsar really need to focus on going from now into that stage 1?
Well, I mean, the thing with an 0-5 team is that you can say anything, right? We just need to work on our aim, our mechanics, our comms, our odds, our drafting.
Okay, I'm pulling it all out. Yep.
Like it's a very exciting time that, like, no matter what you focus on, you're going to be able to improve as a squad, right? Like when you're at that pinnacle, like it's very difficult to try and find the areas where you might be the most in need of improvement. Like you may be able to find it internally, but often when you're at the top, like you don't realize a weakness until it's exposed, because like most of your peers aren't taking advantage of it. And when it's exposed, usually it's going to be an official and things go badly from there. But when you've got like 0-5, you've got a lot of odds where you're losing, where you're like, okay, yeah, we could just play this a little bit better. Maybe we're going to control our off angles. Maybe we need some better comms on how our duelists are going to be supported when we take some off angle fights.
Well, also, everybody can level up their play. Also, if they pick up the esports bundles, you know, we heard from Team Heretics, there's a 30% win rate boost if you pick up the Heretics bundle. And I'm sure the same thing,
Allegedly.
you know, maybe you could also go undefeated if you get the Virtus Pro one. And Na'Vi, well, you'll still look good being 4-1.
Born to win.
At least our partner teams are as goated as they are. And of course, it's not even just the skins, it's the cool emotes. There's the playing for vibes spray that everyone loves. But if you guys want to support the Ignite EMEA scene, go and check out those esports bundles because they're pretty cool, and you can even just get all of them.
Yeah, and also for those who are a fan of like social media, the Rivals Esports official Twitter is doing a giveaway for an entire bundle for multiple people, I believe. So definitely make sure you follow that. I think it's until like May that they're doing that as well. So yeah, you can go back, find the tweet as well, and sign up for that too. They post all the updates, all the results, and they've been doing a really good job with like the graphics and everything. So if you want to know when the upcoming matches are, not have to boot up the game or any other social media stuff for that, definitely recommend following them. You can also follow us too in the meantime as well.
Down below. You know who else has been doing a great job, VOD? All of our co-streamers. I know that a couple of teams have picked up some unique co-streamers for them. I think VP have grabbed Boga. Heretics have Craggy, both very charming individuals, and both of them have huge insight into pro players, or having competed at the top levels of MRC and even MRI themselves.
Yeah, and you might be wondering why we're yapping so much right now. They're still calculating the final bracket and standings, double-checking everything because we want to make sure as we announce it for Group B that is 100% correct, that we know who is making it into those playoffs. So we'll get that as quickly as we can. But as you mentioned, yeah, shout out to all the co-streamers that we've been seeing throughout all of this. I mean, we saw J3 Space and so many people that have been involved in the scene for like such a long time, just keeping up with the action. And America's happening right after this as well. I mean, we could even talk about some of that too, because there's some chaos going on over there with potential tiebreakers. Might even have a tiebreaker match if the tiebreakers go that way, which is crazy. They have Nightmare versus TSM, 100 Thieves versus Cafe Rose, Team Liquid Citadel versus YWL. I'm really excited for that one. Sentinels versus NRG, and SSG versus Lunex. I mean, those are matches you definitely do not want to miss. So we're just filling some time while we're waiting for these as well. But there's a lot to yap about in the esports scene here. I mean, talking about other teams that we know from Group A, unfortunately didn't make it into the playoffs, and we'll see later on in Stage 1. Alter Esports here, Lemon. I saw a lot of potential in this team. It just felt like they were a team that was so close, but not there just yet to get past that hurdle of Team Peps and make it into the top 4.
Yeah, there was some serious potential from this Alter Esports squad. It's just, even Pulsar, Crownfall recently, Pulsar were also able to punch up, and they're the only team without a win, which was pretty surprising to me, and that's why you can't just look at the standings. You guys have to watch all the VODs not Vaudable, but all the VODs of this channel. Because also, especially on Twitch, because you guys can get drops, because there is a ton of drops for that. But just kind of comparing the groups too of the people actually in playoffs, Team Peps are like a 4th seed, and I'm assuming facing VP. We'll kind of see what the bracket looks like. But
yeah.
I would not want to. I would not want to face Team Peps. Like, they are not like last seed caliber, if you will. Like, the playoffs is going to be stacked.
I mean, talking about that too, Heretics likely playing either Fire or Vision, depending on like how they mix up based on the tiebreakers with that as well. Because they have the same like win record, it looks like. That's what we're taking time on here specifically. I feel like those teams are going to struggle against Heretics here, like just because Heretics just seems so unbeatable.
I mean, yes. Our number 1 seed is definitely going to have an advantage over our number 4 seed. Heretics,
I hope so.
Heretics are looking very strong, and I don't know how who comes out on top out of Fire and Vision. Like, is it map count? Like, the head-to-head goes the way of Fire?
Why we're leaving it to the experts.
And like, well, the thing is, like, there's a lot of good tape on these rosters now, which could allow for some good upsets. Like, you can go into all of the Heretics VODs, you can watch them POV by POV, whether you are a coach on an opposing team, a player on an opposing team, or just someone watching along at home who wants to get a little bit better at Marvel Rivals. You can go in and check out the POVs you want to see exactly how the pros are playing your favorite heroes on your favorite maps. And with that, like, democratization of information, when you don't have to pass around codes in the darkness of the night, there's a lot of ease in how you can like create specific anti-strategy. Like, we just heard from Demon Airs when she came on for the interview that like she just sat up all night watching what Reason played and like, you know what, I'm just gonna make the Thanos draft, figure out all of their best comps and how I can just stick something in them.
Exactly. I mean, it really comes down to the ban and protect phase for some of these matches. Maybe not so much against Heretics and maybe not so much against Virtus Pro, because we saw how good those teams were. Like, we even saw he trying to target the entire duelist lineup that could be played, and then Sparker's like, wait, I can actually play Psylocke. I'm really good at Psylocke. I remember. It's like riding a bike again, except they were like doing it professionally for 5 years or something. So it's like, I feel like they've unleashed another beast on Virtus Pro, where if they did not get that close and take that one round against them in domination, it's another situation where we saw in the midseason Virtus Pro didn't make it, and then they leveled up again afterwards. I don't think people are ready to see Virtus Pro in these playoffs, Levin.
Well, and just to kind of go back to our conversation of biggest surprises, I thought the Shikigami Heretics game was going to be way closer than it was. I hope that Shikigami can bounce back in playoffs, and sometimes this is like a good wake-up call moment, because 1st seed versus 3rd seed, it's surprising we didn't get any map 3s today, to be honest. And honestly, it was the closest map 3 that we could have gotten, despite it being still a sweep, was VP and Rad. Because Rad had a time bank advantage on the 2nd map. They should have won that, and then VP, just like the lights came on and nobody else got to play the game. So that was a...
I definitely am going to be going back in that replay right after we're done here to see like what was going on while Smashness was getting 3 on the back line. Oh, here we go. Today's results up on your screens.
Yeah, we talked about it. No map 3s, all sweeps all the way, but they were long ones as well. I mean, very competitive from Fire and Vision, Peps, and Alter Esports as well. Rad did all that they could, especially that final map on Central Park. Went the longest we have seen on Convergence so far. Most of the time, it usually ended before we even got to overtime, as you were mentioning, Lemon. And then Heretics really just showing that they are a step above with this meta. And Crownfall proving the world wrong, I guess you could say. A lot of people were thinking, oh, they're going to go out with nothing going into, this last matchup after getting swept by Fire Strays, and they proved themselves worthy of a win. And we'll see the final standings here as well, as we talked about with Group A. Heretics number 1, Navi at number 2, Shikigami number 3, Peps number 4, then Alter and Pulsar afterwards. But Jen, I'm going to leave this one to you once we see Group B to reveal what those are going to look like in just a moment.
Yeah, and just to shout too that I'm gonna have my eyes on Navi, as they are the 2nd seed, but they sometimes can give us worries or even question marks in terms of when things don't go so well, how they deal with that pressure. But here are how the standings of Group B shaked out. This was by far the most stacked, or I would say most contested group.
Oh yeah, this one was definitely very highly contested. Fire getting the higher CT, it does mean they're going to go up against Navi first. I like Ranch Kagami. I think that's going to be a fun game as well. Like these two second seed versus third seed games are going to be pretty hotly contested. I think that Fire, like, they aren't looking like a third seed these days. Like, they went super close with VP. They had a really bad start to their preseason, but honestly, I don't know if that reflects so much on them now. And like, a bunch of our teams have leveled up in the second week, just getting that extra week of practice with the new patch.
And I think the most upset potential could be that Na'Vi Fire Strafe game. The way that Fire Strafe showed us, started to show us where their ceiling or their peak could be against VP. If they can make VP look that strange, then maybe they could punch up to Na'Vi. But these are the matches. Peps versus VP is also going to be really interesting.
Yes.
I love the way Peps played today.
These are all going to be great series. I'm really curious to see what Vision take from this past weekend, because they had a bit of a struggle, unfortunately. They looked great at the start and then didn't get a single map for their last 3 series. So definitely something to look forward to. But here is the full preseason playoffs bracket that you all have been waiting for. It's going to come down to one final weekend of preseason action, April 16th to the 18th. You don't want to miss it. It'll be happening here as well. And who knows, we'll have VP versus Na'Vi potentially for that quarterfinals, which would be pretty crazy. Rad and Shiki, one of those, could go up against Team Heretics. And even in the lower bracket, every single match is going to be intense. And they all matter, by the way. Regardless of how well you do in these playoffs, it does matter for your placement into the groups for stage 1. So you want to get the best performance that you can to have the best odds in the group stages for stage 1. So definitely something to look out here for as well. Lemon, what are your final thoughts for the preseason before we close the show?
It's been cool to see in these last few matches, like, substitutes that have been more utilized. And even, like, you brought up Vision, they brought out Teller today, who I think impressed me on the mag, like, being subbed in kind of out of nowhere. Well, I'm sure they're scrimming with him, and so being able to really fully utilize your whole roster, and maybe we'll see some, but it also makes it obvious if you want to run triple Vanguard and stuff. So you gotta make it not too obvious in the Pigman, but I love to see subs kind of bring in and shake things up.
Well, we do have to talk one more time about what you can take advantage of in the shop in game. Classes in session and reality is about to be rewritten. At ESU, brilliance takes center stage. Rian Lando dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Denim Ket turns every lecture into a masterclass in bending the impossible. Together they prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control. Definitely recommended picking up these costumes. There's basically a subtle nod to an objection that you might see from Invisible Woman with her emote that she has available. And you can look pretty stylish as well with Mr. Fantastic for the Dr. Denim Ket, the Professor costume. Invisible Woman, of course, with the Rian Lando, the debater, already available in the store if you want to take advantage of it. And if you got your predictions right, you can use some of those credits for it too, which is pretty great. Available until May 1st at 2 p.m. UTC, or if you are in Americas, it would be at April 30th, 7 p.m. Pacific time for that as well. And like Day, we talked a little bit about the new map. We're not seeing it in the preseason, unfortunately, but there's a lot that people can enjoy with it in game right now.
Yeah, it might not be in the playoffs or preseason, but it is in game. So if you fancy going to explore the city that never sleeps, something underneath that is just woken up, courtesy of Wilson Fisk's machinations, you can go in and explore all of the wonderful architecture of Lower Manhattan for some very special mechanics in the game mode as well, including a UAV drone scanner, which seems to be revealing players as well as their ultimate charges. You can have all the information. The question is, what will you do with it when you try and pierce through the veil of Lower Manhattan?
And there's so many different ways to watch Marvel Rivals, including even within the client itself. But Twitch is where you're going to be farming the best drops. There's sprays, there's nameplates, there's Gambit emotes. Depending on how long you watch, the better the rewards get, including a free Gambit costume, the Will of Galacta. It's giving cyberpunk, and if you get to play Gambit in your games, you're gonna look good doing it. And you can also get these drops by watching your favorite co-streamers. All you have to do is maybe hover over the Marvel Rivals icon, and you'll see who's co-streaming along with us. And we kept this Yapathon going just to make sure everybody could get a piece of Gambit, okay? So you are welcome.
Oh man, yeah, there's still more action happening later on today, of course, with Americas. As we mentioned, Pacific still has more of their preseason group stage happening next weekend as well, and China's starting on that side too. But thank you all for tuning in to the broadcast here for the EMEA preseason. We'll see you in about a little less than 2 weeks time for the playoffs, and enjoy your Americas broadcast after this.
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해